Good morning, Chatty House.
Chatty gang. What's good, everybody?
Hello, friends.
I got Warren with the belt today. Nice job, Warren. Let's go, Ramsey.
Warren is
Zabo.
the champion.
Dr. David. Also got in here. Michigan, obviously. I'm really excited for the Michigan-Ohio State game on Saturday.
Ooh.
That's going to be the first college football game that I plan my day around watching.
Okay.
So my magic spoon take is that most of it is bad, but I rock with the peanut butter heavy. The peanut butter magic spoon is delicious. Everything else is mid to bad.
I don't even know what we're talking about.
Magic Spoon cereal. It's like $10 a box.
Oh.
It's supposed to taste like your favorite childhood cereals, but without all the sugar and stuff in it.
Sounds like somebody's lying. Like I don't believe there's no way they can make cereal that tastes like my childhood cereal that doesn't have sugar involved. I'm just saying.
Hey, let's go.
Yes.
We're going to I've got names. I've got locations for people who won.
Kyle's going to name names.
Drew Down, what's good?
Good morning, friends.
I already said what's up to Michigan.
He's dressed up bran flakes. Oof. I don't know. How about you? I'm doing something stupid today, Kyle.
Oh, yeah?
After I leave here, I'm going straight to the Costco.
Oh.
2 days before Thanksgiving.
So, good time to do it. You're going to go around lunch?
Yeah.
Probably a good time to do it. Like middle of the day. It's Tuesday. Tomorrow's going to be the nutso.
Okay.
Tomorrow and Thursday are when things get crazy.
I think I have to do a charcuterie board for.
Love a charcutes. Love some charcutes.
Yeah, I'm a big board builder.
Excellent.
Yes.
Okay, 15 seconds. Let's party. Hi, good morning, and a happy Tuesday to everybody. A Tuesday that feels like a Thursday, depending on your work week. I had a friend who's a teacher who's off all week, and then his wife also works at the school. They're both off all week.
My boys have to go to school every day. They had a soccer game last night.
Monday through Wednesday?
Yeah. They've got school tomorrow, I believe.
Good on them. I love that.
Force them to go.
Yeah, learn how to work hard and stuff. I don't know how to be an old person complaining about young people yet. Yeah, no, it's our Thursday. Tomorrow will be our last show of the week. We'll be off Thursday, Friday. And then we'll be back next week.
Kyle, did you get the memo that they're like shutting down the office at noon? Like, are we unplug and they kick us out? I'm confused.
Yep. We're just out.
Well, what about Damian and Kenny?
No, the salespeople all leave. We don't count.
Oh, okay. So Damian and Kenny are going to get locked in the building.
Correct.
This is going to be like
locked in the building, quote unquote. Yeah. The salespeople all leave. They go to enjoy their holiday. We continue working.
That sounds reasonable.
I mean, wait, this isn't work. This isn't hard. Like, come on. If they went, hey, nobody's coming to the office today except James and Kyle to do their show, I'd be like, great.
Okay.
I enjoy doing this.
I would feel bad though. I'd bring in food and there would be no one to eat it, and you and I would just sit there and look like.
I would sit in there with you. We would eat. We would talk, and when we needed to go to break, I'd come in here and fire the break.
All right.
It's easy.
I'm in. Let's go,
dude. Like I said, I like doing this. You're lucky I don't call you on weekends and be like, bro, we're talking for 2 hours. No, the Pelicans, they fall to the Kings fall to the Pelicans last night, 129-93. First time they had a back-to-back all year, and it kind of looked like it. Injuries are starting to pile up. We'll talk about that. And I don't know how you feel about this, James, and I know we got to get to your 6 quick thoughts, but the Kings losses to me this year have felt a lot like the 49ers losses this year. And it's not apples to apples because obviously one game in the NFL matters way more than one game in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And the Niners lost 3 in a row. The Kings have not lost 3 in a row. Right?
They did once.
Yeah,
they lost 3
I guess
in a row.
Early in the year, but all of their losses just have all felt the same to me, where there's not, at least now, looking back at the Houston losses, this is the scope I view them from. I view them in the same scope that I view the 49ers losses, and like, they just lost that week. Sometimes that happens. And there's been nothing that's happened in any of the 49ers games, any of the 49ers losses, or any of the Kings losses that I look at and go, oh, that's something they need to fix. Like long term, like this is going to stop them from getting where they want to go.
Okay. I mean, I think that the Houston losses, there were some losses that there were some things in there that it was like, okay, what in the world is happening? But I think you can also go back, if we are comparing to some of the 49er losses, it's kind of like the Bengals loss, or, the losses to the teams that realistically, if you were the 49ers, you shouldn't have lost to.
Cleveland and Minnesota, yes.
Yeah, Cleveland, Minnesota. Well, more specifically, I think the Minnesota loss is the one where you just got thumped by, Kirk Cousins is out there throwing for like 800 yards, and you're just watching him pick you apart. That's what the loss last night felt like.
Yeah.
Like somebody's doing something to you and you can't stop it.
Yeah.
Like, why are you not stopping it? Like, why aren't you making some sort of adjustment? The dude only goes left. He only goes left. Like, what are you doing? And so, sure enough, I mean, I felt the same way with the Niners game against like the Minnesota's. Like, why are you not tackling them? Why did you just stop tackling all of a sudden? Like the whole team.
Why didn't you make that interception? Yeah, and it feels the same way. Like the Vikings were better than the 49ers in week 7.
Okay.
The Bengals were better than the 49ers in week 8. The Browns were a little bit better in week 6. The Pelicans were better than the Kings last night. I don't think the Pelicans are better than the Kings long term.
No.
And I feel that way about the Rockets. And I feel that way about
the Warriors. That's
Warriors
the one of the
for sure. So it's this weird phenomenon where you lose by 36 in an NBA game. That's objectively bad. But nothing happened last night that makes me go, oh, I'm changing how I feel about the Kings.
Oh, I would totally agree. Like, I think that the path is there. And even like if we pick apart the individual things that happened in the game, which we will with 6 quick thoughts. Like, I think there are some things that you could look at and go, okay, I see how that will work next time they play each other.
Sure.
As long as it's not on Wednesday and the Kings aren't missing like 4 players.
Yeah. And
which might be the case.
Yeah. Let's get into your 6 quick thoughts right now. We'll have the first 3 here. We'll have the next 3 in the next segment. What is James Ham's first quick thought from the Kings loss to the Pelicans?
Yeah, these were a little late last night. I skipped out because I think the Kings skipped out, and I went to watch
I respect
a high school soccer game, which my boys, one was coaching, one was playing in. First quick thought, not good. Keegan Murray was doing a solid job of slowing down Brandon Ingram in the first half. When the second half began, it was Kessler Edwards starting in his spot. Murray was ruled out with lower back injury. Hopefully it's nothing serious. It was a weird one. We didn't see anything. All of a sudden he's not there. Like, where is he? And eventually we get the news that he's not coming back because he's having lower back problems. And, like that's something you don't want to linger. And I don't know what was the impetus for that. Like, did he sleep wrong? Did he just have a bad warm up? Did he, throw something out? I don't know, but not a good thing for the Kings because he is out of nowhere their best defensive player. And you're looking at, a guy who went in there against a very, very good scorer in Brandon Ingram. And in the first half was excellent. And then without him, Brandon Ingram just absolutely got loose.
Yeah, Brandon Ingram's a frustrating player to play against because you'll watch him in 3 games leading up to your game against him, and he's fine. Like, he's a good player, but there's nothing. And then he's capable of going off like he did last night.
Yeah.
He's just a really, really quality NBA player, and he showed it, man.
Yeah, he's long, he's athletic, he's he's very mobile, so it's very difficult. Once he starts rolling, it's very difficult to slow a player like that down.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get a good update on Keegan Murray at some point. Hopefully, like you said, it was just a small tweak, but I can't imagine, given how the Kings have treated injuries this year in terms of being cautious, that they're going to be super fired up about throwing him back out there Wednesday with a back issue.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna err on the side of caution here.
Let's move to number 2.
Okay. Number 2. Not good number 2.
No.
Coming off his best game of the season, Chris Duarte moved back into the second unit. At some point in the second quarter, he banged his left hand. At first, the team said he would return, but with the lopsided score, he was eventually ruled out. There was a play where he might have hit his hand 14 times on one play, and it was actually both hands. You're just like, what in the world is happening here? First, he got him like kind of hung up, and then he fell into somebody, and then it looked like someone stepped on. Like the whole thing was a mess. I'm not sure what was happening, but yeah, it's not good because, again, the Kings don't have a break in their schedule here. They've got a game on Wednesday. They've got a game on Friday. Like this thing keeps rolling, and you're playing against teams that are around you in the playoffs, in the playoff picture. And the last thing you want to do is start, losing players like this. You already saw Kevin Huerter came back, but with his fingers taped together and was not nearly as impactful. And Keegan Murray, banged up. You already have Trey Lyles on the injured reserve. You already have Alex Len out. So, yeah, some problems here.
Yeah, hopefully getting this stuff out of the way early in the year and hopefully avoiding anything like major. You'd rather Keegan Murray miss a couple of games here than have this be a chronic issue that carries into February. So hopefully, fingers crossed for both Keegan Murray and Chris Duarte. And, fingers crossed the Kings are able to get and stay healthy. Let's move to number 3.
Number 3, trouble with his countrymen. Domantas Sabonis and Jonas Valanciunas know each other very well from their time together with Lithuanian national team. Valanciunas just he held Sabonis in check, 10 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists in this one. And he got loose a little bit. And, that's going to happen on occasion. This felt like it was one of those games from everybody. And the Kings need to not have one of those games from everybody or they're going to lose, which is what happened.
Yeah. I mean, you can't have your 3 best players, so 2 of them not playing well and the third one getting hurt and leaving early and expect to win a lot.
No, you're not going to win a lot of games.
A high-level analysis that you only get here on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We'll have a Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game for you. We got to hem and haw and decide who it's going to be. We decided not to pick a Pelican, even though it could have been one of either Zion Williamson or Brandon Ingram. They were both really good last night. But we'll pick a King and we'll decide who that is coming up here in a little bit as we try and not try and we are going to. We have a $100 Jiffy Lube gift card for you, gift certificate for you.
We do.
And we're going to give it away.
And we have a bunch of people who won, Kyle.
Yeah, we do.
That's awesome
For you. I got winners. I have Jonas Valanciunas thoughts as well, but Alfred in Sacramento, Alexander and Rockland both got theirs. They have their gift certificates in hand. Chris H, Brian K, Joanne B, Sonia M, and Lorenzo are also winners from our previous giveaways. Check your emails, guys. If you're listening now, check your emails and you have a little surprise waiting for you.
You may have won. Some of you out there may have won that you haven't checked your email.
Yeah. So make sure whatever email you give, you're checking that. And we will have another Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game today, as we do after every single Kings game, win or lose, even when they play as horribly as they did last night.
They were bad, Kyle.
Yeah. How much, and we can get into this a little bit later, but how much of it do you attribute to it being a back-to-back? And how much do you attribute it to long road trip? They're in New Orleans. They were healthier than I thought. The last injury report I saw for them had like Herb Jones out and Jose Alvarado out. I was expecting them to be way more banged up than they are. And I think in my brain, Zion Williamson's just always hurt. But
he is always hurt.
Healthy as heck last night.
Oh no, he was super healthy. Yeah, and you remember when I said just get the split?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, no,
like I was feeling like this team was gonna get popped.
Yeah,
and the second game of a back-to-back on the season, that can sometimes catch up with the team.
Yeah, no doubt. Last thing on Jonas Valanciunas real quick, because I do want to hit on this. He's one of those centers that will never get named if you're naming the 5 best, because he's not one of the 5 or 6 or 7 best centers in the league.
Mm-hmm.
But he will give your center trouble every time.
I would take Jonas on my team.
1,000%. Like,
yeah, I would take him.
The numbers over the course of a season aren't going to be gaudy, but
yeah,
just going to be a solid player for you.
Yeah, it's him and like Vucevic. I feel that way about both of them. I would take Vucevic with the 3-point shooting and you know, like as a backup center or whatever.
Yeah, for sure. He got paid in Chicago, right?
He did. He didn't get a huge payday the second time, and I think it's a shorter term deal.
All right,
but he's getting up there.
You have 6 quick thoughts. We've named 3. We got 3 more on the other side as we continue diving into what the heck happened to the Kings last night in their 129-93 loss in New Orleans. We'll also have some Monday Night Football action for you as we put a bow on Week 11. Quick turnaround for us is the 49ers are in Seattle on Thanksgiving, so we'll begin looking at that. We'll have some Kings good, bad, and ugly for you. We'll take a look around the West in the NBA. Tons of stuff coming up today on the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
That was a lot of information, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it all out.
Vucevic signed a 4-year, $100 million deal on July 6, 2019.
What do you get this year?
He's got 18.5, 20, and 21.5 coming to him.
Not bad.
So, yeah. I mean, he's a player that if you told me at the beginning of his career was going to make $220 million, $215 million, I would have said no. The Kings liked him in the draft, in the 2011 NBA draft, Vucevic. So, yeah, he was the 16th overall pick in the 2011 NBA draft.
He's one of those. He's a player who I think gets miscast a lot because teams try to make him like a focal point.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think he's not good enough for that.
I mean,
but
for his career,
if he was
17 and 10,
I could play him next to Sabonis, and that'd be sick.
Yeah,
that's where he would really cook.
He's getting up there too. And his 3-point percentage, I mean, for a good part of his career, it was around 40. The last 3 years, like 31.4, 34.9, 24.5. Like it's fading a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. But that's what, he's 33. That's what happens. Switzerland. I forgot he's from Switzerland, Vucevic. Valanciunas, on the other hand.
2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes?
Yeah, man, long breaks today.
2.5 minutes. Vucevic is in the final year of his deal. He's making $15.4 million this year. He signed a 3-year, $45 million contract. See, that's just like, I don't think that there's that big of a difference between these two, except for one of them hits 3-point shots and the other one doesn't.
Oh, hey, can I give the Chatty House some exclusive news before we take this to air?
Yeah.
Right now, there's new merch on the D-Lo and KC shop.
Yes.
ShopDLoandKC.com. 30% off everything in that shop from now until Saturday. Excuse me, from now until Sunday. And among the things in there, the Insiders hoodies.
I saw that.
Yeah, man. We've got Insiders hoodies featuring our logo that you can see behind James there. There's a Kings Beat edition in Kings colors. There's a Niners Wire edition in 49ers colors. And there's also an Oakland Forever hoodie that is unbelievable, and I need it. It's a need, not a want.
Okay.
I encourage everybody to go check that out right now. ShopDLoandKC.com. Everybody go order the Oakland Forever hoodie.
I got to see this Oakland Forever.
Bruh.
Oh, there's a DeMarcus Cousins. I like the Chatty House one.
What the? This is frustrating. Here we go. Bryce gets it. Let's go.
might need to see this Marvel shirt up close.
I got the pontificating penguin hat, Bryce. It's on the way to my house right now. What's up, Spencer? What up, Rob? Way to go, John. Way to go. Oh, there he is. This is a great question. We have 10 seconds. I'll answer this on the other side. On the other side, like our show is the break. All right, hang on. We got new merch on the D-Lo and KC shop.
I know. It's
a nice little text message to get.
I know.
Not only, so we got a couple of newsy type items in this vein. So there's new merchandise up right now at shopdloandkc.com. There are Insiders hoodies. There's a Kings Beat edition, which is our Insiders logo in Kings colors. There's a Niners Wire edition in 49ers colors. There's also an Oakland Forever hoodie that is A's related. I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but I encourage everybody to check it out. It's super sick. And everything on that site right now, new stuff, old stuff, and everything in between is 30% off until Sunday. So get over to shopdloandkc.com right now. Get yourself something nice for the holidays. Get every D-Lo and KC / the Insider / ESPN 1320 fan in your life something from the shop. From now until Sunday, you can get 30% off. I'm really excited to have an Insiders hoodie.
Yeah.
I've been wearing D-Lo and KC hoodies for like 3 years now.
I wear a blue one all the time.
Yeah.
Which I think is supposed to be like a rare one. I don't know.
Is
like,
it?
I've got the blue one.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. I think they gave them to us because we're cool, Kyle.
That's probably it. That's like just the James and Kyle only version.
The cool blue James and Kyle only version.
Yeah.
There it is.
I'm also getting the Oakland Forever one.
Kyle, you're just gonna go and buy all kinds of stuff.
I'm gonna spend $9,000 at shopdloandkc.com today. I'm gonna take a few months worth of paychecks and just be like, here, just don't
throw it all down.
Just send that all to Damien, redirect it immediately.
That's right.
That way I don't have to pay it.
Amazing.
Got it. All right. That's what's going on at shopdloandkc.com. We'll also have our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game coming up. Next segment. I think I'm going to go next segment. Let's do that.
Okay.
Next segment. We'll tell you how you can win your $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. That's coming up. But let's get to 6 quick thoughts now. We had our first 3 last segment. Let's get to our next 3, starting with number 4, James.
Fell in love with the 3. De'Aaron Fox came into the night shooting 41.7% from 3-point on 8.6 attempts per game. When they stopped falling in this one, he forced it, hitting just 2 of 12 for 14 points. It's the worst game of the season, without a doubt. And it also shows you the danger of a guy who's still developing as a 3-point shooter. And those nights, like, man, just get to the cup. Like, what is happening? Get to the cup. But that's not what this game was about. It felt like it was over pretty early.
Yeah, I don't actually mind it.
Okay.
If a player is going to be a good shooter, then they need to continue shooting. And I don't hate the 2 for 12, especially when it's at the point when you see the game start to slip away a little bit. And it's like, man, we need a 3 and a stop, and you're hitting them at the rate that De'Aaron's been hitting them this year. I don't mind the odd 2 for 12 night. Now, if he goes 2 for 12 on Wednesday and then 1 for 10 in the next game, okay, then it's like, okay, let's we're back down to earth, slow it down. But last night, like you said, not the biggest issue. If they had lost by 4 and you have De'Aaron going 2 for 12 from 3, then okay, we can have a conversation. But I don't mind in a situation like that, letting it fly.
Okay. Yeah.
Shoot.
I just think, like, at the end of the day, I don't want to see someone go from 41.7 to 37.5 in one game.
But if he stays at 37.5 for the year, you're thrilled with it.
I would be thrilled with that. I think that's a really good mark. If he can shoot between there and 40%, he's going to be second team All NBA.
Yeah. I was gonna grab this and I I don't know where you're at on Austin Rivers, but he is staunchly in the camp. He's unsigned right now, but he's been working with ESPN and doing a ton of stuff on ESPN. He is very staunchly in the camp right now that De'Aaron Fox is a top 10 player in the league.
Yeah, I mean, I think he is too.
Yeah, they started running because his co-host, guy named Pasha, was kind of like, no, he's not. That's too far. And so Austin goes, name 10 guys better. And so he does the quick Jokic, Embiid, Giannis. He'd said they took SGA, Steph. So SGA. They got to 9. And that's when Austin was like, everybody else you're naming right now is like questionable at least.
Yeah.
And so he decided he was firmly top 15, but Austin had him top 10. And I was kind of with him when he first said that. I was like, okay, like he's really good right now, but then they start naming players and you're like, I'm taking him over Dame right now. Like understanding fully what Dame has done in the league. Devin Booker right now, today, can he get on the court consistently? That's a question I have with I know De'Aaron missed time too. So there's like I said, when you start to get into that top 10 conversation.
Well, I mean, I would say Fox is a better distributor than Booker. If he's scoring at the same clip, he's a better defender than Booker.
Mm-hmm.
So those are things that I would point to. Yeah, Booker is a great shooter. He's a better pure shooter.
Mm-hmm.
But Fox is equal to score.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's like one of the most undefendable players in the league. And there's no way to defend him.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm like I said, at first I was kind of like, and then you start to talk about it and it goes, yeah, at worst, at absolute worst, he's in the conversation at the absolute worst. And when you start naming the players who would go in that 10 spot instead, I have a hard time putting them there.
I would even say there's
other players there. I mean,
yeah, there's a possibility that he's like top 6, top 7 right now. Like we can him and haw about the players that are going to be above him, but like I'm not putting anyone on the Clippers above De'Aaron Fox.
No, that's what. Oh, and so it's funny. Austin Rivers co-host does that. He goes Kawhi, and before Kawhi, because he said Clippers, and before he could even get Kawhi out of his mouth, pause. Austin goes, nope.
And
like,
I told you,
none of those dudes.
I'm not a huge fan of Austin Rivers, right? Like we had the seat cushion throwing incident.
I think he knows ball though, and he clearly watches and pays attention.
Yeah, I mean he's a coach's kid, but I also like the entitlement of a NBA player's son. That's what like running into him was like. Okay.
So you disagree with him on De'Aaron Fox?
No, I agree with him on De'Aaron Fox, but I don't typically listen to his show.
You don't want me to hit up Austin Rivers to see if he'll come on the program?
Well, if you do, I'm going to get real awkward, and I'm going to ask him very specifically about whether he was wrong about hitting a woman in the face with a seat cushion.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So you go ahead and do that, Kyle. There ain't no fear here.
Austin, I'm going to get a question in real quick, and then I'm going to let James take it.
Yeah.
Let's knock out the last two here. Opportunity Knox is your 5th takeaway.
Yeah, Davion Mitchell lost his spot in the rotation, at least in the short term, but with Keon Ellis injuring his ankle, door open for him to step back in. Mitchell didn't hit a shot, but he played hard on defensive end, and he dished out 8 assists. I thought he was perfectly fine. And, that's what you're looking for. He needs to just look like he fits in. And, I think he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you. That was what Mike Brown talked about, was when he gets his opportunity, can he play the right way? Can he do the right stuff?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Seems like he is. Last one.
Black Falcon. With the Kings banged up and playing on the second night of a back-to-back, veteran Harrison Barnes stepped into a scoring role. He knocked down 3 of 6 from long range on his way to 16 points and 4 rebounds. Again, Harrison Barnes has been quietly getting better and getting back on track. And I just wanted to point that out, that he was one of the bright spots.
Yeah. And on a night that like there weren't a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
And now the next step for me with Harrison Barnes is I want to see this in a game that the Kings need it. Like last night was cool. Like, okay, they need somebody to go score because, De'Aaron's having an off night and Sabonis is struggling. Okay, Keegan's out, Harrison, go get it. But hey, it's a tight game, and Harrison, whoever they've thrown Steph Curry on you, go get a bucket.
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of stuff I want to see from him down the stretch here. All right, Jiffy Lube player of the game, Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game, I should say. Your chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate is coming up next. We'll also have the good, the bad, and the ugly of what happened last night to the Kings in New Orleans. And I said the Fast Break player of the game.
Yeah.
We've got that as well. Okay. That's all coming up. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Love to lose my train of thought when it was already out of the station. Like I said what I needed to say, Doc. You don't need to keep talking.
Oh, Kevin Durant is having a very good season. Boy,
KD is
shouldering the load. Jesus.
That's the thing with KD is like
31.4, 7.2 rebounds on 5.5 assists, a block, 1.2 blocks. Jesus. He's shooting 49.2% from 3. And he's only taken 4.7 attempts per game, mainly because I don't think they have anyone that can help him, that can give him like the spray 3 that can kick out to him right now. Booker's averaging 9.8 assists.
Yeah, dude.
Oof. Oy vey, everybody.
If somebody wants to give me a Sacramento versus everyone shirt, I will wear it. I love this city.
I was born here.
I also, just for the record on this, and so everybody's aware, like this is my job. And so I have watched perhaps I don't have a good number. I don't know how to do the percentage on this. I watched way more Kings than I have Golden State this year.
That's good.
I very much prioritize you all. You all being the listener. I'd be doing a disservice. I'm like, yeah, the Kings, whatever, but they Andrew Wiggins last night, am I right?
Sass, I have no idea what you're talking about there in the chat there. I mean, I'm just saying. I have no idea what you're speaking of. That's bizarre. It's a bizarre thing to put out into the universe.
What happened?
This one?
Oh, are you not familiar with that Kevin Durant tweet?
No.
Oh boy. Can I Google this on a work computer?
Oh.
Kevin Durant, Scarlett Johansson.
Probably not.
Oh yeah, no, it's first thing that pops up. Hell yeah. On January 16, 2011, Kevin Durant tweeted at 4:45 p.m. Scarlett Johansson, I will drink your bathwater. #random.
Oh. All right.
Wild.
The serial connection wants us to get into food talk.
Okay, what about it?
Oh, they want us to know what's our Thanksgiving sides.
Oh, wait, hang on real quick. I gotta whatever my mom brings over. My wife and I are hosting Thanksgiving at our house this year, and my mom and my mother-in-law are both the big winos in the family.
Oh.
They drink much nicer wine than I do. So when they come over, I'm like, are you bringing wine? Or should I go get some? And they're like, please.
They tell you when you're getting married, don't worry, the alcoholics will bring their own. And then I realized, what does that mean? When I'm packing stuff to go to a wedding, what does that mean? So you need a Pinot and you need a Chardonnay for turkey.
See, we're all red. Everything red. Anything red.
Okay. You're not a Pinot Noir. I mean, you're not a
Pinot Noir.
Yeah.
I'm more of a. I've gotten into old vine zins recently.
Oh,
I love an old vine zin.
Okay.
That's been one of my faves lately. But
you
I love
need
a Malbec.
To go up the hill to Amador. Their wineries up there. Old Vine Zin's incredible up there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's cheap up there.
Hell yeah. There's I wish I could remember the name of it, but one of the wineries that's at the old sugar mill does unbelievable red wines. And I can't remember what the hell it's called. Boathouse?
How long is this break?
We have 1 more minute.
Wow.
Yeah, couple of long breaks early on.
That's crazy.
Must have thing. I don't want to like. For me, I'm a big green bean casserole guy. Sue me.
I love it too.
Yeah, I don't. And mashed potatoes. I love a mashed potato.
See, me and Kyle are very. Are you a light meat or dark meat person?
Dark, but I don't eat a lot of turkey.
Me and Kyle could just like share the same plate.
Please don't. No, I usually I do a little turkey, just say I did it. Like it feels like a requirement. But I'm mostly
I have 2 Thanksgivings every year.
Give me a couple rolls, hit me with and then I'm a big dessert guy.
Okay.
But I don't begrudge people. I hate judging people because of food. Here we go.
All right.
I will not let this show get taken over by Thanksgiving talk on Tuesday.
What?
We can do that tomorrow. Okay.
Okay.
We'll there's no Kings game to talk about. We'll preview the Kings-Pelicans game. We'll have KJ Wright, former Seahawks linebacker, is going to join us tomorrow to talk about the 49ers Seahawks game on Thanksgiving.
Nice.
But around that, we're talking turkey, literally.
Okay.
But also figuratively.
So wait, are you a cranberry? No, not at all.
No, get it out of my face. I don't want it.
Oh, okay.
I don't want it. On the lemon bars that Mrs. Ham made,
yeah,
I'm in there with the cranberry.
Okay.
You hit me at a particular coffee shop with the cranberry bliss bar.
Okay.
I'm in. Vodka cran, fine.
Okay.
Not my favorite. Cranberry sauce, launch it to the sun.
Really?
Yeah, I'm out.
I would like to have a poll here in the chatty house. Are we a canned the gelatinous substance cranberry, or are you like a true cranberry sauce?
I don't want to do this today, James.
You don't want to do it? Okay.
I don't want to do this.
It's fine.
I said I don't want to do that. We're gonna talk about food so much tomorrow.
All right.
I want to do it today.
Okay.
All right. Anyways.
Kyle seems upset.
I so badly want to talk about it, but we're gonna wait. We're gonna stay on topic. I'm gonna do a good producing.
Kyle staying on topic.
Kings, good, bad, ugly. No, I am. Listen, Kings, good, bad, and ugly. That's what we're gonna talk about right now. Staying on topic. Go me. I couldn't find a lot of good things from last night.
Yep. One
of the good things was that Harrison Barnes can still put in 16 points. Love to see that.
Yeah. I think the way that Harrison Barnes played in this game, it continues to show you that, especially we saw it on Sunday against Dallas. We saw it again last night. He's not getting the same type of opportunities that he has in the past.
Yep.
He is not part of the DHO game at the top. And when he's given that opportunity, he's really good at it still.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even last game against Dallas, it wasn't about the scoring. He had 6 assists. So not only was he able to do the DHO game, but he's also able to show that he could pass in that system. And that was hey, that's impressive. Look, that's not who he typically is as a player.
Mm-hmm.
He came in averaging 1 point something assists per game. All of a sudden he's got 6. It starts to show that he's a little bit more than just a scorer still.
Yeah.
And this was a good game for him. You want him to start building some confidence, because we can say it all we want that he's probably the 5th option right now on the court with the starting unit.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that the 5th option can't score 15, because this team, the way it's built, everybody has an opportunity to score a bunch.
Yep.
And so good to see him kind of snap out of whatever it was that was keeping him around 6, 7, 8 points a game.
They're going to need him to affect winning differently on different nights.
Totally.
And last night there was no, they got beat.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff happens. But like I said, in a night where, hey, the Warriors are going to try and hide Steph Curry on you. Yeah, take him into the post. Don't get him in foul trouble. Get some easy buckets. Get things rolling that way. Go get rebound. We talk about the rebounds. We talk about the assists. Just figuring out in each game, his role, I think, is going to be a little bit different. But it's always going to be, he's going to be behind De'Aaron Fox and Keegan Murray and Kevin Huerter and Domas in the starting lineup in terms of offensive options. Like, that's just kind of how it's going to be.
Yeah, and I've always thought of him as a player that kind of has a good sense for what a team needs. So it's like, hey, like, we're not doing a good job rebounding tonight. I need to go get 5 or 6 rebounds.
Yeah.
Now, has he done that a lot lately? No. But even the game against Dallas, hey, they need me to set the table a little bit here. And he had 6 assists. Hey, I need to get to the free throw line and slow this thing down. All of a sudden, he's got 8 free throw attempts. Those are things that I've always thought that Harrison Barnes kind of understands. Even when, even in last night's game, you could see the game slipping away from him a little bit. And the first thing he did is he attacked the middle of the key and got a foul call, slowed the game down, went to the free throw line. He couldn't do that another 42 times, which is what the Kings needed. But
he couldn't get to the free throw line 40 times. Yeah, trade him.
Well, I mean, he's no Luka. He's no Luka.
Should Harrison Barnes complain more? 916-909-1320.
There it is.
No, actually, the phones are open.
Are they open? Don't tell people that,
the phones
Kyle.
Are open. We would have to.
Don't say that, Vincini.
I can't guarantee that we'll get to it, but I'm not going to go out. I'm not going to make the effort to go block all the lines right now. So,
okay.
Yeah, if you want to call, go ahead. I'll probably throw you on hold, and maybe we'll get to you.
Fine. All right.
I don't know.
What else we got in the good?
Another good one. Uniforms look great.
Who's?
I thought the Kings. The All Blacks looked nice.
This is so interesting.
Juxtaposed with the red.
I just have a clear blindness for everything that they're like. All I'm watching is the players and what's happening. I do not watch the court. I do not watch the uniforms.
So if I had said, hey, what color jersey did the Kings wear last night?
No. I couldn't have told you.
You don't have a single like snapshot of a play in your head where you're like, oh yeah, he's wearing all black.
No, but like, again, when you've covered however many games it is that I've covered in my career, let's just say 13 times 82 minus 20 minus another 16 for the 66 game season. I don't know. It's a lot, Kyle. So like it's a lot.
No, you grinding through the math and going, I don't know, a lot.
It's a lot, but I could tell you very quickly. We had a 66 game season, right? So of the 13 seasons that I covered, 10 are straight up 82 games. So that's 820. 66 is 886. Then 272 game seasons. So that's 144 plus the 66, 1,010. And then count the games for this season. So I'm probably at 1,023 games.
Dang.
Something like that.
More than 1,000.
Don't hold me to it,
you've
but
you've cleared a grand.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess. So of all those games, if I remembered what jersey colors they were wearing, I think there would be something wrong with me. Like you would have to that'd be certifiable.
I take note of it in every game I watch. Just like it's something that my brain, because it's something that when they're on the court and they're getting ready to tip, I'm like, oh, there's the uniforms. I love this matchup. This is a nice aesthetic look. And then I'm out. And then it's just done. George Halden in our YouTube chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320 said, oof, when the uniform talk comes up instead of gameplay, it's that bad. Right. That's the bit. That's why we put it in the good section, because there's not a lot of good from last night. Thank you for explaining the joke. Bad from last night.
Bad.
I hate to do it. It was Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox were bad last night.
They cooled off.
Just last night.
They did. That was not a good game for either one of them.
It made it worse because if Domas had a game like that where he goes 10-10-8, right? If he has a game like that, but De'Aaron goes for 35, okay, and they lose by 2, De'Aaron had a good night. Domantas had an off night. We're not even probably mentioning it in the bad. Or if Domas has a huge game and De'Aaron goes 14 points, a couple boards, a couple assists, we might be like, oh, De'Aaron had a tough shooting night, but not like a bad night. But when they both have games like that at the same time, and when that's your 2 by far best players, and your 3rd best player exits with a back injury, it's like, ugh, that's really glaring.
Yeah, it wasn't good at all.
Yeah.
And I thought that they held tough, at least through the first half, where it was at least, somewhat manageable. But that's not at all what happened in the second half.
Yeah. I mean, again, I don't want to we have to say it because it was bad, but I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, they're bad players now. I don't want it to be conveyed like that. They just had a bad night.
No.
At the same time, And I don't think the Kings here's if De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis play like they did last night, if they go 9 of 26 combined for 24 points, I don't think the Kings are going to win those games.
No.
I'm ready to say that.
Yeah, you're probably well, and if one of them doesn't play and the other one puts up 4 shots, you're not winning that game either, Kyle.
You're probably losing that one by a 30-ish to Houston.
Yeah, you're probably losing that one. Doesn't matter who you're playing.
Other bad stuff from last night. I don't want to just focus on De'Aaron Fox. He was 2 for 12, but the Kings as a whole, 11 of 45 from 3.
It's not great, Bob.
It's not going to do it.
No, it's not going to do it at all. And again, you take away Harrison Barnes from that, and what does it look like? It's 8 of 39. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, they got hit by the struggle bus. Yeah.
How much of that do you put on the back-to-back?
You know what? I'm going to say this. I'm going to not put it on just the quote-unquote back-to-back. I'm going to put it on the fact that, number one, it's the first back-to-back of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, I think that they really geared up for Dallas because they knew that Dallas is a team that's above them in the standings.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it got a little bit too much emotion and burned yourself out a little bit in that Dallas game. You had the JaVale McGee thing. You clearly, Harrison Barnes, had it in his head that he wanted to run over somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Those are things where you're starting to notice that maybe they expended too much energy on things that they didn't need to worry about.
Yeah, and it's game 4 of this road trip. Like, that's just a lot, man. That's a lot. That's a lot of travel. Let's get to the ugly now. The injury stuff is bad. Lower back injury for Keegan Murray, a hand issue for Chris Duarte, TBD on the extent of those injuries, but seeing one guy go down is bad. Seeing two contributors in the rotation go down like that, that goes under the ugly category for me. You don't want to see that at all.
No, not at all. Especially when you already have Keon Ellis that hurt himself in the previous game with the ankle.
Mm-hmm.
And then you still have the Alex Len situation, which Alex Len is out like another 6 to 8 weeks from earlier this week. So maybe he's 5 to 7 weeks. For my money, Alex has never been a quick healer. I'm going to put him closer to that 8-week mark than I would someone else, just because that's a tall dude and lower extremity injury is not great.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Trey Lyles thing, like you still don't have Trey Lyles back, and Sasha Vezenkov, right? He also missed a game, and that's something that was
he didn't even dress. He was a scratch.
Well, he had an injury coming into the day. He had a thumb injury.
That's right.
So we missed that as well. So the Kings were down like 5 players.
Jeez.
I mean, that's not and then they lost 2 more.
Yeah.
So like game over. But you got to play the same team again in 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
Can't be game over. Like you got to figure out.
Yeah, you can't just punt.
I would have liked to have seen them tinker a little bit more with defensive sets to try to slow down Zion. So
that's something I think they'll probably do over these next couple of days. Like they're not gonna roll out the same scheme that they just did. They're gonna throw a little wrinkle at New Orleans.
Well, they better. I mean, really, because if not, like you're gonna get thumped again.
Yeah.
So I mean, you don't want this to be like a Houston thing all over again, especially against a team that you're gonna be competing for in the standings, and you don't want to get an 0-2 on a team like this. Kyle, and I think my biggest problem from this one, which we have in the ugly category, is they had no answer for Zion or Brandon Ingram, and to me, that's what's going to keep coming back up. Like, Mike Brown stepped up in post game and had some really good sound about like, look, we all got beat, and we've heard him say this before, but he said, I got beat by their head coach, like everyone got beat. And this is one of those games where, like, call a timeout and work on something to stop Zion from doing the exact same play again and again and again and again. Like, they tried to wall him off. I got that. Mm-hmm. But even, like, I watched JaVale McGee, and JaVale McGee was playing goalkeeper, really. He was standing behind while Zion was going around somebody to the left. Well, Zion's one of those dudes that, like, we've all played out on the blacktop or at a gym somewhere. And there's that one dude that doesn't matter how big of a guy he's going up against or how many times you played him. And that somehow he magically has a way of scoring a layup at the rim, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Zion is. And I thought that by JaVale McGee standing under the hoop, as opposed to shifting up like a step and cutting off the left side of the baseline there, he could have actually become part of the play. First of all, take a charge. Somebody step in and take a charge.
Hey, okay, look.
I don't care. Take a charge.
Hang on, pause. I'm with you 99 times out of 100. Zion Williamson is a refrigerator, dog.
I don't care. Like, I got to be honest. Like,
that's a refrigerator rolling around on a Roomba, just a bank vault of a person.
If they ever
slide in front of that,
if they ever let me go play on an NBA court for 30 seconds, the first thing I'm doing is standing in there while LeBron James dunks all over me and I take a charge. Like, that's the like that's who you gotta be in that situation. I don't care who it is, like whether it's Kessler, whether it's like somebody go out there. Davion Mitchell, I need you to go stand right here and take a charge. Okay.
Zion's listed at 6'6", 284.
Yeah, and you know he has that clause, right? Like his contract goes down dramatically if his body fat and weight come in above 300.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, he loses like tens of millions. Oh yeah. No, I mean, sure, he's scary.
Just an
LeBron's scarier. Like LeBron is gonna like injure you, but that's the game. That like if you're trying to make it in the NBA, like throw Jalen Slauson out there. Jalen Slauson, if you can take 2 charges, like drinks are on us the whole time in New Orleans.
Hurricanes and beignets on me if you take a charge from Zion.
That's right. Yeah.
I think in your premise of taking a charge from LeBron, I think your feet are probably still moving. At least on the first one. You got to adjust to the game speed, James.
Maybe, but I'm getting in there and getting in the way.
And with your back?
I don't care. Well, that's why I have a back like this. Like you go out there, you're going to play. You play hard, man. That's it. Like none of this stand under the basket and wave at a ball that you know you're not going to get. Like, come on. Somebody step up and take the charge. So I thought that was schematically there was a problem with what the Kings were doing. They tried to wall them off.
Yeah.
But then, you know, again, once you lost Keegan Murray, you had no one to slow down Brandon Ingram. And I kind of feel bad for Kessler Edwards because that's one of those things where all of a sudden you're like, okay. And like, that's kind of the way. If he can't slow down Brandon Ingram at all, then that's supposed to be what you're there for.
That's legit one of your primary jobs for sure. And he's probably gonna have to do it again on Wednesday. I don't know. There's no reporting out on this, but I would be pretty surprised if Keegan plays on Wednesday.
Yeah, we'll see, because again, we didn't see what happened. So if it's, you know, again, there's a big difference between tightening up in your low back when you're 23 and tightening up in your low back when you're in your 40s.
Yeah.
Especially with their technology and what they've got going on. So we'll have to see what he looks like tomorrow. But anyway,
you know that meme of Shaq that goes around on Twitter of him saying, "I apologize, I wasn't familiar with your game."
Yeah.
That's a little bit how I feel about Jordan Hawkins.
Okay.
I had no idea who Jordan Hawkins even is.
Yeah,
I think Jordan Hawkins can play.
Was he like the 14th pick in the draft? Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, 14th. Yeah, I don't even know why I confirmed that anymore. But yeah, it's not like he wasn't like outstanding last night or anything. But just I went and looked him up.
You're like, who's that guy?
I went, what the heck is a Jordan Hawkins? Because again, I don't follow the draft super close, and I certainly don't watch a ton of Pelicans. And then I go look, I'm like, man, he's shooting 36% from 3 on 7.5 attempts this year. He's 13 points, 3 boards.
Yeah.
4 boards, 2 assists. My man can play a little bit.
With the other guy that I really like there is Dyson Daniels. Dyson Daniels, I think in the right situation, I mean, he's a legit, like they list him at 6'8" at point. So he's one of those they're Australian kids. And I really like him. I liked his game coming in. He's not going to be as good as say like a Josh Giddey. But he does have like the similar he plays defense. He can handle the ball. He's got good court vision.
Yeah.
He's a good ball player. They've done a good job of like acquiring talent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they always do the best job of developing their talent, but acquiring it is one thing. And then, stumbling upon Herb Jones. Like, where's the Herb Jones for the Sacramento Kings in every one of these drafts?
God, Herb Jones can play, man.
Yeah.
He's really good.
I guess, maybe that's what the Kings were looking at when they went out and got Jalen Slauson. Like, just go try to find a bunch of 6'7", 6'8", 3-4 combo guys and see if you can find one that becomes Herb Jones. Like,
dude, 1,000%.
Yeah.
Like, that's how I feel about the 49ers with offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Like, just draft 6 of them or draft 3 and then sign a couple in after the draft.
Yeah. Let them fight it out. Like, let's see who rises to the top. You got to be able to find somebody.
And if it's nobody, then try again next year.
Yeah. Go give me one of the angry guys.
Mm-hmm.
Go get me one of the guys with like the crazy wingspan offensive line guys. And then go get me like 2 of the guys that run like a ridiculously stupid 40 time for a guy that's that size.
They're like undersized, but they're a technician.
Yeah. The guys you're like,
let it work out.
That guy ran a 4.8. Are you kidding me? Like, he plays guard. Like, yeah, go get me, like, just go and do it every year until you find,
when you're going to be picking where the Kings pick in the draft, late first round.
Yeah.
I 1,000% think that's any second round picks you have between 6'8" and 6'10. Make sure they can play defense and see how it works.
Yeah. I mean, it's sort of like go out and find guys like Zeke and Najee, right? That plays for the Denver Nuggets. And again, a late first round flyer, and you hope that he's going to develop, but you've got time because like a team like the Kings, you've got some veterans at those positions. But if you bring a guy slow, bring him along slow, and you really use your G League the right way and you develop him, you need the 3-and-D, the lengthy guys. Like, and that's where I'm okay with a guy like Kessler Edwards being on the bench. Like, and I'm okay with a guy like KZ Okpala last year.
Yeah.
Like that. These are the types of guys we're talking about. You need one of them to try to figure out how to be like at a minimum, like Derek Jones Jr.
Yeah.
But maybe you can get a Herb Jones. Maybe you can get, I don't know, somebody who just jumps off the page and is way better. One of the McDaniels brothers, like one of those guys, all of a sudden they're a better defender than you thought. They've got the length, they've got the athleticism. So when you
Jade McDaniels, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So when you have a game against Brandon Ingram and all of a sudden your primary defender and Keegan Murray goes down with a back injury, you get someone else that actually has a 7'2" wingspan that can go out there and try to defend somebody who's like a freakish athlete.
Yeah, and they don't need to fill it up scoring wise. Can you just make the other team guard you?
Yeah, and can you hit the 3? Can you at least do that for me?
Make them respect that.
Yeah, and I feel like the Pelicans do a good job of that. They find those guys because they've got Trey Murphy too hiding on the bench that that was hurt and missed the game last night.
Yeah, Herb Jones, just to your point, 33.7% from 3 in his rookie year, 33.5 the next year, just on 2.5 shots a game. And he's 35% this year and definitely improving as a shooter. So, I mean, making teams get out there and guard him. Like, he's just not a player that, okay, he's off to the side. We're going to play 4-on-5.
Yeah. And I think right now the Kings have been acquiring the 2-guard version of that, the multi-positional, like 1-2-3 version of that, which is Colby Jones and Keon Ellis's of the world.
Yeah.
Now it's time to really focus on finding that next level guy, which again, Maxim Prosper, why am I drawing a blank? The guy that was drafted by the Dallas Mavericks with the
Derek Lively?
No, with the 24th pick. Olivier Maxence Prosper. That's the name. 6'8", Adam Marquette. Like he's got crazy wingspan, crazy vert, all this stuff. He hasn't played a lot, but in 2 years, they've done a good job of bringing along guys like Josh Green.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe the Kings can find someone like that.
Let's get real quick before we hit the break. Let's name our Jiffy Lube fast break player of the game. And like I said, we decided it wasn't going to be a Pelican. So we picked the Black Falcon himself, Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes is your Jiffy Lube fast break player of the game.
The password is
Barnes.
Barnes.
Yep, Barnes, Barnes at ESPN1320.com.
Yep.
There is a Jiffy Lube contest page right at the front. You click that, enter the keyword, and you will get a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. We're going to be giving away one of these after each and every Kings game this year. Alfred in Sacramento, Alexander in Rockland, they've already received their gift certificates. Chris H, Brian K, Joanne B, Sonia M, and Lorenzo R have also won. Check your emails if you're listening. By the way, you're going to have a little surprise from Jiffy Lube in there. It's a $100 gift certificate.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
One of those people. One of those people out there.
You could be one of them.
You could be one of them.
Go in there right now. ESPN1320.com. Hit that Jiffy Lube contest page. Enter the keyword Barnes, Barnes, for your chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. All right, let's talk. Let's put a pin in the Kings for a bit. And there was a kind of wild Monday night game last night. Let's talk about Monday Night Football, where the Eagles beat the Chiefs. What does it mean for the 49ers? And are the Chiefs receivers so bad that we're dropping them out of the top 5 in our NFL power rankings? We'll talk about that next. It's The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, here on ESPN 1320.
What's going on? I don't think Ramsey has won a Jiffy Lube.
I really want him to.
Yeah, me too. And Steven Castaneda. I hope he wins.
I might start. We need to figure out a way to have Jackie from promotions come in and guess the player of the game.
Okay.
Because I think she's gotten every single one right so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to give her okay, we did stick within the Kings tonight.
Yeah, that's what she guessed this morning, and she was like, she goes, "Did you pick a player from the Pelicans? Because the only player I can think of from the Kings is Barnes." Yep, you nailed it.
Yep. Yeah, let's hopefully you guys win one of these gift cards. We're pulling for you guys, Steven and Ramsey.
Yeah, we're pulling for the chatty house more than we're pulling for the radio.
We're not rigging any of this. We don't touch any of it. It goes to somebody else. The contest thing is way more complicated than anyone would think. There's legalese. There's a whole document that's put together about these things.
Yeah, it's not like we just get a stack of gift certificates and we're like, hey, we're just gonna go hand these out.
We're just like,
let's go make it rain.
Make it rain, Kyle. No, we're not allowed to do any of that. See, code word, Travis Shamma mockery. I like that word.
I'm going to post the link in here real quick.
Oh, winner take all. Oh, Michigan's got a winner take all league. That's bold.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, that's big.
I'm one of 3 8-3 teams in the Dynasty League.
We improved to 6-5 this week. We've had a rough go. Been a hit and miss season. Now I've got a bunch of people who are questionable.
Yeah, it wasn't one of those hey, somebody jumps out. So Harrison Barnes was the high scorer, so he got the player of the game.
That's right.
That's what's going to happen in games like that.
Harrison Barnes. Yes, I agree with this, Zabo. If you keep putting in, oh, my bad. We will all win one at some point, except for Kyle and I. Although Kyle needs one.
Yeah, I can't win though.
I know, it's not legal.
Yeah, I can't even my family and friends can't even win.
It's part of the contest.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, once everybody in the chatty house wins, we can all go to Jiffy Lube together.
And just back up one Jiffy Lube.
Yeah.
Hey, 2 hours.
Clear your schedules, boys.
Let's do this. Hang out, Jiffy Lube.
I just got an email from the 49ers announcing something.
Uh-oh.
I love this. They're announcing all of their partnerships this year. San Francisco 49ers announce details for Monterey Watch Party in Mexico, presented by Foliati Casino.
In Mexico? They have a partnership in Mexico?
I guess so.
A casino in Mexico.
It's for the 49ers Eagles game on December 3rd. Oh, we're coming back. Oh, yeah, we're back. Rob W. in our chatty house made a great point. We were talking at the break about the Jiffy Lube $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate that we were giving away as part of the Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game promotion we're running throughout the year. After every Kings game, we're giving away a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. And I said, yeah, hey, hope everybody here wins. James and I can't win. And then I said, our family and friends can't even win. And so Rob W. brought up the point. He said, so if I win, does that mean we're not friends? I mean, not legally. I think technically friends can win, but
I think so too.
Not if we're doing like,
if we're like giving away a car.
Yeah, we're not.
Or if we're giving away something spectacular during December, which is not a car.
Yeah, but it's still dope.
It's gonna be a little sketchy.
It's the thing that I've most been sad that I can't win.
Oh.
Like, again, been part of some cool giveaways at different stations, and it's always been like, oh, that's a cool thing.
Years ago, I won something at a radio station.
Was it this one?
It may have been this one. I won something from the Rise guys, and it was cool. It was an autographed Joe Montana lithograph.
Oh, sick.
Like, it was absolutely beautiful. And I for whatever reason, I ended up giving it to my boss at NBC, my previous boss before the last one I had there, because he was building an office at his house, and I thought it would look cool in his office.
Oh,
yeah,
that was nice of you.
Yeah,
hell yeah.
I probably shouldn't have, because it would look really good in my bar now.
Yeah, it definitely would. That'd look really.
Hey Jeff,
cool
if you're out there, send it back my way. Probably
your time with the autographed Joe Montana lithograph is done.
Yeah. Did you see that the Colts? It looks like they have released. Why am I drawing a blank here?
Jonathan Taylor?
No, Shaquille Leonard. Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah. Wow.
Not a player that the 49ers are going to pursue.
No, he's available though.
He was an unbelievable player for them a couple years ago. And what did he have? Do you have a knee thing?
I don't know. I think he's ready to play, I think, but I'm not positive.
A back thing.
Oh,
he had a back thing. Hasn't been as good since.
No.
Speaking of the NFL, the Eagles beat the Chiefs last night on Monday Night Football in a Super Bowl rematch, 21-17. Much to the chagrin of fans everywhere, Taylor Swift was not in the building. Bad loss for the Chiefs.
Well, I blame Taylor Swift. I think they're undefeated when she's there.
I believe that's correct. Not that they've lost a lot of games this year, but dude, so here's one thing. The 49ers remain 2 games back of the Eagles. The Eagles now 9-1. So unless the Niners win this week and the Eagles lose, when the Niners play in Philly, the 1 seed won't be up for grabs.
Yeah.
It'll be a game where the Niners can either, they'd be, assuming they go into that game 2 games back, a win keeps them in the race, a loss knocks them out, basically.
Yeah.
So there'll be something to play for. It'll be a huge game, but I don't think it's going to be as meaningful as we thought it might be.
As it could have been.
Yes, that's
yeah, but there's still plenty of time for Philadelphia to lose a game.
I mean, they got a tough schedule coming up.
If the Chiefs could have caught the ball at all, they would have won this game. Like, this would not. At least that's what I mean.
Bro, I'm with you. The Chiefs have 26 drops this year.
Dude, I would drop all these fools after the season, all of them. Like
26.
You get a pink slip, and you get a pink slip, and you get like Tony. Like, you don't even get like
a good punt returner.
We're not even going to put one in the locker. We're just going to leave it on the floor in front of your locker, and so you know, tape it to the outside so you know Everyone knows, no, you're gone, bro.
Patrick Mahomes basically goes into every game knowing that his receivers are going to drop between 2 and 3 passes.
Did you see he went to throw his headband into the stands and a fan dropped it?
No way.
Yeah, seriously.
Stop.
2 fans. I'm not joking. I was watching it on the replay above. Like the thing he takes off his head, he goes to throw it, slips right through the fingers of 2 people, like a husband and wife, it looked like, in the stands.
Oh my God, that's so perfect.
Yeah, he had to go over and pick it up and give it back.
Give it to 28 drops.
Yeah, it's just
they both drop.
It's just absolutely ridiculous, man. Especially the Scantling Valdez. Like, he dropped a touchdown. And how many they've lost 2 games this season, 2 because of wide receivers dropping passes in crucial moments.
Yeah, against the Lions in this one. The thing with MVS last night, I don't know why he dove. JT O'Sullivan on his YouTube channel, QB School, it's really good. He does a great job. But he always talks about like receivers leaving their feet unnecessarily.
Oh yeah.
And how guys will just randomly on a face high throw like jump, and that slows you down. It allows defenders to close. And MVS just needed to run through that. That was a dot. That was a perfect throw.
It was a perfect touchdown throw.
And he, for some reason, decided to lay out. And Tyreek Hill did tweet. He's like, you don't know how hard it is to find the ball in those lights.
Oh.
Like it was probably split second trying to get the depth, and he panicked. And so I get it. It's a tough play, but man.
But you have to make that play. Like,
I agree.
If you want to be a wide receiver for a great team, you can't drop balls like this. And like, it's just embarrassing. Like that Watson, the tight end, had a big game. He dropped like 3 or 4 balls, including one at the end, which was, they're just showing all the drops right now.
It's really tough.
It's just like one after, and so many of them were just straight in their hands. Like Travis Kelce dropped at least 1 pass.
Man.
Yeah, just brutal to watch, man. I don't get it. But it's a big problem. And I blame the general manager and Andy Reid. Like, not only did you not bring this guy help, not only did you trade Tyreek Hill, but you didn't go in at the trade deadline when everyone knew you needed a wide receiver. You didn't go in and improve that core.
Mm-hmm.
It's just bad. So
yeah, I get letting Tyreek Hill walk, but you have to then do something to replace him, and they've done nothing to try and replace it. At least the Niners, when they traded DeForest Buckner, big mistake, but they drafted Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah,
they made an attempt to replace him. It's not worked. Javon Kinlaw is a not great NFL player, but they then went and fixed the mistake with Javon Hargrave. The Chiefs fixed it with Juju Smith-Schuster last year. Okay, you won a Super Bowl, that works. But then they didn't really do anything this offseason. And you're relying on Kadarius Toney, and that hasn't worked, I guess. But they got to do something different this offseason, because it's really clear, like, okay, there is a bar for Patrick Mahomes receivers. It's not, hey, James Ham and Kyle Madsen could go split out wide, and Patrick Mahomes is going to go throw for 3 bills and 2 touchdowns.
Kyle, I've got great hands. I wouldn't have dropped those balls.
I don't doubt that for 1 second.
I was a wide receiver.
But I don't know if you're going to be able to take a hit after also taking a charge from Zion.
No, I cannot take a hit at all. No, I'm going to Steve Largent this thing. I'm going to go down before I get run over every step of the way.
Can I? Do I want to get to the important thing or unimportant thing first? Unimportant thing first. The whole could you throw for 100 yards in an NFL game thing is no. The answer is no.
No.
The answer is no.
No.
Zero chance, dude.
No.
I'm giving you. People go, oh, a screen pass. I don't care. You're not completing a screen pass.
No.
At least not in a way that's going to be conducive to your pass catchers going and getting yards.
Yeah, go watch a high school football game. If you think you can do that, go watch a high school football game right now and think, oh, I probably could not have completed that pass.
Go watch a college game and understand that 99.9% of the quarterbacks that are playing in those games are not even going to sniff the NFL.
Ever. Yeah, I'm with you, man. Like, no, you could not do.
You couldn't.
You could not hit a shot in an NBA game.
Who is our Kendall Hinton? Was that his name? The guy in Denver who had to start game
the wide
during the
receiver?
pandemic. Yeah. He played quarterback at Wake Forest. He played quarterback in Division I football.
But then they never let him throw the ball once. I think I picked him up and started him that week.
Oof.
And it hurt me. I think it actually cost me a week.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
But it's like he comes in and you see how bad that was. And you think you rando on the street is going to stop it. Anyways, Chiefs receivers. Was that enough to knock them out of your top 5?
Yes.
Wow. I still have them in the top 5.
No.
I've got Eagles, Ravens, Lions, Niners, Chiefs.
Well, what is that? Is that their third loss or their fourth loss? Their third loss.
Third
loss. Yeah. No. I'm taking them out. Like you can't
Who goes
go
in
out there. At this point, it doesn't even matter.
Cowboys?
I just put like a placeholder, maybe.
Dolphins?
Okay. Cowboys and Dolphins, like with a slash in the middle.
There you go. Top 6 in your top 5. I love that.
Yeah. I don't know. Like the Browns. I don't know. Like
the Browns still had Deshaun Watson. The Browns would be 4 for me. I don't think that their quarterback situation is going to be conducive to them winning a playoff game.
I didn't think it was conducive to them winning when they had Watson. But at the same time, like you can't have a team this good have problems like this.
Yeah. I tend to agree. I think I'm just leaning on the Mahomes, Andy Reid connection and a half decade of that and going, they'll figure it out. And maybe they have, and their receivers just aren't going to catch the football and have it not matter.
They're just
but
trash,
they're going to stick in the top 5 for me for now.
Yeah.
All right. That's our NFL talk for the day. Let's take a look around the rest of the Western Conference last night. As the Kings were losing to the Pelicans, there were 4 other games going on in the West. We'll tell you about those when we come back. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
I think it's Eagles. The Eagles are the number 1 team in the league.
Yeah, I
don't think it's close. Yeah, and after the Eagles, I think I'm going 49ers again.
How long is my I have to go to the bathroom. How long is my
I have to stand up because my back is hurting.
Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna do some math real quick.
You go ahead and do whatever you need
1,
to
2,
do.
3. Okay, I'm gonna bounce at the next break. Yeah, the Eagles are by far the number 1 team in the league for me. I have the Ravens at 2 still. I mean, they're the number 1 seed in the AFC, and I think there's more good on their resume than bad at this point. I lost to the Browns is kind of odd, but the Lions I have at 3. I think there's just so many different, and I feel the same way about the Lions that I do the Ravens. There's just so many different ways they can win.
I think the Niners are better than the Lions.
They're good in the trenches, and they might be in a one game sample, but the 49ers don't, or the Lions don't have that string of bad losses that the Lions have figured out a way to pull out a couple of games this year. And so I have them ahead of San Francisco for now, but then I have San Francisco 4, and then I have Kansas City 5. That's how I got this shit. But the thing is that the big thing for me with these top 5, and honestly, I don't believe in the Cowboys, so I'm not gonna put the Cowboys here. But I think when you include the Dolphins, and I think that's probably it. I think the 5 teams that I have here, Eagles, Ravens, Lions, Niners, Chiefs, are the 5 teams that can realistically win the Super Bowl. And then, like I said, if you want to throw the Dolphins in there, I'm in.
Okay, so wait, you think the Lions can win the Super Bowl?
100%.
I don't.
Is it because they're the Lions?
No, I just don't think that they've proven it enough yet. I don't know. The Eagles aren't dominating, but they keep winning. And they're, what are they, 10-1 or 11-1? 10-1.
9-1.
9-1. Something in 1.
All right, here we go. 10 seconds. Hey, quick alert. New merchandise is up now at shopdeloandkc.com. Got some Insiders hoodies up there. You got a Kings Beat edition that's Kings colored. You got a Niners Wire edition that is 49ers colored. There's an Oakland Forever hoodie that is A's themed with a special little message to A's ownership inside.
Oh.
And you can get 30% off everything between now and Sunday. So from now until Sunday, get 30% off everything at shopdeloandkc.com. So that's Delo and KC. But again, there's new Insiders merch. I shouldn't say new. It is the first Insiders merch.
Oh, it is.
So the first Insiders merch is up now at shopdeloandkc.com. 30% off everything at the site from now until Sunday. Go get your hoodies and things of that nature today. Get in time for the holidays.
Yeah.
Maybe you want something, a little something for yourself, a little something for a significant other, a friend, a family member.
I love it.
Yeah, man. I can't wait to wear an Insiders hoodie.
Okay.
And when people go, "What's that?" and I go, "That's my radio show."
That's my radio show, bro. What do you mean?
It's this thing I do.
It is.
All right, let's take a look around the West last night. The Kings lost, but did you keep track at all of the Nuggets Pistons game?
No.
So that was one of those games that when I saw it on the schedule, I'm going, "Oh, hey, this has like 50-point blowout alert."
Okay. I agree.
Denver only won by 4, 107-103. Nikola Jokic and Mike Malone got ejected in the first half.
What?
Yeah, so they both got tossed. I'm pretty sure it's in the first half, based on
their minutes.
Based on and then what I read, but also,
yeah,
I did a whole thing on the Kings schedule on this show one time and misread like 3/4 of the schedule, so I don't fully trust myself yet. But yeah, Nikola Jokic winds up only playing 15 minutes. Instead, it was Reggie Jackson and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope leading the way for the Nuggets in a 107-103 win over the Pistons.
The Pistons are horrible.
They're really bad, man.
Yeah.
Like they have good players. I think they have a couple of like cornerstone type of pieces. I think Cade Cunningham is legit. I think Jalen Duren is legit.
Duren's always hurt, man.
Yeah,
he's been hurt.
He's not very Durenable.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, he's killing my fantasy team because he just can't stay healthy.
Yeah, that's so Jalen Duren, when he is healthy, can play.
Yeah.
But then like Jaden Ivey.
Okay, so how many
Marvin Bagley?
How many top 10
James
picks?
Wiseman.
So Asur Thompson, top 5 pick.
Oh, Asur Thompson can play too.
Oh yeah, he's exciting.
He is really good.
Marvin Bagley, number 2. Cade Cunningham, number 1. Jaden Ivey, number 5.
James Wiseman, number 2.
James Wiseman, number 2. Killian Hayes, number 9. Jalen Duren, number 10. Kevin Knox, number 9. No, Jalen Duren fell to, I think, 13.
Okay.
But that's a lot of lottery picks. Like the entire team is basically lottery picks.
Yeah. Duren 13. No, I love that idea though for team building.
Okay.
Like just try and stack up these lottery picks, and if they don't work out, then you're getting more lottery picks. That's a good flyer to take. Why not?
Okay. And
like they got James Wiseman for basically nothing.
Even Alec Burks was like the 12th pick in the draft, I want to say.
I can't believe Alec Burks is still in the league.
Actually, he's been really productive for them. The only team he was never productive for, he's a 12th pick in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
The only team that he's been just really horrible for was the Sacramento Kings. When he played 13 games during the 2018-19 season, averaged 1.7 points per game, never hit a 3-pointer for the Kings. And that was
Unreal.
After he was averaging 11-6 for the Cavs earlier when they traded for him. He got to Sacramento and couldn't play basketball.
Well, and that was so I remember that he was really bad for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Then he came to Golden State and was a big part of that Golden State team in the 1920 season where they won like 12 games or 15 games or whatever it was.
Yeah, he averaged 16 a game.
Yeah, but again, it was like, oh, okay, he's on this team. Like this is what Alec Burks is. And now he's just continued to carve out roles with Philly and New York and now Detroit. Good for him.
Yeah, good for Alec Burks. I always liked him coming into the draft, and actually I thought the Kings might draft him that year. That's a Jimmer draft. Like he's like a multi-positional player at Colorado, right? Yeah, I really liked him in the draft that year. If they move back, and then you had Klay Thompson goes 11, he goes 12, Jimmer goes 10. I think Kemba Walker went 9, Brandon Knight went 8.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bismack Biyombo, who the Kings actually drafted that year and then traded him, as part of the Bano trade. Yeah. So interesting draft.
Good career for Alec Burks. Good for him. Elsewhere in the West, the Warriors won. They beat Houston 121-116. Houston on the back end of a back-to-back there. Steph Curry, 32 points. Alperen Şengün is a dude. He's a dude that one day may be the guy.
He's fun, man.
30 points, 13 boards, 5 assists last night. Every time Golden State in that game started to pull away, they were up 13, 14. It was Şengün would come up with a defensive stop. Then he'd come up with an and one. And another stop. Oh, and here's Şengün again. Oh, and then here's a big offensive rebound. And Şengün, he was so good last night. And Golden State just didn't have any kind of answer for him. And that was on the back end of a back-to-back.
Yeah, his ability
21
to make a move on a move on a move on a move on a move. You're just sitting there like your head spinning. I can't believe he just keeps moving. What is he doing? What is he doing? Like, he's fun.
It reminds me a little bit, not exactly the same, but it reminds me a little bit of Al Jefferson. Like, Al Jefferson was just a technician in the post, right? And you could see him stacking this move on top of this one. And next thing you know, he's got a layup when he was guarded by 3 guys.
Yeah.
And Şengün did that a couple of times last night where it's like, man, I don't know how you defend that. Like, that's tough.
It's tough too, because he draws fouls. He does the, like, he's got the little poofy hair and he shakes.
But he's not
his head.
annoying about it.
I don't know. There's some times where I would have a tough time if you're playing against him.
Maybe I'm just all in on
not slapping him, just like here. Like, hey, bro, stop doing that. That's, you're too good to do that.
Golden State snapped a 6-game losing streak. It was their longest losing streak since Steph Curry's rookie year. Yikes. Well,
okay.
Longest losing streak was Steph Curry on the court since his rookie year.
Okay.
Timberwolves beat the Knicks 117-100. Minnesota now 10-3. Their defense is for real, dude.
Yeah, they're good.
They held the Knicks to 34.8% from the field and 23.7% from 3. I don't know how much I buy Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert come playoff time. I don't. I just.
Yeah, teams are going to space them and like light them up. I'm intrigued to see if the Kings are at any kind of strength on Friday when they play Minnesota, what that's going to look like.
Yeah, that. I want a series of that.
Okay. Because
I think the chess match there would be between Chris Finch and Mike Brown would be awesome. I would really love to see that. And then last one in the West last night, the Clippers beat the Spurs 124-99. Hey, back-to-back W's for the Clippers with James Harden. Does that team worry you at all in the West?
No.
Not at all. There's not even one part of you that's like, oh yeah, they'll figure something out.
I mean, they just beat the Rockets and the Spurs. Like, we can say whatever we want about the Spurs. I mean, the Rockets. Being
the Rockets
a team,
are fun little upstart.
Well, they are, but again, they're not going to be there in the end. And so, yeah, I'm not putting a lot of stake in beating the Rockets and the Spurs. Like again, they've got the Pelicans, they've got the Spurs coming up again. So now we're gonna they got a 3-game win streak. It's after they just had a 6-game losing streak. And so you put them up against teams like they lost to the Lakers, the Knicks, the Nets, the Mavs, the Grizzlies, the Nuggets. Oof. Like, bad teams. They're going to lose to good teams.
The Grizzlies, who have 2 wins, by the way.
Yeah, the Grizzlies. Yeah, one of them one of them came against this Clipper team. No, I don't think, like, the Clippers were well past the point where they have to prove it, because they've been this team where, like, a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, all of those years, you were like, oh, they're probably going to come out of the West.
Starting with Lob City.
Yeah.
This goes back to 12, 13.
Yeah, but even when they put together the combo of Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, and then they started adding all these pieces, everyone's like, oh, that's the team to beat in the West. And then they're not. They're never the team to beat. And so maybe they'll get there. Maybe they're going to be that team, but I don't know. For me, I'm not all in on what's happening with the Clippers.
Last thing, this has nothing to do with the West. I actually want to do that. I want to run through some of the teams in the West with you and decide what teams are the teams that the Kings are realistically going to be competing with down the stretch. Who's there now? Who's going to be there at the end of the year? We can do that next. But real quick, last thing on last night's games. The Wizards are the most unserious basketball team I've ever seen in my life, because they're not like the tanking Sixers, the process Sixers, right? That was a team designed to lose. They were supposed to lose games. The Wizards paid Kyle Kuzma. They traded for a heavily paid Jordan Poole. They acquired Tyus Jones. This is a team that appears to be trying to win. And they are abominable.
They're trying to skate by, man. They're trying to skate by until they can get, I don't know, another couple of players.
Giannis went... Did you see the box score from this game?
No.
Don't look. Giannis shot 23 times. How many field goals did he make?
20.
20.
What?
He went 20 of 23.
Yeah.
From the field. He had 42 points, 13 boards, 8 assists.
I had this conversation on D'Lo and Casey, like when Kyle Kuzma signed there, went back to Washington and didn't really sit down and hang out with the Kings and give him the real option of coming here. Mm-hmm. It showed you exactly who he was.
Mm-hmm.
He is not a winner.
Nope.
I am not a winner.
No. I'm gonna play this. Here's what he didn't say.
I'm a winner.
No.
It's not what he said. Jordan Poole, meanwhile, 30 points. How many shots?
23.
Oh, close. 26. 26 shots for Jordan Poole to get his 30 points.
Oh, my God. Talk about the most unserious player in the NBA.
My buddy lives out on the East Coast. He went to that game last night. He texted me. He's like, dude, I get it on Jordan Poole. Like, I totally get it.
I kept saying it for again and again. Like, I would have taken Malik Monk every single step of the way.
Just totally not serious basketball player.
Yeah.
All right.
Nope.
We'll talk more about the West. We're going to do MadProps next. That's the first thing we're doing.
MadProps.
I'm not going to forget. I'll explain the bit if you missed it. That's coming up on the other side. We are the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320.
I didn't realize the Hornets beat the Celtics last night.
Yeah, in OT. LaMelo had a really good game.
36,
I was watching
9,
highlights in that one. I'm not going to lie and act like I was super dialed in.
No, but
highlights and LaMelo was good.
Everything I read is whatever he's doing is a joke. Like,
I have to go to the restroom. So.
Yeah, go. Hi, friends. What do we got? Yeah, Poole is, I don't know. He's just not, like, when they signed him to that contract extension, I said it then. Why in the world would you give him that money? That did not make any sense at all. He's not a franchise player. He's not a player you can build around. Whatever. He's not the transition. Boy, Mark Williams. Whoa. 18 and 16 last night. Mark Williams is becoming a problem. Oh, look at Miles Bridges out there. 14 and 15. They got Miles Bridges back. I don't think we should talk about Miles Bridges. I just think that should be the way it is. Brandon Miller playing the shooting guard. Interesting. He was not good. PJ Washington's like, why the heck did I come back here? And now I'm coming off the bench. Yeah. Jordan Poole did steal the money. Points tomorrow. Domas are serving a mac and cheese. I don't think we're serving mac and cheese. But I don't, like, the places that I go for Thanksgiving don't typically serve mac and cheese. Chase Goodson, I don't know how Miles Bridges is allowed to play, but he has cleared all of his hurdles as of right now. I don't know why he didn't get, he's not getting suspended again for throwing a bunch of billiards balls through car windows while a woman and children are inside. I don't know. Oh, wow. That's good.
I don't know why I had to say that just to... I don't know why I had to say that just to you. Why can't I hear you?
Now, can you hear me? You shut my mic off.
Oh, oops. What a dummy. Sorry. I turned off the wrong mic.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay, here we go. We're doing mad props. I'm saying that first, and I'm putting that out into the universe.
Don't put a pen in it, Kyle.
No, I'm not. I'm pulling up the sheet right now. But before I do this, no, I'm gonna do it first. I'm gonna do this first.
No, go for it.
I'm just gonna do this first. Because I can't 100% remember what the other direction I was gonna go here.
Okay.
Oh no, do we want Faraz tomorrow? I'm producing live.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna hit Faraz.
And we
possible Fantasy Friday tomorrow.
And then we also have your
KJ Wright.
KJ Wright.
Seahawks and Raiders legend, KJ Wright.
Double guest.
Thank you to Ramsey for reminding me he played for the Raiders.
I'm in for the double guest.
Yeah, a 2-guest day to finish off the week.
That's right.
I also found out I don't have to be here at 5:30 in the morning.
Ooh,
that's big time.
Let's go.
I might. Hey, it might be it. No, it's not. It's not. Okay, here we go. Mad props. Let me get my sounds. Let me get my buttons ready. I really need to get a second pop for these buttons. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. I was a little bit of mask off by Future. You're all welcome. All right, here we go. Mad props. So what I do is as I pick two stats from the 49er game and from the Kings game, I pit them against each other. James and I decide which number is going to be higher. So the first one this week was 49ers passing yards or Kings-Spurs total points. James, you had Niners passing yards. Good choice. I had Kings-Spurs total points. 49ers, 333 passing yards, 249 was the total in Kings-Spurs, which double credit to you on this one. You said 249 was the exact number that you said.
And what was it?
249.
Okay. Yeah.
You said the exact when you were hemming and hawing, you were like, gosh, you're looking at probably like 249 for King. That's the exact number.
Okay.
So congratulations to you. That is a really great job. That's really good knowledge.
I think I had that game at 132 to 117. That would have been my like how I got to 249.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the final?
129, 120.
Okay.
Yeah. The next one, Brandon Ayuk catches or Kevin Huerter made threes. You and I both had Brandon Ayuk catches, and that was the right choice. He had 5 catches. Just one made 3 for Kevin Huerter against the Spurs. Tough night for Kayvon.
Red Velvet.
Red Vaughn. 49ers rushing attempts or Keegan Murray points, rebounds, and assists. You and I both went 49ers rushing attempts, and it was a good choice. 30 rushing attempts, 15 points, rebounds, and assists for
combined
Keegan Murray.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
not a good
really
game for
number.
Keegan. It's a very low number.
Is that the game where did he go out of that game for a little bit and then come back? Yes.
In
San Antonio.
Oh, yeah. And when he got the knee in the chest.
Yes.
Stomach.
Yeah.
Thing,
who was it that caught him? Was that?
No, that was against the Lakers. Because then he came in and got the steal and the dunk to kind of ice the game.
Oh, okay.
Is that? Did he do that again against the Spurs?
No, I just remember him like catching the knee to the stomach.
Yeah, that was Jackson Hayes, I believe, did that.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
is that right?
That makes sense.
Chatty House.
That makes sense.
I'm trying not to get sidetracked. I'm so on one right now. I'm so happy that I don't have to be here at 5:30. Jake Moody points or Harrison Barnes points. You took Harrison Barnes. I took Jake Moody. Moody actually won this one 9-7.
No.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. 3 touchdowns, 2 field goals.
Oh, Harrison
3
Barnes.
extra points, 2 field goals.
Let down.
Yikes.
Wow. How did I lose that one?
8.5. 8.5 was kind of the number I had in my brain for that. And for Barnes to only go 7. Oof.
That's tough.
Ronnie Bell catches or Davion Mitchell minutes. This one was just kind of a fun one I wanted to throw in there.
Yep.
We both took Davion Mitchell minutes. He wound up not playing. Ronnie Bell didn't play either. That one goes as a push. 49ers punts or Keon Ellis points, rebounds, and assists. We both went with Keon Ellis. 3 49ers punts, 5 points, rebounds, assists for Keon Ellis.
We win.
Yeah, so we tied this week.
Man, I can't believe Harrison Barnes let me down like that. He scored less than a kicker.
Yeah, it's tough.
Oh, that's brutal.
He scored less than a kicker who's not like particularly good.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Not great. Not great, Bob.
I want to talk about those other teams in the West real quick, particularly the Grizzlies. You brought up the Grizzlies, and I want to structure this around them. But first, I was really confident. I asked you before the game yesterday. I said, "Hey, if I give you a split in New Orleans, are you taking it, or are you chancing a 2-0 trip and risking an 0-2 trip?" And you said, "I'm taking the split."
Oh, I said I'd take the split.
Yeah, and I said, "I'm taking a chance at 2-0." So they lose the first one. What happened yesterday that I guess is more of a question for myself. I was trying to figure out what happened that I didn't foresee happening. I thought Zion might have a good game. Like, he is the type of center that, or I guess big man, not necessarily center, but big man that can do damage against a team like Sacramento that doesn't have a ton of rim protection.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, when he's rolling like he was last night, there's not a lot of players in the league who are slowing him down. Just period.
Yeah, but there should be teams that slow him down. And that's my problem. Like, the inability to stop him from doing a left-handed layup like 10 times in the first half. Like, come on.
Yeah, not great, for sure.
Figure that out. Like, that, to me, like, there was just, like, functionally, you have to stop that play.
Yeah.
And if they're beating you from the perimeter, that's fine. But what you can't do is give up all those points in the paint on, super high percentage shots and think that you're going to stick with that team.
Yeah.
They weren't the physical team. That was the answer. They weren't the physical team. And then they relied on the defense of Keegan Murray to really keep them in the game in the first half and limiting Brandon Ingram. And then once he was gone, it was over.
Yeah, that was the other thing. Brandon Ingram, 11 of 18 from the field, 5 of 5 from 3. He scores 31 points. Herb Jones goes 7 of 9. He has 18 points. Like, that all three of those guys having big nights is just not a thing that I would have anticipated.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah. So,
I would not have guessed that would be the case.
Now, here's the issue for Wednesday. If Keegan's out again, and Chris Duarte's banged up, it's like, I know that they're going to throw something a little bit different at Zion.
Sure.
They'll have something for Zion that he's not going, was he 12 of 16 again?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to ask Harrison Barnes to play him more.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how that's going to go for Harrison. He's going to come out bloodied and everything else. But
for me, it's, what the Warriors do with Domas, where when he gets the ball in the low post, it's just 4 dudes just surrounding him.
Yeah.
That's, I think, what you got. If Brandon Ingram and Herb Jones and Jordan Hawkins are going to make 15 threes between them, then you throw your hands up and say, so be it.
Yeah. I think you're going to have to leave somebody open.
Yeah.
And they hit their shots. But you just can't let them scramble like that and just, like, realistically, like, thump you.
Yeah. That's just demoralizing too.
Yeah. Well, this is a team you're going to compete with. This is a team that has aspirations. It's a team that a lot of people pick to be much higher up than they are in the standings. Like, you let them back up to 500 with that win, and you got to go out and try to salvage a little bit on this road trip, knowing that the last game of the road trip is going to be really tough. The last thing you want to do is lose 3 in a row coming home. Yeah.
Yeah. You can't, that would, again, nothing at this point of the year is going to undo anything, but that would be disappointing.
Yeah. Sure. That would put you back on, like, the yo-yo diet, right? Like,
and you just don't want that.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Because that becomes a trend now.
Yeah, you don't want to lose 3, win 6, lose 3.
Yeah, you can't.
And then you come back and you got the Warriors. End season tournament. And we forget Friday is end season tournament. So, like, you don't want this thing to snowball. Then you got the Clippers and you got the Nuggets. Like, okay.
You keep so you keep mentioning the in-season tournament. Is this something that the players and coaches are really like gung-ho about?
No, but
in your experience?
No, but I think that we do have to mention the end-season tournament, like Friday's end-season tournament game. Right now, the Kings are the leader, and they're in bracket C. Like, they're the leader, and you could have the opportunity to go play in Vegas in early December and play for this thing, whatever it might be. Like, who cares what it is? Like, just like, it is a way for you to go put your name on something if you can, and to just show that, like, once again, you're an upper echelon team, and that upper echelon team should be there. And I think that's what the NBA is hoping for. There's not a bunch of randos.
Yeah.
But it's a bunch of really good teams fighting it out for a trophy. You got an opportunity, and like what I would hate to see the Kings do right here is to like start piling up on some losses.
You want to talk like a big thing here is like how the national media covers the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
If they win the in-season tournament, I think it dramatically alters the way they're covered.
Maybe
they've made
could
such
also
a huge
be like,
deal about it. No, because you can't just backpedal. If you've committed the time and resources to covering this event as a huge deal, the way ESPN and the NBA have, you can't just then go, wait, who won? Nah, never mind. Like they're trying to make this a thing moving forward. There's going to be like edicts from the league coming down like, hey, the Kings won the in-season tournament. You got to promote it. You got to promote it. You got to promote it. Edict? Is that the word?
Yeah, but I'm going to say like, I would be worried that what we'll hear from this is, is that the league, I mean, that national media guys are like, look, it's the cute Kings. They won the in-season tournament. You know, that's where their focus is. You know, we know that that's what they're thinking. They want to be one of those teams that win as many games as possible in the regular season. But when the real playoffs start, who are they?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that's what I kind of think. Like, if I were to look in the crystal ball, I don't think that they're going to get the props that they would deserve if they won the thing. Like, if Minnesota wins it, everyone's going to be like, oh, we told you.
Yeah.
Like, this is the team. And it's because they've been saying that all year.
I think you're going to get a lot of, if the Kings win it, I think you'd get a lot of, like, nothing that people here don't know already. But again, this is about the national media coverage, right? I think you'd get a lot of like, oh, hey, is De'Aaron Fox a top 10 guy discussions? And hey, Domantas Sabonis a top 15 guy discussions. And hey, De'Aaron Fox MVP candidate. And oh, look, Keegan Murray can play. And look at what Kevin Huerter's doing. Like, you know, I think that's kind of what would wind up happening is all the stuff that we already know. I don't think that national TV people are going to start saying anything new, at least to people out here.
No, I get you. I mean, they might start talking about the Kings in slightly different light if they have a dominant performance and play really well and come away with some sort of victory. Now,
it would be really funny if they just went, in-season tournament doesn't matter. After blowing it out this whole year and then just being like, never mind.
Well, I mean, like, we know that they want like Celtics, Lakers. You know, totally, that's what you know, they want that in the finals.
Yes.
Like
the historic matchup.
Yeah, you want some historic, like over the top. Oh, look what we did. We created the in-season tournament and like we got the up and coming.
What's the best team the Kings can play to like flip the spread? Like to just flip the table on this. Is it the Magic? I feel like it's the Magic.
Oh, yeah, you mean the most negative?
Yeah, like the most random assortment of teams.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good question. Like, who would it be? Well, I mean, we don't have to worry about the Wizards because it's not like they're.
It's definitely not going to be the Wizards.
I'd have to look at the standings and say, okay, what would be the team?
NBA.
Like again, well, I mean, it might be Milwaukee because that's you know what it could be. How you could actually make this fun, Kyle.
Pacers.
Let's
go, baby.
Kings.
Come on.
Pacers, Kings.
Right, yeah.
In-season tournament.
That's what I need.
Winner.
Give me Pacers, Kings.
Winner can say that they won the trade. That's right.
Pistons 0-3 with a minus. The Wizards are 0-3 with a minus 35 point diff in the in-season tourney. Yikes.
Wait, the Pistons?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the Wizards.
Oh, the
Pistons
Wizards
are minus 22.
Okay, and then like I would think Atlanta Kings or Cleveland Kings would not be a good, like people would not be super happy about that.
Yeah, but like Trae Young, Donovan Mitchell, those are like really popular national players, right? But you give me Tyrese Halliburton v. De'Aaron Fox. I need that.
Oh, I want to point something out here from the chat. Dwayne Baker, Kyle is not a Kings insider.
I am very much not.
He is not. He is a 49ers.
Correct.
Insider. He covers the 49ers.
Correct.
Yeah. Just
and I watch dramatically more Kings than I do Warriors, I promise.
Yeah. Well, it's because you have to.
Right. One of them affects my life, the other one doesn't. So
especially not in a
honestly,
positive way at this point.
if we're keeping it a stack, one is way more fun to watch than the other one.
That's very true.
So that's where I land right now. So I'm sure. Yeah. Speaking of, no, I was trying to get a slick transition in there and I couldn't. You mentioned in the last segment, we were talking about the Pelicans being a team that the Kings are trying to that are trying to compete with the Kings.
Okay.
For example. And then you brought up the Grizzlies. Before I want to talk about who's real and who's fake to you in the West. But are the Grizzlies, have they dug themselves in such a deep hole that they're just not even even once Ja Morant gets back, if they're 5-20, are they just an afterthought?
Well, they're 3-10 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are. That's a really tough hill to climb out of.
Yeah,
because then you're talking about the final, like, what is that, 57 games of the season. You've almost got to be perfect, right? So, like, can you go 40-17? Like, I don't think that they can go 40-17. Like,
no,
like 23 games over 500, and that's probably what it would take. I don't know. No, because because I think getting into the playoffs is going to take more than, it's probably going to take 45 at the least.
Like, man.
I don't know.
They'd have to be really damn good, and I just don't think, like, Ja is a really good player, but I just don't believe that he is in the. I don't think he'd be able to overcome all the other losses that Memphis has taken.
Yeah, because it's not just Ja. And then on top of that, can they get to 5 or 6 wins before he gets back? And we're talking about a team that just lost Marcus Smart for some time. They've already lost Steven Adams for the season. Brandon Clark's done for most of the season. Yeah. I mean, it's like, how much weight can a couple of players, like why am I drawing a blank? Like Jaren Jackson, but also
Desmond Bane.
Yeah, Desmond Bane.
Love Desmond Bane.
I love him too, but like, how much weight can he hold?
Right. Right. So that's just it. Is you're talking that Ja just doesn't move the needle like that for me. He's really good, and he makes them better. Like, they're not going to finish the season on a 6-19 pace or whatever they're going to be by the time he comes back. They'll be better, but even if they go 30-27, like, they're not sniffing a 10 seed.
Yeah, I would like to see what Ja looks like when he comes back too. Mm. And does he take it serious? Is this like the last of these incidents we've had that we'll have? And to be honest, I don't think it is. But he has an opportunity to come back and just be really, really good. The problem that he has is, like, not only does he do the stupid off the court stuff, but he also gets hurt a lot. Mm-hmm. And so he's a player that you can't even trust is going to be there. Yeah. Of the last 57, that he's going to be there, 45 games. And that makes it even more difficult for this team.
Okay, so let's run through the West real quick. Nope, that's not. Bless you.
Excuse me.
All right, let's real quick run through the West. So the Grizzlies are out.
Yep.
Regardless of Grizzlies out, I'm going to start at the bottom here. Spurs out. Trailblazers out, Grizzlies out, Jazz
out.
I'm out on the Jazz.
Yeah,
I was out on the Jazz to start the year.
I mean, they could sneak in to be the 10, but I think I'm out.
I'm top six. That's what I want to talk about.
Top 6. Okay.
Top 6. Clippers.
No.
Not even as a 6 seed.
I mean, maybe. Like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No.
Here, let's do this. Let me go back to the top now. Timberwolves are in. Timberwolves are a top 6 team.
Probably.
Denver.
Yes.
OKC.
OKC's bubble.
Bubble top 6?
I mean, I think they're good right now, but bubble top 6. I think they have a chance.
I'm all in on the Thunder. The Thunder are in for me.
Dallas, I get you.
Dallas is a bubble team for me.
Dallas bubble team.
Okay. The Kings are in. Lakers.
Bubble.
Suns.
They're in.
Suns are in.
They'll figure it out.
Houston?
No.
Okay. So how many does that give us? Timberwolves, Nuggets. I have the Thunder in. Kings, Suns. That's 5.
Okay.
Pelicans?
I'm going to say no, but there's a possibility.
Okay. Warriors?
No.
And then we're back to the Clippers.
Yeah, I mean, the Warriors are one Steph Curry injury away
They
from
stink, dude.
from being.
They stink.
Well, you say that. I'm not saying that. But they are one. We're talking about one Steph Curry injury away from being a 25-30 win team.
Generous.
I'm just like being honest. Like that's not.
They tried to smoke
great.
that game so bad last night. They tried so hard to lose.
I'm watching right now. Here's Mahomes throw. Oh no, he threw his headband.
Oh, you're back into the Mahomes thing.
Yeah. Oh, it's a towel. He's throwing a towel. Oh, right through their hands.
Brutal.
Par for the course.
Yeah, I think. Who am I going to give the 6 seed to? Yeah, because I'm with you. Phoenix. I'm going to go Denver 1.
Yeah.
Give me Kings 2.
Oh.
Thunder 3. Mini 4. Suns 5. I think the Suns 5 because I think they're going to struggle to keep like everybody healthy. And I don't know how sustainable this is for Kevin Durant. We're only in November, dude.
Oh, I know.
And he's already carrying the team the way he is. And I think I'm going to.
Yeah, it's hard to watch. Like he's just carrying every bit of the weight of that team.
Do I like Dallas or the Lakers as the 6 seed?
Oh.
I'm going to pick the Lakers.
Okay.
I think LeBron's going to have the same issue. Like he's averaging like 38 a game. He has been unreal. But again, it's November.
Yeah.
And I think for the Lakers to be a 6 seed, he's going to have to do this the entire year. I don't think there's a version of this Lakers team where we're going like, oh yeah, no, they can survive 6 games without LeBron. Or, oh, LeBron can take this game off because they can rely on their other guys to go win. If he's not having a good game, I don't trust the Lakers at all. But I'm also just done betting against LeBron.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like the problem that they have is LeBron's averaging 34.4 minutes per game. And Anthony Davis is at 35.7. And you're still below 500.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yikes.
That's a problem right there.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Oh, no. Are they below? Are they 8
They're
6?
2 over.
They're 2 over. Yeah, that's my bad.
But still, I don't think
they can hold up for the entire season. And I don't think that because neither one of them have proven over the last like 4 seasons that they can. So,
yeah. And LeBron's point, like LeBron needed 40 minutes to beat the Rockets by 1.
Oof.
They beat the Blazers by 12. LeBron played 34 minutes. Okay. But then that 15-point loss to the Kings, LeBron played 35 minutes and had a triple-double to lose by 15. Like, I just don't. I'm
triple-double, lose by 15.
And play 35 minutes.
Kyle, we've run out of time.
Yeah, we're out of time. I've changed my answer. It's going to be the Mavericks. The Mavericks are going to be the 6 seed.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm going with. Because I don't think the Lakers can sustain this.
Yeah.
This is nuts. And the role players just aren't good enough.
I also think it's possible that Kyrie Irving between now and the end of the season could decide just like he doesn't want to play basketball anymore.
Retire.
He wants to grow soybeans somewhere or something.
Wouldn't blame him.
Okay.
Wouldn't blame him. All right. That's it for us. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Jiffy Lube, fast break player of the game. Barnes is the keyword. ESPN1320.com. Click the Jiffy Lube page. It's right at the front. Enter that keyword Barnes for your chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. Thanks everybody for listening. Tilo and Kez here next. See you.
At Jiffy Lube.
Goodbye, friends. We'll see you tomorrow.
Chatty gang. Appreciate y'all, man.
Yeah, hit the thumbs up if you don't mind. We would appreciate it greatly. Oh, we got to get up.
This guy gets it. See ya.
Oh, I'm feeling much better.
Good. Now Kenny's dying, so it's good.
Now Kenny's sick?
Shit that over to your boy.
Oh, shit. Did I get you sick?
It's all over this building. It's all over this building.
I just spilled my tea.
Yeah, I think it was probably Universal Studios.
Dave, that's you.
Oh, got you. Thank you.
We had all kinds of issues this morning with the with that screen. Like it was there was some sort of error, so I had Jonathan come in and he had to wipe it. So hopefully it's back up to what it should be.
Okay.
I don't use that program. So whatever that program is.
Yeah, that's wide orbit for ESPN. We doesn't Jesse and Kyle control everything, so it doesn't really have anything to do with us in here. Obviously, you still want it.
Well, it wasn't functioning, so he fixed it. I did save you guys. My wife made cranberry lemon bars.
Oh, that sounds delightful.
So there's one for each of you on this plate over here. I've been okay. It's the coughing in the middle of the night that's killed me.
That's happened to me too. That happened to me last night, actually. It was this annoying cough.
I wake up and I'm hacking. I wake everybody up. The dogs are freaking out, coming over, checking on me. Well, Corey, she gets very concerned. They definitely. All right, enjoy. Thank you.
Thanks, Hammer.
Peace out, friends.
We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Your parents are delightful people, Kyle Madsen. Kyle can't hear me, so whatever, Kyle. Go to hell. Get in the StreamYard. What's good, baby? Appreciate your Impact 316. Thank you.
What up, though? It's always good to hear from David Field.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good? We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, November 21st edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borland.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with us on this Tuesday, the day after the Sacramento Kings get their ass handed to them in New Orleans by the Pelicans. Kings could have done us a solid here, gotten us through the next 2 days. Massive audience, 7-game win streak. Sacramento's on fire. Not so much. It was one of those rare games that Casey and I got to watch together, at least the first half of it. And I think we both felt, even early, with the Kings down double digits and fighting their way back, like, this doesn't feel like their night.
Now that I think about it, we should stop watching games together.
I wholeheartedly agree, but
You know what the other game was?
Houston. Ouch. Well, we had to. Well, yep.
Could have just threw the football game on.
It was good. I was going to say we watched the first Houston. We had to have watched the first Houston game together too, right?
No, that was a Saturday. Monday was the massacre.
Oh, well, next time the Kings are on at 4 or 5 o'clock, we'll just watch The Office.
Yeah. Just turn it
Not
on.
only are we 0 for 2 watching games together, they're the 2 worst losses of the year.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a good call.
The next
That's a
time
good call.
we have one of these situations, looks like
We're not here Friday, so we don't have to worry about it.
While.
Okay, all right.
Tuesday, January 9th at Detroit.
Okay.
They've got at Detroit on the 9th, at Charlotte on the 10th, at Philly on the 12th.
Okay.
So we got a little while. Kings fans, don't worry. You guys will be all right.
Okay. We'll stop watching games together because it ends in a bloodbath, and that's what happened last night when the Kings lost by 1,129 to 93. Again, they fell down double digits, and we both kind of thought, I don't know that they're going to be able to dig their way out of this one. Saw Kevin Huerter back. Shot wasn't falling for him early, and it was just kind of one of those where the vibes were off to start this game. Then they fought back, and it looked like okay, if they can. And I thought this. I didn't say it. I'm not going to get credit for it, but it felt like a lot of that comeback in the first quarter for Sacramento had a lot to do with the way New Orleans was playing, because it's not like Sacramento wasn't necessarily like lighting the world on fire. They're playing fine, but for the first time in that game, New Orleans has started to miss shots. Like they had shot, I think 100%. It felt like for half the quarter.
Yeah,
then they
off 9 for 9.
Then they started to miss a couple, and Sacramento was able to take advantage, kind of in a slow way, but they were able to take advantage, cut that lead down, eventually take the lead. And when the the Pelicans got the lead back, it was like, I don't know how many more deficits this team could dig itself out of today. And that was before Chris Duarte left. That was before Keegan Murray never returned. And that was on top of Sasha being out and Keon Ellis being out. So you were already shorthanded going into the game. You managed to get even more shorthanded coming into the conclusion of the game, but Mike waved the white flag pretty early. I honestly thought Mike waved the white flag at the start of the second half when Domas picked up his 4th foul, and he just let it go.
Yeah,
he was like, look, if there's any chance of us winning, Domas probably has to be on the floor. If he leads us to a comeback, great. If he fouls out, it's whatever. I'm pulling him and De'Aaron.
Yeah,
and that's ultimately what happened.
Yeah, I mean, that game when they what was the run in the second? I think it was
1,000 to 2
between the second quarter and the third quarter. It was like 43-10 was the run. It was like, this is.
And the 2-quarter run from the second and the third in its totality was 71-38.
Yeah, not good.
No, it's not good.
Not good.
It's not good. But
they got smacked up yesterday. They couldn't make any shots. De'Aaron couldn't hit anything from the Fed. I remember at one point in the third quarter, it might have been around the last time he played. He was 1 of 9 from beyond the arc, like 3 of 14 or something.
I think he finished 2 of 12. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't make any shots. And me personally, I know we talk about it a lot. I don't know if you feel the same way, but I don't have a problem with him letting it fly. Like, shoot the ball. It just didn't go down that time. I know maybe people want him to attack the basket a little bit more, but these shots he's got to hit. He's got to shoot. He's got to hit. So I didn't have a huge problem with it.
No, I think that's just part of an indict. That's just part of what that game was. Whether it was New Orleans, and this is difficult because I don't have a great grasp for New Orleans, and I can't get a great grasp for them coming out of last night's game. Obviously, Zion was very good. The Will Z jinx in full effect. Ingram hit a shot yesterday. It was like, I don't know what you're supposed to do against Ingram, that. Like, I don't know how you stop that.
Ingram is terrifying to me.
Yeah, like and I'm not talking like league wide. I'm talking about like on the Sacramento Kings. I don't know how you stop Brandon Ingram from doing some of the things he was doing last night. So like I see the pieces for New Orleans. I'm curious if it can all come together, and if it does, how. But I can't give like a proclamation on like, oh, this team is really scary, because I think a lot of what we saw yesterday had to do with Sacramento.
Mhm.
I can't tell if New Orleans forced Sacramento to shoot the three or if Sacramento was gassed and was just shooting threes, praying they'd go in because they knew they could get back into the game and potentially win it that way. I know James was kind of tiptoeing around this yesterday. I don't believe these are real, but yesterday is if there is a such thing as a scheduled loss, yesterday was probably it.
Yeah.
It feels like an excuse and you don't want to lose by 50, but the way that the way that they played, aside from, again, losing by 50 and giving up 129 points,
Right.
it shouldn't be terribly shocking that they look that sluggish. Now, if this happens on Wednesday, I'll have a lot more concern. I'll have a concern about the Pelicans. I'll have a concern about the Kings, ability to sustain their play through a long stretch, because it's every other day. That's not stopping. That's going to continue. It's going all the way through Friday. So at minimum, and I think they play Sunday. I'll double check because I certainly know that they play Tuesday. No, they'll have a couple of days off after Friday. They'll have Saturday, Sunday, and Monday off before they have another back-to-back, which is something to keep your eye on. I saw Will posted they were 8-7 last year in back-to-backs. So I don't know what to do with it. We got 4 hours. I don't know what to do with this game. I feel like we covered the whole thing here in the first 8 minutes.
A lot of I think this specifically for De'Aaron Fox is one thing that I'm thinking about and looking at is that was an average setter game.
Oh yeah,
De'Aaron was shooting like 47% from three.
Yeah,
and
that sucks.
I'd much rather. Well, look, the truth of the matter is he wasn't going to shoot 47% from three.
Well,
so I'd much rather.
Wait, 47%? That's his percentage?
He was shooting some crazy.
It was like 41. I think it was 41.
I thought it was a little higher than that.
I thought it was 41.
I thought it was something.
47 is crazy.
Yeah.
If he was shooting 47%, that's the Kevin Huerter thing from last year.
But hey, instead of going 2 of 15 over 3 games,
get it
2 for 12 in one game. And bring that thing back down to where it's probably going to be, which is, around 36, 37%.
Yeah.
So they didn't hit shots. I think, they were just sluggish. They were sluggish team. And there's a number of different reasons for that. But, you take your lumps and you get ready for Wednesday. The one thing I will say, though, is I do want to see them stop getting beat by like 30, 35 points. Like that.
Yeah.
I don't, it's just one game, but I don't want you to be non-existent even in a game where you don't have your best. You know what I mean? Where you're not completely rested or whatever the case may be. Like you can't just keep getting blown out. And I'm not saying keep getting blown out like they've gotten blown out a lot this year. I'm just saying like this, you got about, I'd say 3 of those games a year max. Or you're down by like 35, 40 points. Like 3 of those games max if you're one of the top teams. That should never really happen. Multiple times.
I feel you, and I understand exactly where you're coming from, but I don't care as long as. I mean, it's like last night's loss sucked. It's still one.
Yeah, for sure.
If they had won by 50, it would have been one win. They lose by 50, it's one loss.
Mm-hmm.
All that matters now is how you play Wednesday,
mm-hmm.
and of course now there's just a laundry list full of other things that we have to watch going into this game now. Keegan Murray's health is probably the number one thing, or ain't no probably about it. It is the number one thing. I went back and checked Kyle's podcast friend, who can no longer be named out of this show after threatened legal consequences for saying his name. Yeah, it's a sad day. But he's covering, the Kings for the B, and it was actually his tweet that alerted me to Keegan not out there because we were on our way home. I was like, oh, okay, that's weird. And I went back to see if he had any sort of updates, and I did notice that. I noticed on the broadcast, but I wanted confirmation before that Keegan Murray never came back out to the bench.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever was going on with him, he stayed in the back the rest of the game. So that's the thing to watch now.
Yeah.
moving forward is Keegan's availability, short term and long term, and what exactly happened that allowed him to not come back after halftime.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on that. You wonder, if it's a back, they're getting beat down by 30. Why have them come sit on that bench? You know what I mean? Just maybe that's the case. Hopefully that's the case. Like, stay in the back, stay on the stretching table or whatever it is, and do all that. Because for 6'8", those benches aren't the most comfortable thing.
You got to give him the Phil Jackson throne.
Yeah,
give him the
booster
seat.
And then LeBron had his own, and David Blatt didn't even have one.
Well, did David Blatt have a bad back?
Did LeBron?
Well, I don't know. Is it? I don't think it's just back either. It's hips and knees too, isn't it? Yeah. LeBron's 38.
Those are low seats.
Those are low seats.
Well, he wasn't 38 when David Blatt was there.
Yeah, but he was the king.
That's what I'm saying.
He was the king, though. David Blatt was not the king.
There's like a video of
he's got to have his throne
of LeBron not sitting down, or like somebody didn't move until the seat was there. Like LeBron was. It's just funny. It's like he's like, I'm not doing anything, so you put my throne there.
Well, there's a video of LeBron being disrespectful and eating food on the bench. I remember that. Oh, it's the outrage. LeBron food gate from LeBron James. How disrespectful.
They were having tall white chocolate mochas last night on the bench.
Well, we can't confirm that that's what they had, but yeah, probably not far off. We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit about. We'll talk more about this game, more specifically the injuries, and how I believe the injury gods are really big fans of John Hollinger. Got that coming up. Just getting started. We're so happy that you're here with us. Steelin' with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Poking them with the voodoo dolls.
He's sitting back laughing like, ha, 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 ha! We got him, pal. Like morphed into Vince McMahon or something.
I saw something last night that I thought was just ridiculous. Now, maybe I didn't see things the right way, but did you see Randy Orton came back last night? Or there was mention of him or something like that? I didn't.
He'll be back on Saturday, yeah.
Why did they do that?
I think because he's in the match and they wanted to push people to watch the show. I wondered the same thing rather than having it be a surprise. Yeah, probably tune in and see the return of Randy Orton.
I'm not bashing him, but Cody was like, our next teammate is the apex predator. That, like, what are you doing? Why are we doing this way?
Can you do two surprises in one
show? So that's
who's the other surprise, Punk?
Yes. You better stop.
I think
I'd rather have Randy Orton. They could have said Punk yesterday on Raw. They could have switched those.
I think it's hey, Randy Orton is coming back. Tune in to see it, and that way, if
that was
something
garbage.
Else.
And then the other thing I thought about was they should have just held him out till Royal Rumble, and he should have been a Royal Rumble contestant.
But if he can,
what if
they have plans for him for WrestleMania?
They could start him at Royal Rumble. That's now become 4 months in between.
Oh, that's true.
And like 3 pay-per-views.
Get a load of Kenny Meltzer over here.
Yeah. Wow. Judgy. Jeez. Oh, I hadn't even thought about that. That's a good fit. That's a good fit. It would feel kind of like the Straight Edge Society, but they don't need him either. Like that, and I don't think the WWE needs him, but yeah, there's probably that. I do like the element of surprise. They put themselves in a tough spot.
Survivor Series is Saturday.
Yeah.
Who's old enough to remember when it was Thanksgiving night?
Mm-hmm.
Jesse, what you know?
A Thanksgiving tradition.
I don't know a damn thing about that. I guess.
Sure, you're missing out there, big dog.
Like, I don't remember. Had it like on Thanksgiving.
Like
it was a Cowboys playing or something.
Yeah,
it was more in the evening.
Yeah, it was 88, 89, or 87, 88, 89. I feel like it was 91. It was definitely 91 because they did
That's
the
how
switch.
it originated, right?
Yeah, on Thanksgiving. They switched the title from Hogan to Taker and then did This Tuesday in Texas a couple of days later. So it was a Thursday to a Tuesday. And I feel like it changed in 96, but I don't know that for sure.
That sounds kind of fire. Like I'd probably be watching that instead of like Jets, whatever.
The problem was like Survivor Series always kind of sucked. Because it used to be
like Survivor Series.
It used to be like 5-on-5, like it was elimination matches every match.
Right.
And the original Survivor Series was just set up to book Hogan and Andre for the title in February. That's because they considered that Andre's win when he won by count out in the 5-on-5. They considered that Andre's win, so it was 1-1. Let's go to the main event where we did the is that Dave Hebner or is that Dave Hebner gimmick.
That was a lot more fun than talking about the Kings getting beat up.
Talk about Survivor Series. It's a Thanksgiving tradition, unlike any other. Jesse, I'm wondering if my timeline is off.
Jesse had no idea.
That's right.
They used to do Survivor Series on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it was the first I heard about it.
At about, I'd say so it didn't conflict with the football games. It was probably about 5 o'clock, like when the new football game that they put on in prime time. It used to come on at about that time.
I don't. Yeah.
They used to do numbers, sold out arena.
See, I'm with that. Bring that back. Let's get rid of the 5:30 NFL game or whatever. You can keep it, whatever, but bring back Survivor Series on Thanksgiving.
That game is always whack. This week, hopefully, it's another blowout. Niners blowing out the Seahawks. Hopefully, we've been waiting 9 years to get back on the Seahawks. Richard Sherman, Russell Wilson eating turkey on the Niners field. We've been waiting for 9 years to get that get back. We're getting it on Thursday. I need Brock Purdy eating that turkey on the field. Straight up.
Okay, I needed to double check.
Real quick, when was Bret Hart? When was the I Quit match? That wasn't on Thanksgiving night, was it?
The I Quit match?
Yeah, where he mom threw in the towel.
Oh, against Bob Backlund. Yeah. That was 95.
That wasn't Thanksgiving night, was it?
No, I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it was because I don't think they switched until 96. But I gotta look now. Survivor Series. Was that 95 or was it 90? No, 95 was Diesel.
It feels like it was about 93.
I think it was 94.
Yeah.
Because 93. It had to be 94 because Bob Backlund won the title like 2 days later.
Or Diesel, yeah.
Diesel won it from Bob Backlund 2 days later. November 23rd, 1994. Thanksgiving.
Okay. I remember watching that on VHS. Like somebody recorded it for me, and I watched it. Probably the same day Bob Backlund lost the title. I might have watched it on like a Friday.
So this one was actually Thanksgiving Eve.
Wow,
so they did
Wednesday.
Thanksgiving and Thanksgiving Eve.
That was in San Antonio, I think.
And it changed. Look at you.
Yeah.
Wow.
I remember the logo and stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kenny Meltzer is in full effect. Look at this guy.
Wow.
Look at this guy. And it wasn't the 96 Survivor Series. It was 95 that they switched to Sunday.
That was also the Doinks versus the Kings. The Kings as in Jerry Lawler. Doink, dink. All that other stuff.
Yes.
That was a good Survivor Series.
But I think that was the one where Jerry got in a little trouble and they had to take Jerry out of the match and it wound up being Shawn Michaels.
No, it wasn't that one because Jerry fought. Jerry was in it. And wasn't that Yokozuna Taker in a casket match?
Yes, I believe that's where he came back. Because I think it was the Royal Rumble where he ascended to heaven, where all of the bad guys killed the Undertaker. He ascended to heaven, and he got his revenge here in San Antonio, Texas. True story. This is just true. You guys don't remember the casket match?
Was that when he ascended to heaven, or no, that was Stone Cold who was up on the cross.
No, it wasn't a cross. It was a symbol. It was a symbol. There's a great clip that you can
Or
catch.
what was it when Big Boss Man got hung?
That
Well,
was wild. You watch that back. That's still wild to this day. I get it's fake, but that was wild.
Jerry Lawler. Oh, okay, yeah, it was another Survivor Series where Jerry Lawler got in trouble.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Jerry Lawler had Queasy, Sleazy, and Cheesy
That's right.
against Doink, Dink, Wink, and Pink.
I knew Pink was in there. I knew. I remember that match.
See what happens when the Kings get blown out. Jerry Lawler's not even safe.
I don't know how. I don't even know how you couldn't love wrestling. What are you watching? Well, it's Jerry Lawler. He's the king of Memphis, and he's wrestling with Queasy, Sleazy, and Cheesy. It's these little fellas. Then you got these little clowns over here with Doink, Dink, Wink, and Pink.
Yeah,
Doink
I
low
love
key
that
was
Survivor
fire.
Series.
Like the original Doink, like the
I don't
scary
remember
clown.
him like that.
Yo, the original Doink was fire because he was scared. Like he was legit like a scary clown.
Was he scarier than Papa Shango? Or no, not Papa Shango. I'm sorry. The Sandman. Yo, Sandman was wild. And
the Sandman from ECW?
No. Okay, what the who's the guy that ate worms?
The Boogeyman.
The
Boogeyman.
The Boogie. Yo,
No,
that guy was crazy.
like
The lights had to be turned on when the Boogeyman came out.
what the funny thing about the Boogeyman is, wasn't he like 50?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's some old dude.
The Boogeyman was like 50 years old. I think he tried out for Tough Enough, and he lied about his age. And then they found out how old he was. So he was like, "Sir, you can't be on the show. Like you're too old for the show." He was like the pants on the ground guy from American Idol. and they eventually brought him in, and he was the Boogeyman. I swear to God, he was like 50 years old.
Oh,
Maybe not that old, but he was pretty old.
you talk about the lights had to be turned on. It wasn't one of my proudest moments. It went a little further than I thought it was going to go. But I scared Reese when he was 4, maybe 5.
Wow.
And it was the Fiend era. And I was in his room, lights off. And I think Jazz was like, "Hey, Reese, go get your shoes out the room or whatever." And he goes in there and he turns the corner. And I said, "Let me in." And he goes, "Ah!" Runs down the stairs. He was out. I thought it would just scare him a little bit and he would stay there. No,
Yeah.
he was gone. He was
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible.
Oh, that's what the lights being on for the Boogeyman reminds me.
The
of.
Chatty House is asking, what is it that the Boogeyman used to?
What he used to do?
Yeah.
He used to eat worms.
Okay.
Live worms.
Okay. I don't know why they're asking you to pronounce the word worms again,
Oh,
but
no, I ain't even no.
I didn't hear it, so I didn't hear it. So
either.
I thought it sounded clean to me.
You know what?
It's
Say it
good.
back one more time.
Worms.
It sounds good to
It's
me.
fine to me. It's fine to me. I know it's so cheesy in hindsight, but the Undertaker getting like nailed shut in a casket and then ascending to heaven, dude, that's good stuff for like 11-year-old. Like that's fire.
No, it's absolutely fire. I saw the other day.
And they cut to the video. Remember the video that they showed right before like he ascended, where it's like it's like it's an in casket camera. So you're looking at a dead Undertaker, and then he does the quick turn in his head and his eyes open, and he does this, I'm gonna go be with the demons or something, whatever. Rest in peace. And he rolls his eyes, and then he dies again. And then a few minutes, you see him like ascending, and Vince McMahon, the Undertaker is ascending to heaven.
Wait, I'm trying to look at for it right now. Which one is it? It was when he fought who?
Royal Rumble 94 versus Yokozuna.
They were throwing the Undertaker in caskets. Like, what should we do this time? Let's light it on fire this time.
Oh my gosh.
What we do last time? Well, we nailed it. Show. What should we do this time? Yeah, burn it. No, did they burn? Oh yeah, that's right. Kane burned the Undertaker.
Yeah, and and then Randy Orton almost set himself on fire, setting the casket on fire.
Oh, I remember that.
Oh, do you remember when Randy Orton had him in the back of the car and he drove him into the stage or whatever on SmackDown? I think it was.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
I think I do remember that. I think I do.
Dude, he had him laid out in the back of the car.
I
It's
think
reversed.
I
so
do
he's just
remember
driving
that.
right into the stage.
I got a vague memory of that.
My favorite casket moment is, again, this is what happens when the Kings get their ass kicked. My favorite casket moment
We're
is when
gonna
they
keep going.
lock the Ultimate Warrior in the casket.
Oh
And
no!
like, oh yeah, like in the original when they had the funeral parlor interview segment.
I see. This is all vaguely.
It's a great bit. They lock him in the casket, and so all of these guys come out, and it's the stupidest thing you'll ever see, where they're trying to like open the casket by hitting it with a baseball bat. I remember Conrad Thompson was asking Bruce Pritchard, like, why did you guys why did you think getting the casket open with a sledgehammer was going to work? Like, what was the idea there? He was like, oh, there was no idea. They hated the Ultimate Warrior, so they just took this as an opportunity to make his life miserable. So when they shut the casket on him, they just started hitting it with a sledgehammer because they knew it would piss him off, and he wouldn't know who did it.
They're just there before, like, hey, fellas, what do you think it would be if we hit him with a bunch of sledgehammers?
Oh, snap.
That's one of my favorite bits of all time is when they locked the Undertaker, the Ultimate Warrior in the casket.
That's cold, man. That is cold. Damn. The
for those that were wondering, Dink pinned Sleazy, Pink pinned Cheesy, Wink pinned. Oh no, Doink pinned Jerry Lawler. That's how the match shook out. Yeah,
I do remember that one. Real quick on all of this. Oh man, I had a thought.
Did you see the clip of Joe Budden talking about the Ultimate Warrior?
No.
They were talking about some like conspiracy theory, and he was like, "Yeah, it's like when there were two Ultimate Warriors." And Flip is like, "What'd you say?" Yeah, there were two Ultimate Warriors. The one died, and they brought out another one. No. And he was like, "No, that's like a myth. Like there's no, it's one guy." He was like, "I've been watching my whole life. That was two Ultimate Warriors." I remember the rumor as a kid that there were two Ultimate Warriors.
I remember that one too.
There's just one.
Too.
There's just one.
Oh,
good callback from our man Warren right here. Danny in San Francisco would be throwing stuff in his office right now. That's fact.
That's what I was gonna say, because I'm not even gonna talk about when I saw this and why I chuckled, because it's not funny. I'm really not gonna mention it. I say that all the time. I'm not gonna mention it. I might mention it to you, but I'm not gonna mention it. But they showed Vince his limo blowing up the other day, and look, man,
that's still funny to me. I don't know what anybody says.
I don't know how they did it yet.
Really?
Well, yeah, because the foot was still there. Did they have a fake foot?
No.
What was going on?
They filmed it the night before. So,
but how did they? Because if you see, like, there's a foot there, obviously something's going on. And
so he sits down in the limo,
and
his foot's out.
Yeah,
his foot goes in, and the door shuts.
Uh-huh.
The door shutting is the cue to clip to the previous footage.
That makes sense. But as soon, they figured it out. But I'm saying, like, as soon as the foot gets in the car, it blows up.
No, the door shuts.
And that just they just clipped it that way.
Yeah, when the door shuts, that's when
they
it blows
did a good
up.
job of that. It looks seamless.
Well, the funny part is,
I ain't gonna lie to you, that looks seamless.
That was the Chris Benoit year. I don't remember what year that was, but
that was like 05 or 06.
There was enough. It was recent enough to have phones. Did no one notice that when they left the venue, there was no burning limousine outside? Like, because that was the end of the show.
Yeah.
Like, you could have run out of the venue and seen the limo that just blew up.
Oh, you mean the people who were there?
Yeah. There's no burning limo.
It's the beauty of wrestling.
The WWE,
not even one that the fire had just been put out.
The WWE headline was crazy. The .com headline: Mr. McMahon dead in limousine explosion. Like, whoo. Woo!
Yo, and just like a soap opera, how did he come back from that? Did he just come back the next week?
No. You don't remember? No.
I think I was about gone when that happened.
Benoit died, or the Benoit thing happened. He didn't die,
and they just
the thing happened. Yeah, he came out the night Benoit died.
I remember watching that Raw.
So that was his first night out. He came out. They were supposed to do like a funeral for Vince that night, and he came out, and the arena's empty. They didn't have a show that night. And he gave, in hindsight, this god-awful speech. Yeah. And then they aired like a Chris Benoit DVD in place of Raw. But everything got scrapped because of what happened with what Chris Benoit did.
Yeah. I was gonna go deeper into it, but we've talked a lot of wrestling.
Might as well keep going, bro.
It is Tuesday at Thanksgiving week.
And the Kings did lose by 79
Right.
last night.
Who wants to relive that?
Yeah, literally nobody wants to relive that.
I didn't even realize that. I didn't realize that was.
And just for people who are just tuning in, we have no update on Keegan Murray, Chris Duarte, Trey Lott. We've got an update on absolutely nothing. We've got nothing. And I know that's what everyone wants. That's what everybody's waiting for. We've got nothing in terms of those guys' availability for Friday. I assume there's some sort of film session today. I doubt there's like a practice.
Get them off their feet.
Yeah, there's definitely a film session going on, which means, Chris Biederman, the guys who are, I think Biederman might be the only one there. It's not like, hey, Chris, come sit in the film session.
Right.
It means there's no media availability for him. So I don't want anyone tuning in thinking that they're missing something. You're not missing anything. We're waiting out on information just like you are.
You're not, and we'll find a way to talk. We're going to talk about it, but you're not missing much. It was a beat down. They ain't practicing today.
No,
and we right now we don't have any injury updates. No. The Duarte
so
one,
back
that
to
was
Vince McMahon blowing up in the limo.
That was a clean edit job because obviously I didn't think it but I was like, damn, like, did they have a fake leg and he jumped out the other side? Like, what did they do? Because it was seamless. Like, it was like leg there in the car, boom. I was like, damn, how'd they do that one? That was crazy.
No, it was clean. They did a good job. I thought they did that whole thing brilliantly because they set up like you knew something was going to happen. Just everyone's reactions were weird. Vince was being weird. Like you knew something was going to happen. Can't say I knew the limit. Do you remember when this aired?
No,
in terms of pop culture, what was happening?
No, I think I was away. I was away at the time.
It was right after The Sopranos ending.
Oh,
and you remember how The Sopranos ended?
That had people going crazy.
It had people going nuts, right?
Yeah.
They wanted blood. And of course, Vince McMahon probably has never seen an episode of The Sopranos. Someone filled him in on what was going on, and he said, "Y'all want blood? Oh, I'll give you blood."
Why did they blow up his limo again?
He wanted to be off TV.
Okay, but no, like, what was the story? Like, what was the story? Like, why did they? The story behind the scenes was he wanted to be done with television, and the line that he apparently used was, "I can't be on TV if I'm dead." So they were like, "Just kill me." Yeah, who killed him?
Me off TV. That was going to be the story.
Oh, okay. Now
so
that makes sense.
It
Okay.
was just
killed Vince
randomly.
McMahon?
That was a pretty fire story right there, too.
Well,
I mean, it didn't have to be killed, but I mean, the thought process behind it was pretty fire.
That's the thing. Like, it's television,
Yeah.
right? The biggest one of the Who Shot JR is synonymous with the 80s.
Yeah.
And it's storytelling.
And nobody looks at that like, yo, they shouldn't have played around with
people
that.
always look at WWE like, oh, that's fake. Yes, you're right. It's a scripted television show. So why do you get offended when Stone Cold Steve Austin or Brian Pillman has a gun?
That was
like, why does that
crazy
bother
raw.
you? Because it's not real. Like, we've established this. It's not real. Why does this bother you?
Yeah.
And I thought the Who Killed Vince McMahon story would have been fire.
No, that sounded like it was pretty dope.
They would have drew it out for a year and it would have been Hornswoggle.
It absolutely would have been Hornswoggle. It 100% would have been Hornswoggle, who was like having an affair with Linda or something like that.
The two that got me, like I said, was Brian Pillman and Stone Cold. I was like, yo, this dude's crazy. He's in his house. Pillman had to get the piece. And yo, they went, oh my gosh. They had me on that one. And then Val Venus.
Well, choppy.
I was like, yo, that's not okay.
Kane lighting Jim Ross on fire was pretty crazy too. And JR was just back a month later too. Like, fire injury is just a month-long injury.
they burned JR. They like broke his arm.
Yo, one of the weirdest
Stone Cold beat his ass in his hometown in front of his wife. Like, Jesus, man.
One of the weirdest ones, and maybe it was real life things going on, but when JR was so pissed at the WWF that he brought fake razor and was like, I had a stroke because of them or something like that. Did he really have a stroke?
He suffered Bell's palsy.
Oh.
So I don't think Bell's palsy is technically a stroke. It's it paralyzes the side of your face. So like there's a stretch of
maybe a year after his first bout of Bell palsy before his second one.
Yeah.
Where you see him and it's really noticeable. Like his mouth is lower, like one half of his mouth is lower, one half of his eye is lower. I'm not familiar enough. I really only know the disease through him.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a stroke, but it's a really like painful thing that you go through where a side of your face, and it's not even a side of your body, it's just a side of your face becomes completely paralyzed. And so that's why if you look back at some of that like 98 stuff, 98, 99, you see his mouth. That's so that was JR's first heel turn. The second one was when he had the little JR is Raw desk and Dr. Death used to stand by him. Oh yeah. He'd have his own little announce desk and he'd be a heel announcer. That was after his second attack of Bell's palsy.
Yeah.
So every time he suffered a medical ailment, they turned him heel afterwards.
Oh man, damn! Come on, dude. Damn. How about just give him time off?
Vince used to use JR as a punching bag. What do we need to do tonight? I don't know. Let's just beat JR up.
I remember watching that. I was like, well, damn, like, why is the announce guy cutting a promo?
Yeah.
And he's using his anger to bring in the fake Diesel and fake Razor. Bizarre.
Kane was the fake Diesel. That's always my favorite.
Yeah,
thing.
Isaac.
And
Yankem
he looked really good. Yeah, Isaac Yankem. That's right. That's right. It's gonna be a tough segue back to the Kings, man. The Kings were put in a casket last night.
Oh snap!
And Zion Williamson took a sledgehammer to it before Brandon Ingram lit that bitch on fire.
Yo, I had tweeted out last night because it was true in my eyes. I was like, Zion doesn't look engaged tonight. He looks disconnected from this team. And then I think he had like 18 points in the second quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And he still didn't really look connected. He was just kind of like making moves. Zion.
He is so unique.
Yeah.
He is so unique.
I'm not trying to go on Lane Boy Son on him, but Zion kind of needs to tone it up a little bit, I think.
Yeah, he looks like he's got James Harden's big boy suit on. And I've never been of the belief that Zion needs to be lean.
Right.
Like like Zion's a big dude. Like people are built differently. Like as long as you could be big and be in great shape. He does not look to be in great shape to me.
Yeah, that's
which the worst part of that is because we're watching this last night and it's like you see it. You see all of it when you watch him play. Like he's got it. I feel like we're just waiting.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for the next Shams Charania, Adrian Wojnarowski text that says Zion Williamson has aggravated some lower body extremity and he's going to be out an undisclosed amount of time.
And, it's always tough with him because, if he suffers an injury or something like that, I mean, a lot of the times it messes with his ability to stay conditioned. You know what I mean? And I know he didn't play on Saturday as I watched that game in the Universal Studios line. I don't think he was hurt though. It felt like it was just a rest day or something like that.
Yeah.
So that's not the case right now. I don't know. It almost feels, and I could be wrong. It almost feels like he didn't come into the season this way. Seems like he's gotten a little bigger as the season gone along. I could be wrong, but it didn't feel like this.
Nah, there might be some validity to that. Or it could be not to stall him out. I don't know what he wears under his jersey. Sometimes guys wear padded, compression tops,
compression stuff,
and I don't know if that's making him look. Because when we saw him, there were plenty of videos, even his training camp, where it's like, oh, he looks, good. Like he's probably not exactly like if you're really rooting for Zion's success, he's probably not exactly where you want him, but you had to feel good about it. Looking at him last night, like first glance, it was like, yo. But again, I don't know what he wears underneath, so I want to be fair.
And also to start, like I don't want to trying to body shame the guy or anything like that. It's just kind of glaring.
Like, if he can be healthy at this weight,
that's fine.
I don't care.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's
the thing that concerns me is he going to be able to hold up?
Right.
You know what I mean? At that size, if he can, he's a problem. It didn't affect him yesterday because yesterday the Kings had no answer. There was a couple times we were watching. Davion got switched on to Zion. I said,
man.
no.
Oh,
No.
man.
Just get out of there, Davion. Get out of there.
Like a little,
pull the chair.
Like a bite-sized Snickers, man. He was going to destroy Davion. It felt bad for our brother out there.
And that's one of the crazy things about this Pelicans team is you mentioned Brandon Ingram earlier. Zion's the same way. They really got some matchup problems with those two guys. There's not a lot of guys that can match up with those two guys, but the Kings really don't have a lot. Like Harrison a couple times was trying to guard Zion. It was like, bro, that poor Harrison.
Yeah.
Like, poor Harrison. What you gonna do there?
We will talk a lot more Kings. I promise. We'll also talk Monday Night Football as the Eagles have established themselves the clear-cut best team in the NFL. Scott Gulbransen joins us at the top of the hour. Trysta Krick at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Jason Jones in the final hour. We've got a sale going on over at DeloandKC.com right now. New merchandise available. 30% off everything. The Off-White tributes are back. They're only around this time of year. They are 30% off, so you can go to DeloandKC.com. You can check out our new Insiders gear. We got a Kings Beat edition of the Insiders logo. We got a Niners Wire edition of the logo, and what appears to be already the most popular shirt, the Oakland Forever FJF
That's
shirt.
ones I need one of those.
That's available over at DeloandKC.com. 30% off everything. No code needed. And our Trysta Krick merchandise is up.
Hey, TK.
Pay attention to the detail that our man Dave Garcia Designs put in there. Really, really great stuff.
TK with the merch.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings, and we'll talk Monday Night Football. When D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, well, that hoodie has not been purchased yet. Not a single person.
That's a crazy hoodie to purchase. If you know, you know. I just said it to you guys, but
there's probably a lot of people who don't know.
I'm gonna put the over under at 2.5.
I was just telling Kyle, like, you imagine someone going to like, hey, what does your hoodie mean?
It's been about 20 minutes. Your ass isn't here. You're on live.
You know, your boss is here. Well, why aren't you here? But your boss is here. Like, she needs you here in the building.
What? Hey, yo, you got 20 minutes, bro. You got 20 minutes. Well, somebody's going to come get you. You can either come to work on your own or we'll make it happen.
We're going to send Joe to come get you.
Joe. Was she here for the Joe years?
Well, I think he meant Joe, our man Joe, not that Joe. I don't think she was here for the Joe years. She would have been really unhappy if she was.
Yeah. Well, Kimberly, you got 19 minutes now. Say hi to the chatty house. Say hi to the chatty house.
Look who didn't come to work today, Chatty House. She's working from home, guys.
Whatever, Kimberly.
What's up, Eli? We see you, brother.
I got a show to
Appreciate
do.
you tapping in. Thanks, Eli. Ellie. What's up, Ellie? Oh, there's two L's. What's up, Ellie?
Hey.
Ellie. We saw you in here the other day, Ellie. We didn't know that was you. Michigan, why are you always asking him this stupid ass question? Why don't you ask me? Why don't you ask me how I'm feeling about Saturday, Michigan?
I feel great about Saturday. I feel great. I feel great. It's about to go up at the big house. Oh, man.
That's harsh.
Oh, thumbs down from Kyle. You know, it's a rivalry game. Ohio State's going to be desperate, so you always Got to respect that situation. But as long as they can stop Marvin Harrison Jr., they'll be all right. I don't think that quarterback can go into the big house and win.
You guys did a good job last year. You took him out. That's a strong play. You take him out, you injure him. He can't play.
Nobody was trying to.
That's good work. No,
but
sure.
Football.
Sure, because everyone knows your program is above shady tactics like that.
Wow. They hate us because they ain't us.
Shout out Delivery Joe. We see you. Delivery Joe getting that order in, man. We appreciate you. Shout out Kyle's parents. I noticed 2 names pop up right as soon as everything went on sale. God,
that's
very
love.
good. That's very good.
But to answer your question, Mr. Like I said, Ohio State's a tough team. Championship legacy. It's going to take everything that Michigan team has to beat a top flight team like Ohio State. So all they've really done all year long is face top flight teams. This is going to be no different. And, the true champions.
Jesse did mention there is one new hoodie I didn't reference available at DeLoandKC.com for 30% off. I put the over under on 2.5, the amount that we sell.
Did did those ever sell?
Yeah.
Do you think this hoodie does more than those did?
Nope.
No. I got an OK Lake Show shirt.
People bought the OK Lake Show shirt as just a joke.
Look, I appreciate it.
I can't
even get this one.
I considered making an OK Lake Show hoodie for like $1,400. If you want it, you got to pay $1,000.
This new one is wild. This one's crazy.
Look, Dave Garcia Designs made the design.
Yeah.
So it was like, well, he made it, so I'll use it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a hoodie that says, "Let's smash them boys." Which for those who aren't aware, that's a line that your boy insists on uttering when the Republic play.
Brett,
that hoodie is you can only wear that for the hours of the game, and then
I can't even. I'm not kidding. For the hours of the game.
If that.
So it's not. So it's all fun and games when I ask you not to say it out loud. It's not so funny when it's on a hoodie, huh?
Yo, shout out Dave Garcia Designs, man. He's creative, man. He's creative. That's impressive.
I'm gonna put it on the screen so that y'all could see the detail.
It's dope. The design is fire.
No doubt. But the hoodie,
wordage just come on.
The hoodie does in fact say, "Let's smash them boys." What do you? Man. You know this is your fault.
You got to buy that off principle, bro. You got to buy that. You have to buy that.
I mean, look, I might buy one. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if I'm wearing that, man. I ain't wearing.
You got to buy it, and you got to wear it either for a game or you got to wear it for a show.
No, man.
This is your mess. Where they say you made your bed, now you got to lay in it.
That's facts.
I can't wear that one, man.
That's facts. Here's the design that's got everybody.
That's that one fire right there.
That's the one that's got everybody buzzing.
That one fire.
Oakland forever. FJF. Y'all could figure that out for yourself. Y'all know what it is. Everything's 30% off. Here's a couple editions.
That Insiders one is dope.
The Niners Wire. This is the Niners Wire edition of the Insiders right there. And then, of course, if you got the Niners Wire edition, you gotta have.
Look at the Trysta Krick.
You gotta have. There it is. The Kings Beat edition.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Support our team right there.
New merch. We even have the off-white in the purple now.
We do.
See that?
Limited time only. Limited time only.
One is fire too.
Yeah, we did. Dave did like icon colors, association colors. He did tremendous work.
You got a crew neck in that other one again. I see it down there. Come on, man.
You gonna wear that?
Oh, man.
You gonna wear that? Look at that.
It's the double X.
Look at that. Let's smash them boys.
Dave Garcia, come on, you my guy. You know it's love, man. I'll buy one. I can't rock that. Where am I supposed to rock that at?
It's your catchphrase. Look, Think about this is what I want y'all to do moving forward. When y'all laugh and think this is funny and you encourage him to say it, remember Dave Garcia is going to make a design to put it on a shirt. I want y'all to start thinking about actions have consequences.
I can't help it. I laugh because Kenny laughs.
This hoodie, this crew neck, this Dave Garcia design is because of y'all. Y'all laughed. You encouraged him. Y'all thought it was funny and ha-ha. And now look, now we got a hoodie with our names on it.
That's crazy, bro.
That says, let's smash them boys. And Connor, if you're listening, I'm expecting you to purchase one.
Yeah, Connor got to get one. Connor might have to wear it.
Connor is culprit number 1.
Yeah, Connor got to wear it, not me.
No, you do too. That's your catchphrase. You wear. Let me ask you something. You wear the NWO Natural Born Heel shirt?
I do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
13th round?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are yours, right?
Yeah.
This is yours. I should have had Dave take my name off of this and it just be KC.
Well, I don't.
You gotta wear that game 1 of the next USL season for the Republic. You have to wear it.
Logo actually could just come off.
Well, look, now Tyler wants to know what size Bruce is so we could get him some merch. And it just dawned on me, Bruce might be out of school right now and listening.
Bruce got the week off.
We gotta get Bruce some.
And that nice lady who had her grandson at the Kings game and everything that she probably listening to.
Well,
or they might just be like, it might be like me when my teams lose. I don't listen to nothing.
Oh, that's facts. Well, shout out to the 300 people who are in here watching and the countless people
I would listen
on the
to
radio.
D-Lo and KC though, because just because
we'll talk about the history of the Survivor Series.
Yeah, I was about to say, just because my team lost don't mean that they're gonna be talking about that.
Think about that. We ain't even cover the gobbledygooker in our Survivor Series rundown. We ain't even
that was Thanksgiving.
We ain't even covered
Thanksgiving.
Yeah. They said Ric Flair was gonna hatch out of that egg. Instead, it was the gobbledygooker.
So many fails. They just zoom right past. That's why I like wrestling. They don't even worry about the fails, man. They just keep it moving.
Was yesterday a fail for the Kansas City Chiefs?
Yeah. Yeah, you got to win that game at home. Well, against a very good Eagles team, maybe the best team in football. They're number 1 in my power ranking, so they're the best in that respect.
Eagles just keep winning football games, and we both have talked about them kind of being on like some sort of cruise control setting, not looking super impressive. They have 6 games, 6 wins, decided by 1 score. Their 1 loss, strangely, to the Jets, decided by 1 score. They've been in close games all year. I don't know what that means, but it feels like you're playoff tested in that regard.
So, I'm all about people keeping the same energy. And I know why this isn't the case. I know why, because I subscribe to it. Nobody was saying that about the Vikings last year. Vikings had the same situation going on. And they're like, yeah, they keep hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Now, the reason why is because, number 1, this particular Eagles team has history of being
the
good
defending
last year.
Super Bowl champions.
And my eyes tell me
NFC champions.
This Eagles team is better than that Vikings team. So I don't subscribe to, same thing happened with the Eagles. And I don't subscribe to that because my eyes tell me that this Eagles team is good. But it's the same thing. Like nobody looked at the Vikings as, battle tested when they were winning those close games last year. They look at the Eagles that way this year. I think the Eagles are number, like I said, spoiler alert, number 1 team in my power ranking still. When I look at them, they have the ability to make a play at any time, and their running game is one of the best in football, and the way they get after the quarterback is top flight. They're not really consistent throughout a game. Like they just they don't look impressive throughout an entire game, but when they need to make a play, they seem to make a play.
They do. They're a really good football team. I mean, we can pick this apart 50 different ways.
Mm-hmm.
But the most important thing that you just said right there is they have history on their side. They have their appearance in the Super Bowl last year, and they have the fact that they, like Minnesota, whether this is fair or not, this is a lot. We have this conversation about preseason rankings, right? When you're ranked number 1, 2, 3, 4, college football or basketball or whatever, you're going to get the benefit of the doubt a long way. You're going to get the benefit of the doubt in one-score games. You'll even get the benefit of the doubt after I think you had 5 or 6 wins for a loss to what's considered a bad Jets team.
Mm-hmm.
You get the benefit of the doubt in that regard. The Minnesota Vikings, they weren't preseason favorites last year.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, oh, okay, they've accumulated a nice little record. Doesn't pass the eye test.
Mm-hmm.
We joke about it all of the time. Not this version of the Pittsburgh Steelers, which made some changes on the offensive side of the football today, but the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I think it was Roethlisberger's last year, where I think they were the last team to lose, and no one cared.
Yeah, they went like 11-0 and then lost.
No one cared.
I felt like it was more than
I thought it was like 13, but yeah, it doesn't matter. But Jesse, the point stands. No one cared. Like, yeah, cool, Chiefs, or like 4 other teams. No one cared. That's what the Vikings were. That's not what the Eagles are. The Eagles are they're in a position of power because of what people thought of them, and rightfully so, given what they did last year headed into this season. And to me, last night's win was impressive.
So the only thing that I'll say
one-score game or
about that, and I'll use it from a 49ers lens. And for whatever reason, I hear our guy Kyle Madsen when I hear this.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like something Kyle would say. If the Niners were the Eagles and the Eagles were the Niners, I could hear Kyle Madsen and others like him saying, the way you're 8-9-1, but the way you're playing isn't good enough. It's not going to be good enough to beat the 49ers.
Let me ask you this. What do you think people in Philadelphia are saying?
We're the GOATs.
You think, okay, because what I think is Kyle watches this team extremely closely.
Mm-hmm.
Like he watches and then rewatches,
mm-hmm.
and that helps form his opinion more than in he's right there. We can ask him. That helps form his opinion more than the final score of a game.
Mm.
And when you're that, deep in, excuse me, when you're that deep into covering a football team or a basketball team, I think that shapes your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
We're watching Philadelphia from a different lens. We're watching Philadelphia from a national perspective. If those guys in Philadelphia are riding with we're the GOATs, so be it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching more from the sense of they're good. They deserve to be in the position that they're in, and perfectly fair that they're Super Bowl favorites. I don't have any problem with that. But if I want
favorites,
they are now.
I know what you mean.
They are now.
They're now.
They are now. Yeah. But if I want more in-depth analysis, I'm going to go to someone like Kyle Madsen. That's why I go to Kyle Madsen for the 49ers stuff. He watches the game, does a podcast, go back and watches the game again before his radio show.
Mm-hmm.
He sees stuff that I'm not going to see. And that's why we have our man Scott Gulbransen on with us every week here on Dealing with KC, because he sees things Vegas Raiders that we don't always see.
Scott, there's a rumor out there that Scott had one of the premier suites at the F1 races this past last week.
Scott, is that true?
He's big time.
Just
like
one. It was 3.
See, my bad. I should have changed.
No, I'm just kidding.
My mistake.
I'm just kidding. What's crazy about the F1 thing, though, is, I lived in Las Vegas for a long time, going back to the early 90s when there was hardly anybody there, right? Considering what it is now. And everybody just complaining about it because, well, the traffic, and yes, it does. But for those of us who've lived in big cities, and you guys have, you do, it's sort of like, yeah, it's an inconvenience, but also remember all the jobs, all the other things that it brings. So it's sort of funny to see people complain about it. And I wonder if the same people are going to complain about all the congestion that comes around the Super Bowl come February, right?
Yeah.
People are always going to complain, Scott.
They do. Absolutely. And let them. That's good. Hey, if they enjoy it, let them do it.
See them with KC here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, and 1320 TV as well on Twitch, YouTube, and the app formerly known as Twitter. Official introduction, our man Scott Gulbransen, Silver and Black today. kind enough to join us as he is every single Tuesday at this time, talking Raider football. And let's talk, didn't get a win against Miami. Not a lot of people expected them to get a win against Miami, but all things considered, I'm pretty happy with the way that the Raiders played in that one. Scott, curious to get your thoughts, and most importantly, curious to get your thoughts on Aiden O'Connell. Those turnovers obviously really, really stand out. And in this very short time of watching him, do you see a player that this team can develop into potentially being their franchise quarterback?
Wow, that's a tough one at the end there. That's a big question. We could spend a half hour on that one there. But
you got time, baby. The Kings lost by 30 last night. Scott, we can do whatever you want to.
Try to forget about that, right?
Yeah.
But look, I think you look at this team, and you're right about the performance in Miami. We talked about it last week here with you guys, which was, hey, they need to win one of these two games. Now they lost to the Dolphins. They had plenty of opportunities. I've been saying it all week so far, which is the two words for that game were missed opportunities. The Dolphins did not play as well as they can on offense. They still did pretty good. I mean, Tyreek Hill had 145 yards, but the Raiders had opportunity. If they could have fielded a consistent offense, they might have won that game. Who knows, right? But you look at Aiden O'Connell and you say, he's a 4th-round draft pick. He's a rookie. Have we seen enough for him to decide whether or not he's a franchise quarterback? No. And I don't think you will in this season either. So, which puts the Raiders in the position of, hey, if you're in a position to draft a guy that is a first rounder, that is a potential franchise quarterback, you still got to draft him. Doesn't matter what Aiden O'Connell is going to be or can be. I think the Raiders have to do due diligence there. It's tough because they don't know who their coach is going to be yet and what system they're going to be running. So lots of question marks there. But Aiden O'Connell makes mistakes. Yeah, he's a rookie. He's not CJ Stroud. He's not the top of the first round. He has his limitations. I think we saw those in Miami. This is not a criticism of the kid. What it is a recognition of what he does well and what he does not do well, or where he will have physical limitations. He does not have mobility. He does not have the mobility. And I'm not talking about Lamar Jackson here, about running the ball. I'm talking about a guy who can just step up in the pocket, move around in the pocket a little more. And we saw that limitation. Now, can he develop it a little bit? Sure. But it's the reason he was a 4th-round draft pick and not a 2nd-round draft pick last year coming out of Purdue, despite putting up all the yards and the scores. So I think you have to continue to let him do it. And I think a lot of folks were really harsh about it. And it's like, well, what did you want? You wanted the rookie to start. Did you expect him to be a 12-year veteran and make no mistakes? And even they make mistakes. So I think you have to look at it that way. And it's a wait and see type of thing. What they have. Is he going to be a starting quarterback in this league? He may be. At this point, too early to tell.
So I want to go a little bigger picture on that when you talk about looking for the quarterback and what you would do going forward with this. Is that your first priority in the draft? Say you have the 7th pick or something like that. Like, is it, let's go find our franchise quarterback? Or do you want to build the team around the quarterback up a little bit? Go get some offensive line help. Go get somebody in the secondary, whatever the case may be, and say, hey, we got Aiden O'Connell, where I don't want to act like he's a sacrificial lamb, but we'll keep working with him until we're ready to add a quarterback to a roster that's ready to win?
It's a great question. And I think it's one that I get into debates with all people all the time, because it is a very good question, because you can't have a good quarterback. We saw it with Joe Burrow, right? The first couple of years of his career, where he blew his knee out. He could, and even now you saw him get hurt again this year because his offensive line, they spent money there. It just didn't work out, and he was not protected. I, though, would say this to you, Casey, is the fact that what are there more of, franchise quarterbacks or offensive and defensive linemen? I would get the quarterback. This is a quarterback league. Without a good quarterback, you're not going to win. Okay. And so I think you have to do that. That does not mean that you put them out there with a Swiss cheese offensive line and the kid gets killed. You have to make improvements there too and do it over time. So it depends where the Raiders are. It's a deeper quarterback draft, but you have to feel, I think, to answer your question, you have to feel that that guy is the guy. You have every belief in you that he's going to be your franchise quarterback for the next 10 or 15 years, whatever the time frame is. If that's the guy, then you get him. If you don't feel that way about a guy, then absolutely fill the trenches with studs and worry about the quarterback later and try to build up, knowing that it might take you a few more years.
Do you think, and I know a lot of people, and I think we even discussed this last week, Scott, heading into this 2-game stretch where you got Miami and then you got Kansas City. Well, unfortunately, you had Miami. Now you got a really pissed off Kansas City coming up, who just lost that game to the Philadelphia Eagles. Is this do you think, and we can use Aiden O'Connell as part of this and Antonio Pierce, is this a true evaluation of these guys for the front office? Hell, I don't even know if the Raiders have a long-term general manager in place. Like, is this all very much an evaluation process, or like a true, real evaluation process?
I think it is, because look, you can't. I go back to when I was a kid and my parents, whenever I would say, it's not fair, my parents would say, life's not fair. Guess what? Sometimes doors open and you get a very, very, very small opportunity to take advantage of it. Whether it's fair, the cards are stacked against you, doesn't matter. And I think that's where Antonio Pierce is, right? Can Antonio Pierce win the job and only win 3 games out of the 9 he's coached? I don't know. I don't think people would feel good about that. He's a great guy. Everybody likes him universally. And then the same thing with the interim general manager, who's Champ Kelly. He's got a great reputation. He built his kind of resume up in the front office, of course, coming from Chicago. So I think he would have a better chance. Now, they've made some moves in the interim, including with that roster. So if those things pan out, I think Champ Kelly would have a much easier road to the full-time gig than does Antonio Pierce, just because that is such a wins and losses position, right? So he's got to show something. Now, if he doesn't win the majority of his games, could Mark Davis still consider him? Absolutely. Would that be a good move? I think you could argue either way, because if he can't put it together now with what he has, which is a very highly paid offensive roster, and that's the problem right now is the offense, then you have to question or not whether he's not ready, or whether or not it's just not the right fit for them, and who's available to you. Is there somebody out there that you think can do a better job no matter what job he does?
There's a lot of questions that may be answered over the next 5-6 weeks.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, like you mentioned, it doesn't feel like you're going to get like an accurate representation of anything based on like wins and losses. It's going to be a lot about, with Mark Davis, whoever's making the decision, feel, you know what I mean? Because like you said, Antonio Pierce, he might not win another game this year. He might win one more game. That doesn't mean he's not the guy for the job, though. You know what I mean? So you can't put it just on wins and losses. You got to get a feel for how the operation is going. And do you feel like with Antonio Pierce and the GM, you could build on what happened this year? So it's going to be interesting how this plays out.
And remember, head coaches, when it comes to the football side of things, are like a CEO, right? So you're the head coach, but you got to know, who is my offensive coordinator? Who's my defensive coordinator? Who's my quarterbacks coach? And he's been around a while. He's coached for enough time in college. He's part of Herm Edwards' crew, all that stuff. So he knows people. But are you in the position to say, and again, I love Antonio Pierce. I'm rooting for the guy. But does he know how to choose the right offensive coordinator? Like, is that something? So those are the things you got to evaluate. I think too much today, especially, we get into somebody's a really good person. They're a good leader. That does not mean you set them up for success by giving them a role, if they're not prepared to take it yet. Now, maybe he is. And if Mark Davis makes that determination, great. And then he'll be evaluated like everybody else moving forward. So it's just interesting if you look at the history of interim coaches who got the job full time afterwards. There's only 1 or 2 that have ever really worked out, and it was limited success. It wasn't like somebody went on to have a great career as a head coach. Not saying that can't change. I'm just going off the data and what it says about the past.
125 this weekend. What do you think we see with these, again, probably pretty pissed off Kansas City team and a Las Vegas Raiders team that's just trying to put some things together?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Raiders' problem, and I wrote earlier this week about it, which is I felt that if Antonio Pierce wants the job, he's going to have to figure out this offense quick because they've got to score points. And the defense has done a good job, and I've said this too, which is they're getting the most out of the talent they have on that roster right now. That defense is playing pretty dang good. If you think about it, what they did in Miami could have, I mean, they put up 70 points against the Denver Broncos, right? If you remember back earlier in the season. So the Raiders keeping them to 20 points, pretty victory. And if you look at the Raiders, they're 13th in the league in points against, with just over 20, which is an improvement over 27 points last year. So they've made strides on the defense. It's the offense that hasn't moved, and the offense continues to be a problem. So against the Chiefs are going to get points. Travis Kelce, as you saw last night, still can do it, and he had some dropsies too, but the Chiefs still were able to move the ball. The Chiefs can't score in the second half. So if I look at this game, if I'm the Chiefs, actually, you know what I would do, especially with the fact that I don't have receivers who can catch the ball? I would run it down the Raiders' throats as much as possible. Pacheco, I would just run the ball. Last year they did it against the Raiders, and it succeeded. So I think you're going to see Andy Reid actually do that. They're going to have plenty of Kelce, plenty of the running game to try to wear down that defense, and then maybe you open it up over the top a little bit. But it's a tough road for the Raiders here. I think, again, coming off the performance they had in Miami, I like the defense, but can they score? I know the Chiefs will score enough, and so it's going to be a tough game, and it's hard for me to pick the Raiders at this point, but anything can happen. If this is the game that they need to win, I like their chances to stay in it. It's just, can they finish, and can the rookie quarterback have a comeback game? And I think he can, but odds, I think, are against it.
Great stuff, Scott. Always a pleasure talking to you. We'll be excited to talk with you after the Raiders and the Chiefs this weekend, man. Thanks for joining us. Have a great holiday.
You too, man. Have a happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there in Sacramento.
Yes, sir. That's our man, Scott Gulbransen, right there. Dealing with all the craziness going on in Las Vegas, both on the streets and with the football team. We'll come back. There's some rumors out there that Shams Charania talked about yesterday. Of course, the Lou Williams clip got a great deal of traction, but inside that clip was some notes about some rather big names that might be on the market. Shams, obviously well connected to the Sacramento Kings. What's this mean? Anyone interested? We'll talk about it. Plus, we got Trysta Krick at the top of the 2 o'clock hour.
Okay.
Steal Them on KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Y'all are killing it, man, over on the website. Keep those orders coming. Warren, if you're still there, I saw you asked about For the Culture shirt. It's still there. It's under the sitcom collection. It's still there. Could you grab? There's a little Sprite in the refrigerator. Could you grab that, please? Thank you. Trey Lyles might be back. Oh, let me. Well, I guess we got to go check his IG. What's going on at IG? Man, Trey Lyles. Trey, do I follow Trey? Yeah, right there. Stories. I don't know. Decode this. Oh, Lord. There's a Wolf of Wall Street video. I don't even know what to do with that. I don't even know what that means. What's up, man?
Yes, sir.
Not in that quarter zip, buddy. That ain't going to do it.
Let me get my Smash Them Boys hoodie instead.
Oh, man. When Dave sent that design, I was like, this is fire. He already made it. So not often, Aldrin J. I bought a bunch of them for family. And thank you, sir.
My mom, my dad texted me, and he goes, I think between me and your mom, we just bought 5 hoodies.
That's so awesome. I saw the names pop up. I was like, oh, Mike. Cat. Oh, all right. Well, we've infiltrated the Madsen household. Let's see if we can get anyone else to.
I'm not to be here at 5:30 tomorrow.
You don't?
No.
Oh, very nice. Nice. Very good.
I'm about to pull up like right.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
You little extra. What time do you wake up?
Just have fun, man.
Tomorrow's gonna be silly.
Yeah, we might talk about the Survivor Series for all 4 hours tomorrow. If you want to come in and be a special guest, you gonna do brackets?
We're Sacramento Kings fans thankful for it. Is one.
Oh, should we do Thanksgiving turkeys? Sports turkeys? Sports turkeys.
I'm gonna compare Sacramento Kings players to Thanksgiving sides.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
oh, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
because everyone's food taste is different.
Exactly. Me saying that somebody is green bean casserole is a good thing.
Okay.
But to a lot of people, that's a very bad thing.
Cranberry sauce a good thing?
No.
Like if I said Davion Mitchell is cranberry sauce, that'd be trash.
Hey, Davion Mitchell's not cranberry sauce because he's trash. Davion Mitchell's cranberry sauce because he is not at the table.
Oh man. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, because Davion's definitely not that. He's definitely not trash. But yeah, he's struggling to get on the big boy table. That's for sure.
It's so messed up at family gatherings. We have a kids table still, but we're all like 30 now.
That table popping.
Bunch of 30-year-olds hella drunk at the table.
No, that happens.
That table.
At least there's alcohol at the table now.
Great time.
Yeah.
It's a really great time.
At least there's alcohol. I gotta unfold my table.
You have people over?
Yeah, everyone's coming over. Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, it kind of turned into something a little bit bigger than it was supposed than I originally thought.
We got people coming over to our house. We're just gonna come to your house.
There you go. Hey, that's fine. Kyle and Heather are hosting, but they're coming to our house. My man. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, did you see it's just a random one, but did you see the Shaheen Holloway Seton Hall coach?
Yeah, I saw it on your stories. That was funny. That was hella funny. I would have fought. Yo, I would have fought. Yo, that was crazy.
Who are you gonna fight? Like which one? Like if you were Shaheen
When
Holloway?
the dude flung his
hand
like
he was
that.
trying to hold his hand still, and he's like, "Get your hands off of me."
I gotta see if we could pull up that video. That's a pretty
That
that's a pretty wild video.
was an
Like
all-time-
he held his arm hella aggressively.
Because what I think happened is Shaheen Holloway, head coach at Seton Hall, they were going up against Wagner. Seton Hall beat up on Wagner, and Holloway went for the handshake, and he shakes his hand, and it seems like the Wagner coach, who they look like they're around the same age, like early 40s, black guys. It seemed like Holloway was fine, and Wagner coach said something to him, and Holloway was like, "Oh, chill, chill, chill." And Wagner coach was still talking, and Holloway was like, "Hey, get your hands off of me," and threw his handshake away. It's ridiculous, but there's never anything funnier in college basketball than when coaches get into it.
Yeah, it's so watch this. So for the audience, Kenny just kind of gave you the play-by-play here. A strong little strut. Look at now. Oh no, we're talking. We're not done. We're talking now. Look at now they're jockeying for position, and he's holding hella tight. And now look at
he did kind of grab his arm.
Yeah. What? Look at come on, man. That you fight. That's a fight. Look at. He's got it. He's kind of got his arm on his shoulder. Like this is aggressive posture.
Very aggressive.
This is really aggressive posture right here. And then my man, look at now he throws his arm. Come on, man. Now and then turns around and looks at it. And look at look at that face. He's contemplating life right now. That coach is contemplating life right now. All right. Now we ain't done. No. Let me talk. Hey, nice job, kid.
Hey, look.
Nice job, kid.
And look at me holding Coach back. That was Kenny Caraway right there. Holding Coach back. I was like, hey, man,
look at the look on my man's face.
Hey, what are you upset about? You just won by 21.
This is something. I need the full story.
Little smug.
Look, he's got. There is bad thoughts are going through my man's head right now.
I gotta figure out what
bad thoughts. Handshake. Heart. Nope. I'm not done. We're gonna talk. You know how when wrestling matches start, they get in that like collar and elbow tie up. These two look like they're. Yeah. See, that wouldn't have worked for me. Yeah, old Kenny Caraway, get your hands off me, KC. Get your hands off me, KC. Yeah, there would have been some problems.
Oh man.
Yeah, Seton Hall coach out of pocket.
Shaheen Holloway
way out
apologizes for outbursts during handshake. He says, "I take full responsibility for that. I like Donald. I respect him. He's a good person, a good player, and a good coach.
Okay. Yeah, I would have thought.
He also, Copeland, the coach, Donald Copeland said, I'm embarrassed. I want to apologize to my team for what went on. I have a ton of respect for Shy. He's a competitor. I'm a competitor too. That's part of what went on. It's unfortunate what happened for him and me, but I want to coach my team from start to finish. Okay. Everything, all's well that ends well.
Well, that clip's gonna live forever. I don't care how much y'all apologize. That clip is gonna live forever.
You know, one of the all times though. Maybe we'll do this tomorrow. Best coaches fights. It's gonna be hard to top when John Chaney wanted to kill John Calipari. You see that when Calipari was at UMass?
Yeah.
He said, "I'll kill him. I'll kill you."
Yeah, that was an all-timer.
I'll kill you.
Shams reported yesterday that the Sacramento Kings. I don't know if this is a report. That's the thing. Sometimes
it's a report.
Is it, or is it just talking? Because what'd he say?
He said that the Kings are a destination and they're going to be in the mix. You know, they'll be monitoring situations with Siakam, OG, and even Zach LaVine. Okay. So would you say you would say he's just talking? Like,
I'm trying to figure out, like, what's the what's the report? Because I know what people, I know what the aggregated headlines are, but what's the report? That the Kings are interested in getting better?
The Kings are monitoring the situation with top possible trade targets.
What team isn't?
Orlando might not be.
I feel like Orlando could get better right now.
So if you ask me, you're right. I'm just throw a team out there. No, you're right. But if you ask me, the way I look at it, and I think this is kind of where you're going to, is if Shams says the Kings are monitoring situations, feels like somebody in Sacramento told him we're monitoring situations.
That's right.
And that's where the report comes from.
I just don't feel like, I got you. And maybe I'm doing too much. We react, sometimes overreact to everything Shams says because Shams is an insider and he's a reporter. So he didn't report that the Sacramento Kings are trying to trade for OG Anunoby or Pascal Siakam or Zach LaVine. He just said that Sacramento Kings could be in the mix for players like OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam, and Zach LaVine. To me, that's talking. I don't know.
I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. That's for sure.
The Sacramento Kings have reached out to the Toronto Raptors.
Right, that's different.
That's a report.
Right.
And I don't know whether they have or they haven't, at least not since the summer.
Right.
We know they did in the summer. We don't know where that stands now, unless the Sacramento Kings have been willing to trade half of California as well as the Golden One Center for one of those two players.
Remember when they were talking about splitting California into 6 states?
6?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
You know, it was recent. It was like, I shouldn't say recently. It was probably less than 10 years ago.
I must have been in Connecticut.
They tried to start a vote to do that. It's still probably lingering out there. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I was in Connecticut or DC or somewhere. I don't remember that.
Yeah, it would be garbage. But yeah.
What would they be called?
It was Northern California, Southern California. I think Central California was one.
Okay, this is stupid.
I think it was.
I've already lost interest.
I think it was like some stupid like Simi Valley, California. It was all stupid. But yeah, they tried to. I think it was 5 or 6 different states. It's ridiculous.
All right.
But
that's correct.
I say that to say
it is a big ass state.
They could. I was only saying that to say Toronto could get Central California. We'll give them that in trade for.
Well, that's what they're going to ask for. I don't think Toronto's trading anyone. They're just like, they just leave.
I think they will trade somebody. I think they will trade somebody.
OG's expiring because he has an opt-out, right?
I think, yeah. That sounds right.
Because he has another year. It's just he's not going to take the deal. So he's Siakam. I can't remember. Siakam has years left, right?
Yeah, I think he's got about 2.
I thought it was
at
2
least 2
also,
years, yeah.
like 2 real years, not like
Right. So I think he does make a deal for one of those guys. I think, we joke about Masai and what he's doing, but I do think he understands that this.
No, Siakam expires. I'm
Oh, he does?
2020.
Oh.
What year are we? 2023, 24. Yeah, Siakam expires. 37.8 is where he's at.
Well, which is crazy as to why, like, these asking prices will be that high for 2 guys that are expiring. Like, you may not have them after the year, and you want us to send Keegan Murray and Fox.
Yeah, it's
I'm
crazy.
Like, come on,
yeah,
man.
It's dumb.
Come on.
This is where, like,
let's make a deal. Let's make a real deal.
This is where contracts match.
Mm-hmm.
That's the type of deal this is contract matches. What do I get in return? I don't know, man. Maybe a first-round pick. And if you're Sacramento, first-round picks look different now because you're hoping they're in the mid to late 20s.
Right.
So it's not you're not trading a potential lottery pick.
Right.
At least that's obviously the hope.
And right now, just looking, I don't want this guy to go anywhere, but I'm just looking right now. Dennis Schroeder is the starting point guard for the Raptors, who's played well. Schroeder's played well.
You say you don't want this guy to go anywhere. Who are you referring to?
I think Davion Mitchell has to be involved in any type of trade discussions.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to see if that team has a need at point guard.
Okay.
So,
not the night I was hoping
I don't
for.
want him to go. I like Davion. I still kind of believe in him in this system a little bit more than most, but I'm not no dummy. I see the writing on the wall.
Can I ask you something? Why?
Why do I believe is? Because I've seen him do it. I've seen him be.
But in this system with Mike,
yeah, he was highly productive in game 2 of the playoffs.
That's a game. He was highly productive like 4 nights ago.
Yeah, I think he can continue that.
But can he be that more often? I'm not going to use last night because that would be unfair. Everyone stunk last night, except Domas, who still almost wound up with a Jason Kidd triple-double. Again, I'm not saying he played well. It's just funny that he almost wound up with a Jason Kidd triple-double. But, we don't have to go. Like, he has more nights that we feel like aren't productive or aren't good than he does in those, first night off the bench with Keon starting or game 2 of the NBA playoffs.
I thought he played well last year. The only time people had a real problem with Davion Mitchell, I thought, was when he had to start for Fox. Those 2 games. And other than that, I thought he was fine. I didn't think he was a problem. I thought he was a good backup point guard last year. This year he struggled, and it also coincides with times when he had to step in for De'Aaron. Now maybe he's not that caliber of point guard for this particular team, but I think he's a good backup point guard for this squad for sure.
Okay. I mean, I don't hate it. I'm not against it. I'm a Davion fan. It's just I have to be real with myself. I'm just at some point it doesn't become about you can't see the fit. It becomes about it doesn't fit. It doesn't work.
But so
at least with this coach, this coaching staff, this roster, and this particular player, there has to be a realization at some point that it just doesn't work.
So, but what, and it's really what Mike is telling us it's not working because he's not in the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm looking at the situation. I'm like, well, what doesn't work, and what are you looking for? Because whoever you bring in, we talk about Keon and how he's doing well, and he is, but he's not statistically, he's not doing much of anything. It's not like he's coming in and he's getting 15 points off the bench as the backup point guard or whatever. He's coming in, he's being solid. He's moving the ball, I guess.
But clearly there's something.
He's being solid. It's solid.
More than that. There's more than something that Davion's not doing, though, but Keon is.
No, in Mike Brown's eyes for sure. But in the reality, he's being solid because if he was doing that much, he'd be closing out games talking about Keon. He's not closing out. Like, it's not like, we've got to have him on the floor. And his in his
Well,
time.
he's not a starter.
Yeah, but Malik's not a starter either, and sometimes he closes out games.
That's
that's
Malik special.
Right about that.
Malik special.
But I don't think Keon is doing a whole lot special. He's doing what Mike Brown is asking him to do that Davion's not. I don't know exactly what that is.
Yeah.
But my whole point is it's not like you're like Davion's not working and you're going to bring in a Trey Jones Tyus Jones level backup point guard,
Mhm.
who can average 12 a night. Not like that's not what's going to happen.
Mhm.
And because of that, I think Davion can give you that. I think he can give you what Keon's giving you. For whatever reason, it doesn't seem like he is, but I think he can do that.
You think Davion can give you what Keon's giving you?
And people look at Keon as just right now, just the way people are talking, that works. Well, Davion can do that.
Okay. I don't know. I guess we're just looking. It doesn't matter how we look at it.
That's the most important thing.
It only matters how Mike's looking at it. And clearly there's something Davion is not doing that Keon Ellis does. We talked about the height differential. It's not just that. That can be made up through a variety of different things. And I don't know. It'll probably be more telling when Keon is back. It'll probably be more telling when most of the roster is healthy. Like when Duarte, whatever his status is back. Keegan, if it's just Alex Len that's out for the foreseeable future. If we just go back to Davion Mitchell DMPs, I'm not sure that there's anything Davion could do. And Keon is performing the same way. I'm not sure that there's much Davion could do, because now you look at what happens when Chris Duarte got a chunk of minutes. He played really well. That again, I hate when coaches do this. You just got to throw yesterday's game out. Like, I can't say, oh, look who played really well, or look who did this, or look who did that. There's nothing. There isn't even a Keon versus Houston moment.
Right.
It was all bad. So you just
Harrison played well.
Here you go, HB. This for you right here. I don't know what to do with that. I don't even know what that looks like. What does play well mean?
He made a couple shots.
16 points. 16 points. I don't remember one of them.
He hit 3
and that's
threes
not
in the
Harrison's.
first-
That's not Harrison's fault.
He hit 3 threes in the first quarter, I believe it was.
I was a little busy during the first quarter, but I also don't like watching games while we're doing our show.
Yeah,
That made for a difficult evening.
Obviously, the Kings don't like playing while we're doing our show.
Well, yeah, I don't blame them. They're like, yo, coach, we're missing D'Lo. Yo, Adam, fix these start times. We're missing D'Lo and KC.
They try to end that game as quick as possible so they can listen to the rest of the show.
No, that's facts. I don't blame them.
It's either us or them. Somebody's getting blown out, and it's probably going to be the Kings. So we can catch the 6 o'clock hour.
There you go. JaVale played well yesterday.
Yeah.
He had some moments.
Yeah.
He had some moments. I was waiting for James's tweet. Which one of those three guys interests you the most? And this is a everybody question, not just a Kenny Caraway question. I guarantee the Kings will land one of these three players that Shams mentioned yesterday: Zach LaVine, Pascal Siakam, or OG Anunoby. Which one? Guaranteed one of them can be a Sacramento King, and it's probably will use some form of the universal deal that now involves Davion Mitchell and I guess Harrison Barnes. I say I guess because it's really tough for me with expiring contracts. But let's play along. Let's not get in the weeds too much. I guarantee one of these guys will be a Sacramento King. Which one do you want?
I know everybody's going to say OG. I must have a blind spot with OG. I think he's a good ball player. I don't see him the way everybody else sees him. So I will go with
Virtually
Pascal.
the entire chat is saying OG.
I'll go with Pascal Siakam.
So I think that's one player in this we might be sleeping on a little bit. Like Siakam is He can
I think
go.
Siakam and OG is dope. OG's dope. Like, he can play. I think Siakam's a better player. And Siakam might be a little bit more of a fit. And I say that because when people talk about OG, I thought they were talking about OG to be the 3 and Keegan stay at the 4. I think Keegan has shown that he possibly could be a 3 in this league.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have him playing the 3, you got Siakam at the 4 now, and teaming up with Domas a little bit in that front court. I like Siakam a little bit better, but OG would be dope too. But if you ask me, I'd say Siakam.
I think I'm with you. I like OG a lot. Here is Sham's exact quote. This is the first time in a really long time, maybe when Chris Webber was with the Kings, that you can look at the Kings as a trade destination. They're going to be involved in every star player. Siakam, OG Anunoby, maybe Zach LaVine. Whatever stars become available, because Monty McNair, that organization, they've done a good job at keeping their assets. They have tradable contracts, so they're going to be a player for stars coming up for sure. Again, we could debate whether that's news or not, but that's not the conversation. If we stuck with those 3, quote, stars, which one would you want? KC says Siakam. A lot of people say OG Anunoby. Virtually everyone says no to Zach LaVine.
I think I would take OG. I think I'm taking OG because of his 3-point percentage. Siakam shoots it. I don't want to say like much worse, but OG's a better 3-point shooter there, and his defense, I think I'd take that too.
Yeah, there's a lot of benefits to having OG for sure.
Siakam on his career, 32.5 from 3. OG on his career, 37.5. That's about where he's at right now, 37.1% from 3 this year. Siakam, 24.5% so far this year. 19 points per game for Pascal Siakam, 15.6 points per game for OG Anunoby.
I just and I'll admit it, like I don't see OG the same way everybody else does. I think he's a good ball player.
Does anyone present him as anything more than a good ball player?
They think OG is like great. I don't think he's a great.
Well, do they think he's great, or do they think he's a great fit for this Kings team?
Maybe it's that. But
because that's the question,
people
right?
Rule over OG.
I think part of that is the fit for this team.
That could be exactly what it is.
I think because, and I wonder, it's probably, as we get to February and get to 40 some odd games being played, and we have a much bigger sample size of what this Sacramento Kings defense is going to be this year. We have a nice small sample size, but once the sample size is bigger, do people feel the same way about OG Anunoby? Because I think the number one thing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, 916-909-1320. I think the number one thing about OG is what he can do defensively. He could score. He could do a lot of other things, but what he can do defensively feels like the absolute, when you talk about guarding the top tier players in the league. Keegan has taken that responsibility this year. Done very well with it so far. Would have done well with it, but if you could put OG Anunoby, an all defensive type guy on them, oh man, that would be huge. Well, if the Sacramento Kings kind of solidify themselves as a, let's ride with it, middle of the pack defensive team, do they still feel the same way about OG Anunoby? Does Siakam become a better fit? I think everyone's concern with Siakam will be what Jesse just pointed out, the 3-point percentage. And if you're trying to draw someone out away from the rim for Domas, he might not be the perfect fit for that. Might. That's just presenting a case. Might not be the perfect fit for that. Oh, no. Let's hear from Kamara. 916-909-1320. Kamara Williams, attorney at law. What's up, man?
Just really want to, first of all, call you guys and wish you guys a happy Thanksgiving, man. I didn't know if you guys are going to be on tomorrow, but,
Yeah, we'll be here.
Oh, man. Happy Thanksgiving, big dog.
Yeah, I haven't called because they were winning and I didn't want to ruin the streak. So I was like, until You know,
You haven't
it's kind of-
called because you're posting workout videos with paragraphs attached to them.
Oh well, you know that too, but no, man, I am more preferential towards Siakam, and I'll tell you why. Because he adds length on the in the front court, and I think he covers more positions, and I think you can kind of get away with having, let's say Kevin Huerter or whomever on at the two guard, a big guard, you know, guarding at the two spot. And if Keegan's going to develop, I just kind of feel like you don't need, you know, if you had, obviously this is all wish list, right? And, you know, but I think you can kind of get away more with a Siakam who kind of plays more in the system. And people don't really watch OG, but OG tends to like need a lot of iso ball. You know, like he's an iso ball player. He's a good ball player, but he needs to have the ball in his hands really to kind of just really, you know, cook a little bit. And we already have that in De'Aaron. So I'm not sure even OG would function, but Siakam's the guy who kind of slides right in.
Okay.
I hear you. Yeah, I like OG a lot. I think OG will be really good on this team, but
We'll
my
ask
personal
Trysta Krick.
pick is Siakam.
We'll ask Trysta Krick this question. She joins us when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Go grab my juice.
All three of those players make the Kings championship contenders, though.
I think so. I would even throw Zach LaVine in there. Zach LaVine is, I think people be sleeping on Zach LaVine. I think they be sleeping on dude. So yeah, I think all three of those guys do that.
We put that up as a poll question. We're headed to the poll, guys. Well, let's see.
UCLA versus Chaminade. I'm not watching the losers bracket. Sorry, John Pauls. That was a good game last night. Good finish between UCLA and Marquette.
Oops. OG. Hit the thumbs up while you're over there, guys, please. Siakam, Levine, and OG. Nope, not doing that, Roddy. Not doing that. No, Warren, I did. It's still there. Just go to the sitcom section. But it's definitely still there. It's just not in the featured section anymore. I put all the new merchandise in the featured section. But if you go to like the collections, you'll see the sitcom collection. You'll see the living color.
Well, this will be pretty cool. Even though I spoke last week about how I'm kind of against these things, but high school is a little different. Christian Brothers versus Jesuit, Holy Hoops, January 6th at the Golden One Center. That's gonna have a massive crowd.
Ooh, shit. Oh man. Goodness gracious. This strong. Man, you ain't lying. Oh. Okay. Trysta Krick set to join us at the very top of the hour. Of course, you can get your very own Trysta Krick hoodie over at DLoandKC.com. Everything on DLoandKC.com. 30% off right now, including our off-white tribute hoodies, which are only available at this time of year, and our new merchandise for the Insiders, our very popular Oakland Forever design, and
Fire.
The yet to be sold.
Well, I mean, it is. Design is fire. The idea is fire. I just don't know if that's going to be actually put in circulation.
Over 300 people have visited the website today. Not one single purchase for a Smash Them Boys hoodie.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. It's tough.
It's your catchphrase.
No, I mean,
it's your catchphrase.
Yeah,
like Dave Garcia did this for you.
I'm just saying, we don't know if we need to put that on the shirt.
We'll set the over-under at half. Half a hoodie. We're going over or under with this being sold.
I'll go at least one person will buy it as a joke. I think the true over-under should be 1.5.
1.5?
Yeah.
All right. Over-under 1.5 then.
I think it's going under.
I think we're going to get the one as a joke, and that's it.
We'll keep this bet up for like 3 weeks.
It's an incredible design. It works in the Republic. And again, Connor, I'm blaming Connor Sutton for this. Hey, come on, KC. Say it, KC. You got to say it. It's been good luck. All right. How good luck is it? You going to walk around with that shirt on?
No. Well, let's see. No.
You're going to sit at Thanksgiving? You ain't going to get it in time for Thanksgiving. You're going to sit at Christmas dinner?
No, we didn't have to do that. We could just say it. We didn't have to
No, you didn't have to say it. I begged you for like a year and a half.
Whoever has supported Kenny in that phrase needs to buy a hoodie.
I think that's
like, this is your fault. Put your money. Like, come buy a hoodie.
Hey, shout out to Dave Garcia Designs, man. Great job.
Oh, Wacky Starfish asks, can a white guy wear the off-white for the culture hoodie? Yes. Yes, it absolutely can. Do not let your wife tell you you cannot pull that off. Yes, sir. You can wear it. That's one of my favorite designs of all time. I absolutely love that design from Dave Garcia. Let's get TC in here right here. 916-909-1320. TC, we fell just short, baby, just short.
What's up? Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
We good, man. We good. You almost had it correct.
Yeah. Hey, look. Hey, check it out. Hey, I got a couple things. First and foremost, man, about the game last night. Listen, when we in that passive mode with Sabonis, everybody like driving to the lane. You got a floater, man. Shoot the floater or shoot like under the basket. Stop driving to the basket and kicking out and you stopping in the paint looking for cutters. Bro, that had me livid last night. When I seen that, I said, man, we finna get blown out. And they was on the heater. They wasn't missing no shots. Ingram looking like Prime Michael. I'm like, man, hey, look, D-Lo, Casey, that game had me sick. But we lose. First of all, we have a bad record when we have to play at 5 p.m. or before. But that's another story for another day. But when Domas is playing passive, like when he's driving to the cup and like passing right when he's like under the basket, we never win games that way. Also, D-Lo, look, KC, evil ways is better than sharpshooter to me. You have to listen to evil ways again. I've been listening to that, bro. Drake didn't get bodied that bad on evil ways. He stepped up. It wasn't like shooter, but evil ways, bro, was way better than shooter.
No, it's not. It's first person shooter, and no, it's not. Stop it. Stop trying to be different.
Evil ways was fire though. It's not first person shooter.
It's not close. Let's not do this, TC. Be real with yourself.
He didn't even get bodied on the Evil Ways either.
They
were just playing one-on-one.
Cole's verse, one of the great. Yeah, Cole took it easy on him. He was like, "Oh, I humiliated him the last time around. Let me turn my shine down so Drake can have a moment here."
Wow, the disrespect you be having towards Drake, like, dude.
No, Drake's solid. No, he's cool.
Dude can't rap.
He can't rap like Cole.
Oh no,
you can't rap like Cole.
No,
you can't rap like Cole.
They right there. They right there.
He can't rap like Cole. No, they're not. They're not.
You keep
they're not.
Nah.
He was very nice to say, "Is it Aubrey K. Dot or me?" Like, no,
don't
that's
do that.
Cute.
Don't
it's
do that.
Not.
Hey, really, don't do that to Drake's pen. Don't do that. Don't do that. Lemon Pepper Freestyle. We just act like that don't exist.
No, that's a solid record.
The joint that he had, the solo joint on the 21 Savage album, him and 21.
Yeah.
Don't do
he
that.
can go.
Don't do
He can go.
Don't do that. Don't do act like they not in the same class. Do not do that.
He's a tier below those other two.
That's cap.
He's a tier below those
That's
other
cap.
two. You can say it as much as you want to. He's a tier below those other two.
You can say that as much as you want.
It's Cole. It's
that
Kendrick.
don't make it true.
It's
that
Cole,
is cap.
It's Kendrick. The end. Drake is right after that, and Drake's all by himself.
Sound crazy.
No, I sound real.
Crazy.
I sound real. 916-909-1320. Manny, what's good, baby?
He better than Diplo, though. I'll tell you that.
Well, I think you meant to say Dipset, and Manny's a backpacker. He don't like anything that you could dance to. Manny don't like that type of rap. He don't like that type of rap.
I am a backpacker, but I enjoy a little bit of everything. And J. Cole definitely bodies Drake 99.9% of the time.
Well, there's only 2 songs that I'm aware of, but I got you, Manny.
So with the OG and Siakam, I think either way you go with them, you can, on this team, they're interchangeable on where you need them to play. You can even put at this point, the way Keegan's been, you can play him at the 2 if you had to. But absolutely no to Levine. Absolutely not. That dude will do nothing. Like I see the skill sets, right? And one of the things that I thought about for a minute was like, if he came here, can Mike Brown do what Doc did with Pierce and when Garnett got there, where Garnett got Pierce to play some defense at the later part of his career? And I'm not sure he can. Like, I'm not sure. He definitely doesn't play. He hasn't played D since he's been in the league. But yeah, that's a no. I think he'd be a hindrance to this team, even with his skill sets, more than the other two.
Appreciate you, Manny.
Manny
always sound like he high. He's just always on like ultimate chill.
Manny watches a lot of Zach LaVine, so that's first person
shooter
account. Shooter that too. First person shooter or account of Zach LaVine's game.
We need to make an amendment. I missed it. I saw, Delivery Joe orders everything. He literally orders everything on the website.
Yeah,
including. We've already sold one Smash Them Boys hoodies.
Shout out Delivery Joe, man. Hey, big ups, man.
So now we've got, the over under now it's a half. One more in addition to Delivery Joe. That's the number. So Joe did buy it.
Yeah,
Delivery Joe bought it,
and it's over.
It's
so
now.
If Casey gets a hoodie too, that doesn't count. It's got to be someone else.
Casey ain't buying that hoodie. There ain't no way Casey buying that.
I mean,
I will not get a notification that Kenny Caraway
buy it out of respect. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna. I told you I might do that. I ain't gonna wear it.
No, if you buy it, you have to wear it like for their first game, like on the show. Just do it on the show to be an inside joke for the show.
Mid pitch.
No, we don't need no. Just out of respect, man. That's it.
It's a crazy ass hoodie.
Shout out Delivery Joe, man.
Big ups Delivery Joe.
Shout out Delivery Joe. Trysta Krick's going to join us coming up here at the top of the hour.
Hey, real quick, about the Shams thing and everything going on. You care to talk about what everybody else was talking about in that situation?
The Lou Williams.
Yeah.
No, I don't really care what Lou Williams thinks about Sacramento. I get it. Like Tiger might not be enough for some people. like Tiger, Solomon Vinyl, Darling Avery, Roshan, maybe that might not be enough for them.
Mm-hmm.
If you're coming to Sacramento like if basketball and nightlife are your two biggest focuses, yeah, this probably isn't the place for you.
Yeah.
I don't think he said anything like inflammatory. I don't
No,
really
he
have a
didn't.
problem with it.
I mean, he didn't say anything. It was just to me, and like people, when I responded to it, they was acting like I was getting at Lou Will. I even tried to come with another tweet like, "Yo, I like Lou Will. Like I understand what he's saying. I just don't look at Lou Will as this winning type of player where you talk about the top 3 things on his list being
and
winning is there. And I say that also sounds like a diss. That's not important to everybody. Some people look at basketball and what they do with basketball in different ways and just, I got to win as many championships as possible. Some people say, hey, I got an opportunity to make as much money as possible while being, I want to win. It'd be cool if I won, but that's not my high list of priority. I want to live in a certain city, and that's okay. That doesn't work here. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be able to have this nightlife here that you're looking for, but yeah, I understood what he was saying. The only thing, and then even in that statement, in the little quote, he was like, yo, some people may get there. A lot of people get there and they like it. Like, I understand that. It's cool. They got a great fan base or whatever. But the only issue I had was that came up pretty much for no reason, because he's in there talking about free agency.
Mm-hmm.
And that
wasn't
even what was brought up. He said people are trying to the Kings might be involved in trades.
Mm-hmm.
So saying like, oh, ain't nobody gonna pick Sacramento, like that ain't even, are we even talking about that?
Yeah, I don't. Again, and this isn't. It's not a Lou Williams diss either. I just don't care what Lou Williams thinks about Sacramento or Tiger or its nightlife. Like, again, and I think you said it perfectly. If nightlife is your biggest concern, you're not a Monty McNair player. Mm-hmm. And so, like, hey, but like, I'm all, live for you. If Atlanta's your spot and they can pay you the most money and they got the best nightlife, go with it. I'm all for it. Do you? Monty's going to look for the best basketball player, and free agent or trade. Like he wants, it's been clear from jump. He wants a specific type of player. And you saw it in Tyrese, you saw it in Domas, you see it in Chris Duarte, you see it in Kobe Jones and the types of guys that he goes and gets. Like, that's who he's looking for. He's probably not looking for a Lou Williams type.
Right.
Here's the thing about that. Sorry to just jump in, but I figured we'd continue the conversation. Lou Will got in trouble during the bubble for going to Magic City in Atlanta and for the wings. Lou Williams, I'm sorry, is an unserious player. He is a great 6-man. He is a walking bucket, but he is not a player truly that moves the needle on a championship team. And his head is in the wrong place as it relates to being a professional basketball player. Also, secondarily, I didn't even comment about this online because I wanted to talk about it here. Secondly, you're on the road 41 games a year. There's all kinds of places for you to go. You're barely even in your home city. Let's not act like Sacramento is Milwaukee. It's not. It's not Milwaukee. Nobody's slandering Milwaukee like they slander Sacramento. I had never been to Sacramento until I came to see you guys twice last year. I have found, this is going to make the chatty house go a little poppin', but I have found myself going on hot pads multiple times to see what's up in Sacramento for housing. It's a great spot. West Coast, close to everything, hour and a half away from San Francisco, in and out. Airport's one of the best in the business. LA right there. Portland, where I'm from, right there. Vegas right there. And it's more affordable than some of the other places. It's a little less affordable than I thought, which is a testament to how good Sacramento is. Weather is impeccable. The climate is good. Like, I actually love I love Sacramento.
We love you.
We do. And that's why everybody should head over to DeLoandKC.com right now and get the new Trysta Krick hoodie available at this moment for 30% off. There's multiple different designs here.
I like this one
for
right
TK.
here.
Yeah, this one's kind of fire. We've got
I
association.
love the crew neck.
But we got crew necks in here. There we go.
Yeah.
We got crew necks.
That's
in
high
here.
quality right there.
Yeah,
Look at that purple one.
Yeah, look at
Yeah.
that.
The purple one go hard.
So I got to tell a story about this.
Did you notice the pause button?
I loved it. I
okay,
absolutely
just wanna
loved
make sure
it.
you see the pause button.
So I was talking to my mom on the phone like 2 hours ago. And I'm like, oh my God, I saw the tweet. I'm like, oh my God, this is so cool. I'm on the phone with her. And I'm like, yeah, D'Lo and Casey, they ended up putting a sweatshirt out with my name. It's like dope. The branding's awesome. It's like the King's cursive, but it's Krick. And this bitch says, well, they at least know that they have one customer. And I go, excuse me? She made it sound like that the reason is not because, oh, like, hey, Trysta, you connect with the audience, like the chatty house loves you. You've become ingrained with this local market. Like, that's freaking dope. Like, awesome that they decided to do this. Like, she had it acted like it was the entire, like, there was like some sort of benefit that I would just buy all the sweatshirts with my name on them for my family and friends, like an egomaniac. And she was like, well, they expect you to buy probably every color and every size. And I was like, no, they think that the fans, like, do you think I'm a scrub? Like, do you think I'm just like somebody that they pity? That they think they're getting $60 times how many ever sweatshirts? I'm just going to pass them out for the holidays? Who are you? And she was like, I was like, you might be the most cynical human I've ever met. Like, that's where your brain immediately went. This is effed up, Mom. Like, this is actually, I can't do this, Trysta. If you're going to parse my words, I just can't. I'm like, no, you said that though. You made it seem like the only human on earth that's going to buy this shirt is me. That's insane.
Hilarious. She said, you think I'm a scrub? Oh, man. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause so much angst between you and your mother.
Amazing. That's her. She believes that, like, no, I could be making $10 million a year. This is the example I was telling to my friend right before I came on. I could be like Michael Strahan level. Like, I have, not suits, but like I have a clothing line. And she'd be like, JC Penney, that's all right. Like, you can't get it in the sacks. Like shows everybody. Like the quality of your stuff is JC Penney. Mom, are you serious right now?
Well, hopefully we don't have to go through the same thing that this person went through in all seriousness. But isn't that what happened with Biggie's mom? She didn't realize he was Biggie until she drove through Brooklyn for the funeral.
Oh, yeah.
She was like, yeah, I knew my son was famous, but I didn't really grasp it until Brooklyn was the way it was when for his funeral. So, like I said, hopefully we don't have to go there.
Let's hope we don't have to drive Trysta through Portland for mom
like
to
just
figure
a
it out.
Nipsey Hussle level procession.
Driving Trysta all around Portland. Dame
We got
Lillard
like
on the
floats
stoop.
and like,
Yeah.
Maybe I could do a little like a little misdemeanor and I get locked up and the streets can go wild for me when I go
No, we
to
can't
jail
have
for
it.
14 days. I don't think I could make it 14 days, to be honest.
We don't need any of it.
We don't need that.
By the way, it must be sunny because Casey says he's doing the tropical today. Blue,
And the sun is out, but it's cold.
blue and yellow. That tells me it's a nice day.
It's cold, man. I'm just trying to stay warm.
He fashion first. Y'all know what it is.
Come on, man. Look at the guy. Look at this guy. Stop.
Steelo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Trysta Krick sharing troubles with her mother.
Real quick, everyone in the chatty house, if you buy those sweatshirts, tag them on Twitter and be like, this is for Mama Krick. There is demand for this sweatshirt, Mama Krick. It's not just her, it's us.
I do know some have already sold. I'm pretty sure Joe already bought his. He bought a shirt that said "Smash Them Boys" on it. I'm sure he bought the
that was
Trysta Krick
wild.
shirt.
That was wild. Shout out Delivery Joe. That was wild.
TK, we were having a conversation. Your boy Sham Sharania was talking yesterday about the Kings being a trade destination. Is kind of where the Lou Williams thing came from. And mentioned 3 names: Zach LaVine, OG Anunoby, and Pascal Siakam. I think we know, especially given today's gift to promote the show, how you feel about Zach LaVine. But what about the other 2? If you could pick one of those 2 Toronto Raptors to be a Sacramento King, which one would it be?
I think it would be OG. I like them both. I think there's interesting roles for both of them to have. Pascal probably has higher upside. We saw what he could be in 2019 when he played with Kawhi, how his role was there. His usage rate is all the way down. How they're using him in Toronto is very suspicious. I think they're trying to box him out, right? I don't think he stays. They didn't want to extend him. I was talking to somebody who covers the Toronto Raptors quite closely, an analytics guy. Check the podcast. That interview was really, really good. He kind of broke down some very key things about what's going on over there. But I think that he was going to sign for the max, not even super max. It was like, whatever, just pay me the max money and I'll stay. And they were like, no, we're not even going to offer you that. We're going to let you go to free agency for nothing. So I think he's probably the most available. I think he probably fits better with Keegan because he plays a little bit of a different role than OG. OG's defensively just so good, though. And he's really good in catch and shoot 3 scenarios, whereas Pascal is a little bit more spotty. I think production-wise, Pascal is a little bit of a roller coaster. But we saw the other day, I think he had 30, 11, and 2 steals against the Wizards. I know it is the Wizards, and they're defensively a sieve. But we know what Pascal can be. I think consistency-wise, I like OG. I like his defense. I think the fit might be better for Pascal. But I'm kind of like, they're like 50-50 the same to me.
Yeah, I went with Siakam, and it wasn't even really a diss towards OG. I feel like I value OG a little less than most people do. But I think he's a great ball player. I just like Siakam. I mean, I've seen Siakam, and he may not be the same player, but in the highest moments, be one of the 2 or 3 best players on the court, in those NBA finals against the Warriors. And, you've seen him in other situations. There was times when Kawhi left when it was like, all right, well, now Siakam's number 1. He's not going to be able to hold up. And it looked like that for a little while. And then he got his game together and he started cooking for a little while. So, and he's not even going to be asked to be number 1 here. I like Siakam a little bit better, but OG, if they got OG, there's a bunch of benefits to that too.
I think OG will get paid more too. OG's going to get a big bag. Big bag. I like Caruso the most, though.
Caruso.
Really? Over the 2 Raptors?
I think he's just on a better contract situation. That's really it, like monetarily. I think a backup point guard, or you could play him. Think about him and Fox together in the backcourt. And maybe you move Harrison, and then it's Caruso, Fox, Herder, Keegan, Sabonis. I think defensively you become really good. Maybe you could think that Keegan's a little undersized at that position, but it's still interesting to me. And like you have another sure-handed ball handler outside of Fox so that you can't really trap Fox. And he's a good 3-point shooter now. And his on-ball defense is so good. So you get the on-ball defense of Davion, but you get more offensive production, and you get him at a really inexpensive price. OG and Pascal Siakam are going to be quite expensive.
True. Very true.
This is a conversation we were having earlier, and it's could get louder, could get quieter, depending on how the next couple of weeks go. But does Davion Mitchell fit here in Sacramento?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's getting hard to have confidence that he does.
I love Davion. You guys know how I feel about Davion.
You know.
I've got like a soft spot for him too. You know.
But he started to register DMPs, and we've been waiting for this thing with him and Mike to like meet and form like this superpower. And it's not happening.
I think it's less about him fitting with the talent on the team than it is him fitting with what Mike wants to do and what Mike is valuing. So I think roster-wise, he does fit. We saw him play really well against Steph Curry, right? He was locking Steph up game 1, game 2. We were sitting next to each other, standing next to each other, very impressed. His on-ball defense, he was getting into Steph's space, making everything difficult for him. Steph had a horrible shooting night. I think it was game 1. And that was Day-Day, right? He had some really big threes. He had some critical like drives into the lane. So I think he fits. But I don't know with the additions that they've made whether he's getting squeezed out. And I don't love that for him personally. And I think he could probably do more than the role that he has, but I don't think he's going to get that opportunity.
And that's fair. I mean, I feel the same way that you do about Davion and his potential fit here in Sacramento. But it may be a situation, and this is what we talked about when I said, this guy is going to be in every trade discussion because that ship may have sailed, regardless of if he can fit or not. He may not get the opportunity at this point. They've moved on with Keon, Duarte, Kobe Jones, or whatever the case may be.
The Keon is really the part that's killing him. That's the part. That's the part.
I smell what you're cooking. I know.
What do you mean by that? Elaborate. What do you mean the Keon part is killing it?
It's just if Keon doesn't exist on this team, and Keon's had some good games too, and he's looked really good, and production-wise, and he's getting starts, and you're like, ooh, Keon's getting starts. Oh no, Davion. Like Keon, that's the immediate thing. And I'm sure Kings fans feel this way too, Eric. You're like, Keon in the starting lineup? Like, if I'm Davion, I'm like, what the? You're texting your friends, like, are you serious?
Yeah.
And then he plays well, and you're like, angry face emoji. You're happy to see your teammates do well, and you're happy to see the team succeed in general. But we're all individuals here, and we've got mouths to feed, whether that's our own, whether that's family members, whether that's people we love. We've got a career to build. And Keon does not help Davion's career in Sacramento at all.
Yeah. I mean, to elaborate on what Trysta's saying, like, obviously I haven't talked to Davion, but I can imagine that happens. He's like, yo, I destroy this guy every time we play.
He's a two-way player.
And he's starting, you going to start him over me?
This is, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Right. So.
And I love, you guys know how I feel about I love Davion. And like Davion as a dude, he's about as good as it comes. He is so solid. I see him out. I walked by inside Summer League, and I'm walking across the court. I don't see him. He sees me. He jogs up, grabs my arm, and he's like, "What's up? Like, where you been at? What's been happening with your life? Like, where are you? Like, what's been new? I just wanted to say hi. Like, you're going to come by and not say anything." Like, he's just a solid person. Like athletes, they have their own, there's a median morality code for professional athletes, right? Like, there's an ego to this. Every, entertainment industry has a median ego. He just does not have that. I hate to see this for him.
Yeah. And I want to say this, to be fair to Keon, whatever it is that Mike was looking for, he executed it.
Yep.
And he's had his opportunity, regardless how, it came up, and he's taking advantage of it. So I hope he gets well soon, just in general, but because of that, like, he got a two-way guy, undrafted, I think, undrafted guy, got his opportunity.
Tremendous story. Amazing story. He's perfect for the Rando report, but can't do it to Davion, so he doesn't make it. Sorry. I have my limits.
Are you buying this level of play from Minnesota yet?
Yes, I am. I just recorded the podcast. And did you guys see that? Sorry for everyone who's listening on the radio, but I gotta pay this off for the YouTube folks. Did you guys see where Cat was like into the body, just bam, just dunked. I'm like, this is what you should do every single possession that you're in the paint, Cat. Put your caboose and your back into the man behind you, pause, and dunk on his face.
I believe what she was saying is you can do it, put your back into it. I believe that's what she was.
You can do it, put your into it.
Yeah.
Gonna do it.
Just to be clear, you draw the line at ass. Like you're gonna call your mom a bitch on the show. But we draw the line at ass.
Sometimes I forget which ones are on and off limits.
No,
so I just if my brain doesn't say green, which it says green a lot.
Yeah,
if my brain doesn't say green in the moment, then I just don't do it.
Is Cat now the secret to this whole thing working? Because if Anthony Edwards is established as the dude, if Karl Anthony Towns is right there and this is now a duo, is he the key to making this whole thing?
Hold on, man. Y'all give my flowers, man. Give my flowers. I've been saying Cat. Y'all was talking crazy about Cat.
Who's y'all?
Everybody
crazy about
what you always say, y'all like you were talking crazy about Cat.
I've said Cat was a bitch forever.
There we go.
Forever. I even said it today. He just looks less bitchish now than he did before. And I think that's a product of who you're around. Anthony Edwards is no joke. He is a hard rock. Pause. So you're not going to be able to pull that bitch stuff around him. You can say that. I know FCC allows that one.
It's like that scene in Old School where he's like, you don't have to celebrate it. Like, put the earmuffs on. Sorry, Bruce or Bruce's parents. You guys are listening.
I think culturally, but Chris Finch has found a way offensively and defensively for all these dudes to mesh. I still don't understand how the spacing is working, but it is. Naz Reid has been really good. McDaniels has been good. Mike Conley, actually, I think is the key. Mike Conley is he's on an expiring. He's going to get paid again because he's setting everybody up. He's the pass first point guard that they got, that they had in Tyus a while ago. And he, I think, is the connective tissue to everybody's mouth getting fed. Pause.
Conley, 30. Wow, you are having a day today. Mike Conley.
Last week was a little too tame for the chatty.
I agree. Everyone noticed too. Like Trysta was a little reserved today.
We got shirts to sell now.
we do.
Come on, baby. Tell Mama Krick it's not just me.
Bitches is definitely the next design we're gonna have to make.
Yeah. Crick's mom.
I was trying to think when that Ohio State championship game was, because that feels like a long time ago.
Long time
Mike Conley's 36 years old.
Yeah, he's literally my age. He's like slightly younger than me. He's gonna continue to get his dough. He is. And they might be. Here's the thing that's interesting about Minnesota. Is A-Rod about it? How much does him and homie from Walmart, forget Mark Lowry, want to go into the luxury tax? Because that's what they're going to need to do. In a small market with guys getting paid a lot of money, you had Ant Edwards' Supermax deal. You had Naz Reid getting paid a lot of money for a backup center. He's been awesome. McDaniels' contract is about to set in as well. I mean, you're talking about $80 million into the luxury tax. A lot of money. That's what it's going to take for these guys to stay together, which is great because they're the number one seed in the West right now. So that's something that you could say is encouraging in terms of, hey, we should not shed salary and we shouldn't make trades because this is now starting to gel. And man, they've been really fun too. Just really fun. Real quick, secondarily, this is a total aside. I think, this is my bold prediction. OKC is going to the Western Conference Finals this year.
They look good. They look like a good squad.
Complete.
Yeah, they look like a real good squad. I wouldn't be surprised with that at all. Look, I had a tweet the other day that had, Warrior fans and Laker fans all, all uptight about it. But I
Bitchish,
said,
I believe it was them.
Bitchish. A little in their feels, a little bitchish.
Definitely in their feels. I said the Kings, and I didn't even look at the standings at the time. I didn't realize they were at the time top 4. I was like Kings, Timberwolves, Nuggets, Thunder. It's the start of a new era in the Western Conference. Now, that doesn't mean the Warriors and the Lakers are going to go away this year or nothing like that. But it's also like LeBron, yeah, he's superhuman, but he ain't going to play forever. And he's not going to lead the Lakers to the 1 seed forever. Steph Curry not going to play forever. Like, it's the dawn of a new era. And when you talk about the rosters, when you talk about the players, De'Aaron, Ant-Man, Jokic, SGA, these are the players of the next generation. These are the players of the next era. And they just so happen to be on those teams.
I agree. It's fun. This is the most, there's not that many teams that I don't want to watch on a night-to-night basis. It's the Knicks. They're horrible to watch. It's the Heat. They're horrible to watch.
You do not like the Heat, though.
That's kind of it. The Warriors right now are a tough watch as well. You're just watching for Steph.
Yeah.
Our Dubs. Hate to
A little
see
bit of
it.
a calamity. Hey, real quick. No, go ahead. My bad.
I think we might have been going the same direction.
Go ahead.
You want to weigh in on the Angel Reese situation?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is nuts. I tell you what. Which part about it do you want me to weigh in?
All of it, because we really haven't. I knew how you felt about this. So we kind of went through yesterday. Obviously, yesterday was when the Kings were winners, so it was very easy to talk about the Kings for basically the bulk of yesterday. And I knew in the back of my head, save this Angel Reese thing for when Trysta's with us, because I know you've got a lot to fire off about this. We were texting over the weekend. Angel Reese is not with LSU right now, and there seems to be a lot of conversation as to why she's not. And now you've got mothers of players going at it on social media. And then you've got the Kim Mulkey factor. And these situations follow Kim Mulkey everywhere she goes. And everyone chooses to look the other way because she wins championships. But these situations with Black players follow her every destination she's been at.
Yeah, it's the whole thing's very strange. One, you have Angel Reese, skyrocketing into the limelight, really like getting to host the, hosting awards for the ESPYs. She's in Cardi B videos. She is a legit celebrity. So I don't know if it's true, but there's been some rumors that she wanted to take LSU classes online because of the level of celebrity that she is right now. I don't know if that's true. Because you have Joe Burrow, you have Jamar Chase, you have Justin Jefferson. They were all at the height of their celebrity, and they continue to go to class. So that's one thing. 2, LSU wasn't that good of a team last year. They weren't. They just weren't. They were squeaking by. They almost lost to Louisville in like a 47-49 game, right? So it's not like LSU with South Carolina now. South Carolina should have won the title, and they would have mollywopped LSU if South Carolina would have played them. You had LSU win in a dominant fashion against Caitlin Clark. And so the spotlight on those two teams were the highest that they possibly could have been. And Caitlin Clark represented white America. And Angel Reese was representative of like a true, authentic, unapologetic Black community. And that became polarizing in its own right. There were people who stand for Caitlin Clark, and there were people that were standing for Angel Reese and Flau J, who I also love. So that made it ugly in its own way. Then you have Joe Biden saying, oh, well, Iowa should also come to the White House. But the thing that's crazy to me is the discourse around women's basketball, especially around LSU. It has become, if you look at my comments on TikTok and on Instagram, there are so many people saying so many ugly things about Angel Reese. And I have no idea why. It doesn't make any sense to me. Just because she has fake eyelashes. I have fake eyelashes. I told you I spent $400 on these. She just has them a little longer than mine.
Please buy Trysta's shirt. It goes to fund her eyelashes.
You know what you guys should do is put the eyelashes above the eye, above the pod.
There we go.
Anyway, so you've got that. The whole thing around Angel Reese not being with the team is strange too, because she can't be academically ineligible. I was talking to a friend of mine that's a professor, former professor at Xavier, and he was like, she can't be academically ineligible in fall as the term is not even over with yet. She's probably just finished midterms. The only way that she would be academically away from the team is if she failed or was below a 2.0 in the spring term, which means she couldn't have played not one game, but she did. She played 2 games, she got benched, and now she's away from the team. It feels like some sort of institutional, like, ice out. Maybe she doesn't want to be there. Maybe she's fighting with Kim Mulkey. Kim Mulkey won't talk about it. Now you have parents saying, oh, well, Angel Reese has got below a 2.0. You have Flo J's mom talking to Angel Reese's mom. The whole thing is bunkers, and it is spelling a stinky, stinky LSU season if I've ever seen one. Haley Van Lith has got to be like, why did I do this? Why did I decide to come to this team? And you're right. Kim Mulkey has problems. Wherever she goes, she ends up winning. And so that ends up getting all glossed over. But to me, and the COVID remarks that Kim Mulkey made at her presser was like, oh, I don't have allergies. I might be sick. I probably have COVID, but I'm not testing. I can't stand this program, and it has nothing to do with the players on it. It has everything to do with the top and how vile, racist, sexist comments go along with LSU basketball. It needs to effing stop.
Yeah, Mulkey essentially getting a pass for her treatment of Brittany Griner to me is one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen in sports. Like, and I'm not talking about Brittany Griner, the prisoner in Russia. I'm talking about Brittany Griner, the student at the student at Baylor.
Yeah. She was like, yeah, you'll probably not be around our team anymore. We're probably not going to see you anymore. And it's like, what? Yeah, like you'll probably be busy.
She was under strict, don't discuss your sexuality. Do not walk around in short sleeve shirts to show off your tattoos. Be covered up at all times. And, you know, Baylor's a different institution. So that stuff, I guess you could get away with. But the fact that no one ever looked sideways at her has always baffled me.
Yeah.
Always baffled me.
Yeah. And it's tough to even sound like I'm defending Kim Mulkey because she's a shady character. But I just know when everything was going on over the summer, just looked from an Angel, and I was like, I hope she's still realizing, like, wow, this is happening. It's your basketball game. Like, you got a lot going on right now, and I hope you get even more. But don't forget the reason why all this is happening is because you're an all-American type basketball player. And some of the things I'm hearing is the superstardom may have superseded the basketball player. And that may be some of the friction. I don't know. We don't know any of this stuff. I hate to hear this stuff about Flo J and her mom and
that stuff's
Angel's mom. Like, that's all of it was bad to me. All of it is bad.
And I feel like this. Sorry, TK, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think what's interesting to me though, and you're right. Like, my first instinct too is like, and I own many popularity, fame. You got to keep the main thing, which is the hoops, right? But when guys do the same thing, we don't like do that. The energy around women's basketball as athletes, as famous celebrities, we just treat women athletes differently than we do college male athletes. When they, like Caleb Love, for example, like he fell off. I mean, when male athletes, college athletes get famous and they don't think about basketball, we just kind of like, yeah, it's fine. Like, yeah. But it's kind of a different standard to a degree, I think, as well.
I understand what you're saying. To be fair to all them, I don't think anybody in the NIL era has been as famous as Angel Reese was. And it wasn't like under the table Reggie Bush stuff. It was like, nope, I can sign this deal with Reebok and be in Times Square. I can I can do all of that. I can be everywhere. And I don't know if there's been a college athlete in this 2-3 year era that's been as famous as Angel Reese has. And I'd have the same concerns if I don't know, some UCLA player had the same, issues like, hey, I know you're doing a lot out here. You work on your game today. You know what I'm saying? Like, Don't forget that. So Angel's been, you talk about Caleb Love, more famous than any men's basketball player I could think of right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation. I don't know how it comes to a conclusion, but I feel like we're going to start seeing a lot more of these. And this is you could call this the upside or the downside. I don't know how you feel about this. She's not with her team, so in that sense, it's a downside. But this is NIL. This is these young athletes now being multimillionaires, and the fact that the old guard are still their coaches. They resent that. Like Kim Mulkey went to LSU on a monster multi-million-dollar deal. And one season later, now all of a sudden you have a player who's a massively bigger star than you are. That's a problem for her.
Yep.
That's going to be a problem for, I know she's everybody's darling. That's a problem for the coach in South Carolina. She just moves about it differently. And that's what we're going to be facing in college sports. This is going to happen in football. This is going to happen in basketball. This is going to happen across sports because now you have, let's see what happens when Arch is making what, like $2, $3, $4, $5, $10 million.
Yeah.
Like he making big time money. We'll see how his relationship is with his coach next year.
But you talk about the old guard. See, that's where I think Don ain't the old guard though. Don, I don't
Don's
believe
not the old guard. I think Don gets painted right now as something that she's not.
True, but
she has a problem with some of this stuff too.
She has a problem with some of the stuff, but it's rooted in the process. I think Kim Mulkey is rooted in jealousy. There's a difference to me. Like Kim want to be the star.
Don, that's facts. Yeah,
Don
that's facts.
wants them like, no, when I was handling, this is how you handle business. Like I got some of that. Like, yo, this is too much. What I say about the kids playing at Golden One Center. It's like, bro, why are they playing at Golden One Center at 10? Like, this is something that you're supposed to like work up for years. Like, you shouldn't be giving this at 9 years old. I think that's more Don. Kim Mulkey just like, I don't like it because I'm not the superstar. And I think there's two different things.
She is very loud with it. Like all the outfits and, who she is very like me. And Dawn is, she's doing endorsements for like slides. It's just a totally different thing. I love Dawn. I think she's the best in the business. I wanted her to coach the Blazers when they interviewed her. She would have been a phenomenal first female NBA coach, and she wouldn't have turned it down. But yeah, you're right. I think it's going to become a problem. And I think the main concern of a university is how do we support our players to make it easier for them to balance those two things, the celebrity, the money, and continuing to work on the craft and like easing that transition as much as possible, whether that's like giving them guidance, giving them people to help manage their schedule, because otherwise it's just going to become a mess.
Caitlin was on with the Mannings last night.
Oh, really?
Called that Travis Kelce one.
Yeah. She was out there with the man. That was a funny line. I think they had Mike Vick on when this happened, but they did the punch out fumble. Peyton was like, "Oh, he punched it out. He says he punched with the left hand," and Eli's just under. You've never punched anything. I don't know why that made me laugh, but it did. He's like, "You never punched anything. Stop it."
No, neither has Eli.
Probably not. I thought the line was funny. Peyton was just somewhere the game before. They showed him on the sideline. He was just on the sideline of a game before. I can't remember which one it was.
Was he Tennessee, Georgia? Did they play last week?
No, he was at an NFL game.
Oh, okay.
He might have been in Tennessee, Georgia. He's God in Knoxville. TK, we appreciate you. We love you. This is the Trysta we're here for. This one right here. The vibe
can't be every single song on the LP EP cannot be a banger. Sometimes we gotta get into the weeds on just basketball. You know what I mean?
Yeah, look at her. Spoken like a true Drake fan right there. Spoken like a true Drake fan. Love you, homie. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Love you guys. I got to get out to a game. We got to choose one.
I was thinking about that. You don't have to go to work, do you? Because we went really long.
Of course I do. They don't let me take days off. Are you serious? No.
They just
Of
know
course.
on Tuesday she's coming in really, really
I
late.
tell him, I say Tuesdays are a very busy day for me. The vibe is off when I do D'Lo and Casey at the office. We already know it's way too corporate Krick. So you're just gonna have to allow me to come in like 20 minutes before the show. I already know what it is. Play some bets, sweat some bets, talk about some BS. We'll
It's
move
feast
on.
week this week. You have to
Feast.
watch
Oh,
basketball.
do you think we're talking about feast week? No, we're not talking about feast week, even though I'd love to.
You guys talk about everything that involves.
No, I know, but I don't control the show, Casey. I'm not in charge, you know.
You talk about this Florida State Colorado line.
Oh, I do like Florida State. They're playing well. College basketball is here. I'm very, very excited for it. Arkansas looks good. See what happens with them. UConn's a dark horse.
If I just go silent long enough, TK will just start spewing out lines, just like off of memory, like betting lines and basketball team, college.
Someone's keeping the main thing, boys.
See.
Fame's not getting to me, even though my mom thinks I'm just a scrub.
Well,
she thinks I'm a two-way player.
Oh no!
Oh man!
No, she probably thinks I'm a 10-day. I'm just like the Drew Eubanks of the Portland Trailblazers, just getting spot starts.
He's doing a good job for Phoenix, to be honest with you.
Great.
Yeah, he is.
Two-way guy.
I think leading the team in steals as well. 1.6 steals per game. Stats.
Well, everyone who goes to DLoandKC.com and buys the Trysta Krick hoodie, just make sure you tag Trysta on social media so she can show her mom.
That's right.
Yep.
Then you can text me mom's address, and I'll send her some Trysta.
I will make sure to do that.
All right, TK, love you. We'll talk to you later.
Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, Trysta Krick, Bet MGM tonight. Bet QL. She's on her way into work.
What are we doing?
What you mean?
Next break is 43.
Yeah, no. What you want me to do? Tell her to stop long. We're going to 43. We got 4 minutes. 5 minutes.
This college situation is.
And the next break will be shortly after 2:43 too. So just prepare for that.
This college NIL situation is fascinating because I want them to get everything that they can off of the money that they make for the NCAA. 100%. But like you mentioned it, I think without going into it, I think I do have a little bit of Dawn Staley in me when it's and the conundrum, and I don't know if she's exactly feels this way, but the conundrum is, and I don't know if this happened to Angel Reese, but when you've already gotten all this money, what are you like? Where's the motivation coming from? Unless you're like this ultra competitor, like a Kobe-like competitor, where it's like, I can have this deal and I'm talking about at 18, 19 years old. You know what I mean? I got all this money. Everybody knows me. I'm already famous. Like what, unless you're a competitor, what's going to make you get up?
They need to
at
be
6?
They need to be taught that they're not earning I don't know what Angel Reese makes. What would you guess? 5, 6?
Yeah, altogether it's probably around there.
5-6 million.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go 5-6 million for this year. Right. And we can for fun throw in 5 to 6 million for next year, just because that's, and I don't want to, you just said this perfectly. We're talking 18, 19 years old. Most of these young people aren't earning money that's going to sustain them for the rest of their lives. And if you're banking on your earning power being this NIL deal that you have in college, that's a tough look. I know like $6 million is a lot, and I'm not debating whether it's a lot, but some of that's going to her agent. You know, a lot of it is going to America. And now all of a sudden we'll have fun and drop that number 6 down to 4. That's not sustaining her the rest of her life. And these kids need to be taught. It feels like all of the money in the world when you're 19 years old, when you're 20, it's not. And now there needs to be mandatory classes that are taught about managing money and hiring people. You look at LeBron James, right? And you look at Maverick and Rich and Randy and all those guys around him. They all have, Rich did internships, Rich Paul. He did internships with Nike and different companies to kind of helped launch what became Clutch Sports. Maverick did a variety of like different things. You know what none of those guys did? None of them managed LeBron's money.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hire Cud and Pete to manage your money. With all due respect to our man Cud and Pete in the chat.
Yeah.
You don't hire him to manage your money. You hire someone who manages money for Morgan Stanley to do it. You hire someone who does it. That stuff has to be taught. The second they get an NI, the second they step on campus, the second they commit, they have to go into these financial management classes and have to understand how this money works, how you put it away. You can't require someone to put a certain amount of money away, but you should figure out a way that you can, because more times than not, these kids aren't going to make it. Like we talk about Angel Reese. Angel Reese is a fine ball player. Angel Reese next year is going to be making far less money than she is at LSU or whenever she goes to the WNBA. She's going to be making less money. The flame out potential in the WNBA is extremely high. So now you're going from making $4 to $6 million a year to making $200,000 a year to making what?
Same.
And then you do the same thing in the NFL, except in the NFL, it's way, way worse.
Well, but the thing about all this, and this is the concern about the NIL and them making this much money, is, and I agree with you, those classes should be in place. You can tell 18-year-old, 19-year-old as much as you want. A lot of this stuff comes through experience and unfortunately losing and being like, think about us as grown people. Like we had to struggle earlier and spend money stupid and be like, damn, we can't, that went away. We can't do that anymore to learn. Like, and you know, you could have people around you, a team around you as much as possible, but it's tough for an 18, 19-year-old.
I understand, especially when you didn't have nothing.
Exactly.
Like, shoot, we didn't grow up with a lot. Like, when you finally have the ability to buy something, man, that's a feeling. Then when you have the ability to buy other people things, that's a feeling. You just better recognize like how far money goes. And I think the younger you are, the tougher it is, and the less you came from, the tougher it is. Because when you come from less, you weren't taught about financial responsibility. We'll come back. We've got overreactions on the way, and we'll get back to the Kings as well. Steeler and KC on ESPN 1320. Oh, that was some good shit.
Yeah.
Good shit,
Bryce, she definitely has a Reebok deal. I don't know how much that's worth, but she has a Reebok deal, and I thought she had a Wingstop deal too.
Oh, I forgot James brought these.
Oh, things are just hanging out behind the iPad.
Oh, delightful. You're going to love this. It's got lemon.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Need something to drink. No, Bryce, I don't even know what the price you were talking about for that. You just talked about bows and all that. Kings, KC, what's a bigger threat to the Kings in the New West, the Thunder or the T-Wolves? I don't know. I mean, they're about equal, but my first thought is the Thunder. That's my first thought. No 13th round. I'm going to have one tomorrow, though, because Alicia Baumgartner that's a wild girl right there. It's a wild girl. It's my girl. That's my girl, but she wild. Yeah, I'm battling something. You got to bring back kicking it with KC. Chargers colors. Chargers are all right with me. I don't have nothing. I have no issue with the Chargers. PTI's Turkey of the Year.
Yo, I love that little bar Sarah made.
Oh,
that
yeah,
little
yeah,
dessert thing.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm hungry, so.
Oh,
oh no. Oh no.
It's better on the replay.
Oh no.
It's even better on the replay. Eat him in the nuts. Oh, come on. No, man, you can't do that.
Wow.
Man.
Oh
Tim
no.
Anderson.
Oh no. Oh, good night.
Tim
Oh,
Anderson.
Tim did us all. Oh, right across the chin. Keep. Oh,
I remember seeing that. What's this Virginia Tech player do?
oh! I punched him in the throat. He punched him in the throat.
Oh man, we're watching PTI's Turkeys of the Year here.
Look at Acuna like, hey, what the hell? Uh-oh.
Where'd she go?
Oh, no.
Where?
Oh, no.
It's the finish.
The guy's like, no. No.
Wrong way runner. Oh, man.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Damn.
Oh, God.
Oh.
That had to hurt like hell. Oh, man.
Did he hit someone? Oh.
Oh. Did he hit the girl? Oh, yeah. Well, that was only like 2 weeks ago.
These are always great.
Yeah,
I forgot
PTI's
about
Turkeys
these.
of the Year. These are legendary.
What happened in the Steelers game? Field position.
Oh, he should.
Bro, why?
He shouldn't have caught it.
He tried to say he did a fair catch.
He did the. He did like the.
He did it so
like Thomas gonna kill him. Oh well,
there we go, Connor.
Michigan's finest.
Connor.
Michigan's finest, right there.
Connor.
Yeah, look at your boy.
Allegedly.
Look at your boy. Oh well, Dylan Brooks.
Braun Bader. Oh no, he hit
man.
Braun. And then and1 Braun. That was a great moment in the playoffs. Yeah.
Wow.
TBTI's Turkeys. Oh,
these are
Draymond.
Well, look who
Draymond.
made it. Yeah. Well, look at that. Oh, look. Yeah. Look at poor Rudy. Rudy like I ain't doing nothing. I ain't doing nothing.
This dude.
Psychopath.
This dude is a maniac.
You could do are they doing a 30-minute segment on Turkeys of the Year? That was comedy. Tony's funny, man. Tony's a different dude.
Legend. A legend.
No doubt. No doubt. So is Jason Jones. He's going to be with us.
Jason Jones, he was one of the people that got upset about.
It's November. Laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. I told you it was two fan bases that were upset. Ain't nobody, everyone, it was funny. Everybody knew what you meant.
Yeah.
Except those two fan bases.
People also got mad, randoms. Like who knows who these people are? I don't care. They got upset with me talking about Lou Will. And saying, he's not about winning, so I wouldn't want him here in Sacramento. And the immediate thought from people was, oh, Sacramento wins 1 year and you worried about winning players. No, dummy. You always want
we lost
players.
for 16 years. That's why we're worried about winning players.
You always want winning players. Dummy. So people are just stupid on that. A lot of the times,
I told you.
A lot of the times now, I just tweet my thoughts and move on.
That's the best way to do it. That's the way to live.
That's how I feel.
Tweet and keep it moving.
Some of the people that I'm cool with, like we got good little banter back and forth, I'll respond. But for the most part, randos, like, nah, I don't really care. Like, I don't care. I don't care what you think. I don't care.
Oh, you want to do a couple of Week 11 overreactions before we get to the Kings and Jason Jones coming up in the 3 o'clock hour? We didn't talk about it yesterday. We really skipped out on a lot of NFL yesterday because we were riding high on the Kings, and well, that went away.
Well, still love the Kings.
Broncos won their 5th straight, by the way.
Man, that was a good finish too. Russ did it.
He's back.
Wow, they're 5-5.
They clawed all the way back to a 500 record. And I'll ask you, overreaction. The Denver Broncos make the playoffs.
Oh, right now they sit at 10th. They got the Colts in front of them. I think they're better than the Colts. They've got Buffalo in front of them. I don't know about that. They got the Steelers in front of them. I think they're better than the Steelers. So for me, it really, and then I guess you can throw Cincinnati in there too. They're tied with Cincinnati. I think it really comes down to would I take the Broncos or the Bills? I'm going to go with the Bills. Now, the funny thing about this is.
So I might have missed it. Well, never mind. Go ahead. I see why you left them alone.
Well, the funny thing about this is that would be what my preseason prediction was that I got so.
Oh, you can't have it
crazy.
Back. You wrote them off. No, you can't have it back.
But
you can't have it
look,
back.
Even more than that, I think I had the Bills out the playoffs.
But
I had the Broncos in.
You backtracked.
And the Bills out.
But you backtracked. You got scared.
And I'm back to back.
No, you got scared. You can't have it right. You don't get to do that.
If Broncos get in and the Bills are out, I'm definitely
you don't get credit for that.
Yes, I do.
You don't.
Barry Horowitz in that situation.
You couldn't say it with your chest. You didn't even let it go.
I didn't say it with my chest.
You got scared and changed your mind.
It don't matter. Is it written on the sheet that yes, they are going to be one of the teams in, Buffalo's one of the teams out?
That's not what was said on the radio.
It was said on the radio.
You backtracked and said, "Nah, I'm not going to do that."
I didn't say that. I didn't say that till like 4 weeks in.
Yeah, no, that's cap. You didn't say that 4 weeks in. You said it like that day. You said it in the conversation. You talked yourself out of it that day. Oh man, you just up here lying, and you're lying because Jesse's out of the studio, and Jesse remembers everything. Let's stick with the playoff idea, though. The Houston Texans won't just make the playoffs. Houston Texans are going to win at least a playoff game.
So there's 6.
So wait, just to be clear, no overreaction on the Broncos?
I don't think that's an overreaction. Whether or not it happens, that time will tell. But I don't think that's an overreaction to say that they're hated or love it. None of the dogs on top. They're one of the hottest teams in football.
They really are. Yeah, they really are.
Houston Texans win a game right now. Right now,
you
they're
see
6.
Why I did it.
They played Jacksonville.
You see why I did it.
They beat up Jacksonville the first time they played them.
The problem is, and that's why I asked that question today, because if it happened today, the Texans will be playing the Jaguars. I'd take the Texans in that. I don't think the Jaguars are going to stay there.
I don't either. I would take Jacksonville over Houston.
Okay, I would.
Just a hunch.
I wouldn't, but I don't know what could happen. So I'm going to go yes. I'm going to go this is not an overreaction, and I'm going to go Houston. This isn't an overreaction because I think Houston's winning playoff games or at least a game because Miami to me is going to move up, which means Jacksonville's going to move down.
Yeah.
If Jacksonville just moves down one, and Houston passes Cleveland, Jacksonville is still playing Houston. And then those two can switch spots and still play each other.
Yeah.
I like Houston in a matchup versus Jacksonville.
I'm not there with Houston yet.
Okay. I'll get you there.
They're doing their thing, but I'm not there with when do these two play each other? That's going to decide the division, really. They play each other this week.
This week?
This week,
Okay.
11/26.
Okay.
At Houston. Yep. Well, ask me next week.
Cool. Well, hot take radio here with Kenny Caraway. The Texans' remaining schedule. You talk about hottest team in the league. They got Jacksonville this week. Obviously, you know it's a big game. Denver the following week. That could be it. It might not be the two hottest teams in the NFL. It could be two of the hottest teams in the NFL. They got the Jets after that, Titans. A really interesting one against Cleveland on Christmas Eve, because Cleveland and you're shaking your head.
No, I'm not.
That
I'm agreeing.
It could be a knockout blow for Cleveland, or it could be the spot where Cleveland is. Oh, they're good. They're going to be fine.
The only reason I say that, I can't keep track. Jesse's usually here to keep track. I might have counted Cleveland out completely, but they are up to 7 wins.
Yeah, 7-3.
Essentially, I think 9 will get you in the playoffs. They need 2 more wins. They need to find a way to get 2 more wins. So when you say knockout blow, I don't think so.
Well,
I think 9-8 gets you in. They got to find a way to get 2 more
it won't be a
wins.
knockout blow, because here's their schedule. Oh, boy, man, we got a good week of football coming up. They got the Broncos. So the Broncos and the Browns, the Rams, Jacksonville. Then it's the Bears, the Texans game we referenced, the Jets and the Bengals. And who knows what the Bengals will be by that week.
Yeah.
Because I think the Bengals are going to fight, but that's week 18.
Yeah.
It won't matter. We have to go to commercial. All right. Sorry. We went really long with Trysta. We'll come back. We've got a couple of more overreactions. We'll get back to the Kings. It's Steele and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Okay.
Aldrin says, don't sleep on the Colts.
Yeah, you know, wake me up. Wake me up. Right on time right there. I'm looking at the KSFM stuff, guys. Sorry. I always get a little antsy around this time of day. Got to make sure everything is set up properly. And we've got extra work to do tonight. Tomorrow's ready. Open playlist. KSFM. Friday. Playlist not found. Try one more time. Sorry, guys. Just need one more second. KSFM. Friday. Damn it. It's not working. Thursday? Thursday's there, just not Friday. All right. Come on, Complex. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Complex. All right. All right. I'm done. My bad, y'all. Oh, right on, Drew Down. That's a good look. That's a good look, baby. Tomorrow's our Friday. Complex gave us more work, so really busy before Friday, or before 6 o'clock tomorrow. Oh, good. Didn't Sal? I mean, Kenny didn't, because Kenny's was the only one up for grabs. We'll mention this right at the top of the next segment. Hit the thumbs up while you're here, please. Yeah, that was a hell of a game, man. I wish it would have gone the other way, but that was a hell of a game. Almost had it. They're getting there. No days off. That's no surprise. Ramsey's like Bill Belichick. Come on, Bryce. You've been ordering D'Lo and Casey gear long enough to know it's not going to be there by Monday. Shout out to everyone who ordered. We appreciate you. It's just not going to be. Just not going to be there by Monday. Usually takes an average of 7 to 10 days to get there. we got? Hey, that's what's up, man. Happy birthday to the baby. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, it happens, Jordan. It happens. We appreciate everyone who's ordered. We appreciate everyone who's checking out the sites. I'm hoping to have at least one more new piece of merch go up soon. It's a really important piece that involves KSFM and ESPN that Dave is working on for us. So hopefully we'll have that in the coming days. Got to figure out a way. Maybe I'll just sell a logo. Just put a T-shirt with the KSFM logo on it. We need that logo back out there in the streets. Yes, sir. I saw that segment. It's the only thing on Raw I saw yesterday was that end segment. But I'll be tapped into War Games. I like that they added that little element to Survivor Series. I think that's fun. I think that'll be a lot of fun. I feel like people just be walking in here. I sure do. Good luck, Bryce. That's good stuff, man. Good luck with that. I saw you tweet something, or not tweet, message something about it the other day. So good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Jason Jones set to join us coming up in about 20 minutes. We're getting back on track after a very lengthy conversation with Trysta Krick. A couple of other quick things. Oh, by the way, KC.
Yes, sir.
Sal points out, not sure if I missed it, but did you guys announce who has championship belt? The only belt that was hanging above Arrowhead Stadium last night was the KCC.
That's right. And we've got a champion.
Okay.
We've got a champion. The belt and the new KCC champion is none other than Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. So we've got, yeah, we know. We know. He's the Iron Sheik. As you're trying to get the title on the Brock Purdy Mania. Jesse's got Tua.
Yeah, Tua. Nobody won it yesterday. So Tua came out the Elimination Chamber as the winner.
Wow.
Jalen Hurts threw for 150 yards.
Yeah,
like, what do you want me to do with that?
Jalen Hurts sneaky isn't having like this. We talked about it last week. His statistical
Jinder
season.
Mahal.
That's fact. Like, you said it, not us. You said that.
His statistical season is a little Now he's got some rushing touchdowns.
It's not bad. Yeah, we looked at it the other day. But you're right. But that's what started the whole conversation is when you're trying to pick an MVP, when you're trying to figure out who the NFL MVP is, all of the stats are kind of similar. With Lamar, if you're going to talk about Lamar, you got to factor in his rushing stuff. Mm-hmm. Patrick Mahomes, Brock Purdy, like they're all kind of in the same general vicinity.
Yeah. I was trying to see what's my boy Jalen Hurts. I like Jalen. I do like Jalen Hurts. But like he's got the rushing touchdowns. But his rushing touchdowns aren't like Lamar's, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, we counting the tush pushes.
Yeah, it's like Lamar's.
Touchdowns are touchdowns.
They are. I'm not trying to take away from him, but they're not, to me, they're not creative.
And he's literally mastered a play.
He's got 9 rushing touchdowns.
And they're probably 8 of them are off of that one play.
Probably so. Well, he's got the belt.
Okay. So it's Tua, it's Jalen playing the role of the Iron Sheik, and it's CJ Stroud for me.
CJ Stroud has the belt right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Does he lose it with the loss this weekend?
He could lose it with a bad performance this weekend, but here's the thing, and this is the whole conversation. So he loses with a bad performance. Okay, well then what?
No.
Now I'm monitoring. Now all of a sudden I'm monitoring Jared Goff. When does Dak Prescott enter the conversation?
See, this is why you got to put the belt on a good champ.
Brock Purdy. Yo, CJ Stroud is a good champ.
But you're already saying he could lose it.
You don't even believe Tua's playing well right now.
What are you talking about? He was off last week. He still had 324 yards and 2 touchdowns. All right, my boy's still been at the top. All right, call it what you want. He's still been at the top of passing yards. I got more on Tua. There's more to say Tua's a champ than CJ Stroud.
And well, the look and old Brock Purdy just sitting there, never had thrown an incomplete pass.
I mean, why? Let's talk about Brock. You have this big master plan to put the belt in his hands. You're like Mr. McMahon over there. So you're like Mr. McMahon with Mick Foley post Austin winning the title. It's like Dude Love Caraway over here. Let's go with a short week, a 7-3 49ers team versus a 6-4 Seattle divisional rival.
You can kind of put them away this week.
He can't win the title?
He can. He can. If he lights
but
them
you're
up,
trying
he
to set
can.
up WrestleMania.
Yeah, I am.
You're trying to set up WrestleMania.
What's the one before
for the week
Fast
after?
Lane? Is that
this is Fastlane. 49ers versus the Seahawks is Fastlane.
Kenny getting ready for Cyber Sunday.
However, what if the Seahawks beat the 49ers?
Oh, then that
does
ruins
that blow up
WrestleMania.
the WrestleMania main event? Yeah, it's never happened in the history of Fastlane where the WrestleMania main event has been thrown off.
What do we do now?
Happened. That's right.
Make it a tag team match. Tag team match becomes the
It's like
becomes the main event.
Like Cody tearing his pec or whatever.
Yep, got to battle through it.
Who came in for Cody?
Cody wrestled.
No, in that one. But remember, the whole plan was Cody at WrestleMania.
Well, he was back by WrestleMania.
But he had lost steam.
No, yeah, he was back by WrestleMania. He fought Roman.
Sammy kind of took that.
Sammy took the time while he was away.
Right,
yeah,
right,
Sammy became the man. Yeah, for sure.
So I mean, WrestleMania is blown up if that happens. The Niners have a golden opportunity to kind of put the Seahawks away because you'd be
what do you mean, like away from the division?
Yeah,
gotcha. Okay,
you'd be 2 up in the standings, 3 in real time because you got the head-to-head. You put away maybe is a little
there's
aggressive
another
because they got another game, but you put them in a bad spot for that division.
Seattle might be missing Kenneth Walker this week too. Running back.
Didn't Pete Carroll say he was on the
ankle?
IR?
He's not. They say he's not an IR candidate, but he could miss this week still.
And Gino is playing with a bad elbow. Looks to be playing. He came out for a series.
That's right.
Drew Lock threw a pick.
Yeah.
And Gino was out there with the ice pack, a giant ice pack on his elbow, not able to play. Drew Lock throws a pick, and Gino's like, "Well, I'll come back in."
He sent the fax. I'm back. Jaguars and Texans this weekend, as we pointed out. Couple of maybe not the sexiest games, but really, really interesting divisional standing games. Steelers at Bengals. We saw the Steelers fired their offensive coordinator today. Oh, this will put some butts in the seats. The Patriots at Giants.
Oh,
we mentioned that Browns.
Awful.
We mentioned that Browns-Broncos game. The Ravens can put the sorry-ass Chargers out of their misery on Sunday night.
Damn, the Chargers.
And if the Bills want to get back on track, they've got to beat the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hey, that's gonna be crazy in Philly. We got Black Friday game. Miami.
Jesus Christ, I forgot.
Tua versus Tommy Boyle.
I completely forgot that was Friday.
Isn't Simeon the guy?
Yeah, they shot Zach Wilson into the sun. He's a third quarterback now.
Is it on Amazon?
Yeah.
Y'all can get one Amazon game out of me. I don't know that you're getting two.
They definitely not getting that one because the Kings play at the same time.
Kings play at 12 on Friday?
I thought it was a 5 o'clock game.
No, they play at 12.
That's a 12 o'clock game.
Oh.
Get it out the way.
LSU plays Arkansas in football.
One of the guys who's got our belts is playing Friday. Tap in. All right, tap in. Be there, guys. Be there. Amazon needs it.
Jesse.
Amazon does not need it. I assure you.
Jesse Bischoff.
Yeah.
Trying to sell his pay-per-view.
The Kings are going to win that day. You don't even worry about that game. Kings win. Kings win. That'll put butts in the seats.
Jesse Schiavone out here selling his
Wow.
Huh.
I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm keeping it real. It would have been. I know how we feel about it. It would have been a lot better if Aaron Rodgers is around this year. We said it on that Monday night when he was coming out. I was like, damn, this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like him coming out with the Jets, that fan base being hyped up. All
The
this
American flag
on
9/11. Our hero, Aaron Rodgers, takes the field. No, I'm done doing this. Like I'm no.
I'm not.
He sucks, but he's that dude as a quarterback. And the Jets would be way more interesting.
It would be a lot different. Aaron Rodgers is there. Jets are, I don't know what they can be, but let's just say 8-4,
3 or 4 losses.
8-4.
Probably.
The Dolphins 7-3. Like I'd be tapped in for that.
Yeah, for sure. But let's 100%. But let's not gloss over what we talked about the first 3 plays of the game before he got hurt.
True.
That offensive line was terrible.
It's hot dog water. It's bad.
Yeah, it was tough. So like you obviously got the worst possible case ungodly early into the season. We had this was the percentage of this going south was probably really high.
Fair.
Part of the reason Zach Wilson is probably as bad as he is because he's scared to death back there.
Poor guy.
They really moved him all the way to the 3rd quarterback. Like he is not playing football again.
They really shot him into the sun.
He's an emergency quarterback now.
I apologize. We have to take another break. This is our last commercial break, folks.
Don't go anywhere.
I'm sorry we have to do this. We talked for almost an hour straight with Trysta, so we'll get this very, very, very last commercial break out of the way, and then we'll come back and we'll spend some time with our man Jason Jones here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. The guy who performed here under Cactus Jack is going to win their world title. Huh. That'll put some butts in the seats. Huh.
Well, you say you don't have to turn over.
Mm.
If
you're thinking about flipping to that other channel, I love that. If you're thinking about flipping to that other channel, that guy who used to wrestle here as Cactus Jack is going to win their world title. Everybody flips the channel to see a title change.
Does anything change if he doesn't spoil it?
Yeah, that company was going to shit no matter what.
Nothing
changes. Biggest pop in history.
Was that a shoot? Did he do that by himself?
No, Eric Bischoff told him to do it. Yeah, Tony Schiavone wouldn't do that. Nah, Bischoff told him to do it.
What was their reaction after he did it? WCW's reaction? Like, were they proud of themselves? Were they like?
Well, I'm sure that night they didn't think anything of it. They figured, because if I remember correctly, they had, I could be wrong. Was that the same night as the Finger Poke of Doom?
I don't think so. Finger Poke of Doom was 98, I think.
This was 98. Yeah,
might have been around
this was the end of 98. I feel like it was the same night as the Finger Poke of Doom. So they were setting up like Hogan versus Nash or something. They probably thought
awful.
They probably thought no one's turning away from this. We got Hogan versus Nash. And they found out the next day that, whoops.
And then not to mention that was a terrible play out of a match.
They thought it was a new era. They thought they were doing W after W after W.
That was
the
horrible.
Finger Poke of Doom, January 4th, 1999. Yeah, it was the same night. Right? Is that right? Yeah, that was January 4th, 1999 that title change happened. Yeah, it is. Airing opposite Nitro. Yep. Yeah.
So here's the other funny thing maybe you may or may not know about. So did they only count the live East Coast view rating?
No, they're two separate ratings. Yeah, they're two separate ratings.
Because obviously we never had to worry about that here in California. So yeah, they're saying don't change it. We weren't.
Yeah.
We were already going to watch because we're watching Raw later, but
yeah, they were two separate ratings.
What's worse?
And then Nitro stopped doing that.
What's worse, Finger Poke of Doom or Goldberg streak ending because he got tased?
The Finger Poke of Doom was pretty bad.
That was awful.
That was pretty bad. And if 98, that means Nash beat Goldberg and then laid down for Hogan.
Pretty much, yeah. I think that's exactly.
So you ended 2 years of stories with Bill Goldberg to transition the title back to Hulk Hogan.
That's bad storytelling.
That's
bad booking, which is that's what we should start calling Jalen Hurts, Kevin Nash, because that's what's going to happen in 2 weeks. Brad Birdie about to take that belt.
Wow.
Take that belt.
Wow.
That's better than calling him Jinder Mahal.
Hogan's going to hit him with the finger poke of doom. Brock Purdy's going to hit Jalen Hurts with the finger poke of doom.
I can't believe we're already pretty much to that game. It felt so far into the season. We're already almost there.
Raw's going to FX?
Oh,
that's not happening, is it?
Wow.
Did I miss that?
I hope they let him talk like they do on FX.
I never saw that. I guess I'm a little out of the loop. Oh, possibly. Oh, I don't think they're ever leaving USA. They did that once. I don't think they're doing that again.
SmackDown maybe goes there.
No, SmackDown's already announced it's going somewhere, but I can't remember. I just know it's not back on Fox.
I thought it was going back to USA.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And it involved like NBC specials and all of this stuff. So like NBC's getting back into wrestling.
All right, NBC, I see you. Real quick, I was about to say something. Man, this happened again. Forgot it all over again.
Okay.
I'll remember it and bring it up.
All right, randomly.
Yeah,
that's fine. That's fine. Jason Jones joins us again. Kenny forgetting stuff is still better than talking about what happened last night. I want to forget that.
Talk about that.
I'd like to forget what happened last night.
We literally did 25 minutes on Survivor Series after our opening segment.
And didn't talk about the gobbledygooker or the debut of The Undertaker. The Undertaker debuted at Survivor Series. We didn't even talk about that.
I didn't even realize.
1990.
Yeah.
He was Ted DiBiase's.
Did they build it up? Going into
they
Survivor
built
Series?
it up as a mystery partner. And yeah, they brought him out as The Undertaker. He came in, he beat up Coco Beware, of course, because why wouldn't he?
Wow.
Beat up Coco Beware.
Either him or the Junkyard Dog. It had to be one.
Had to be one of them. Beat up I think Dusty Rhodes, and then got counted out and left. And what's great is if you go back, and you can find it on YouTube, they used to record stuff like weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks in advance. So the matches after Survivor Series were already recorded for Sunday and Saturday morning. If you go back and watch them, you'll see that it's, I think, one of like maybe 2 times that he's referred to as Kane the Undertaker.
Oh, wow.
But by the time they got to Survivor Series, they decided to drop the Kane part. So he's introduced by Ted DiBiase as the Undertaker. But if you watch the videos from that weekend shows, you'll see Kane the Undertaker.
Now that is long time storytelling.
It's phenomenal, right? It is, but it's funny. It feels like that was so long. It was like 7 years between the debut of the Undertaker and the debut of
Kane. Wrestling feels like a lot, because obviously we talk about the Attitude Era. Feels like 10 years. It's like 3.
Yeah.
It wasn't that long at all.
So, well, we might as well keep the discussion going because Jason would probably like to talk about wrestling more than anything else. Yeah. Your favorite Survivor Series memory, Jason Jones of The Athletic.
Oh, so let me think about that. Favorite.
Were you while you think about that, were you you got Thanksgiving Survivor Series at your home all the time, or did you watch it later? Sometimes my grandmother, they used to really like wrestling, so we would get it at her house. But if we weren't there, somebody have to record it. I'd maybe watch it on Saturday. But were you ordering it on Thanksgiving Day, guy?
I was listening to it on Scramble TV, guy.
Well, yeah, that happened.
Channel 68.
Yep. I was the wiggly lines. I used that method for more than just inappropriate television back in the day.
That's how I watched WrestleMania 12. The boyhood dream has come true. That's That's how I sat through the 60-minute Iron Man match. Was the scrambled TV?
That was such a glitch.
Yeah, and then in college, I had a cable box that was messed up, and it gave me every pay-per-view for free.
Oh,
well, I had a cable box that was messed up too, but I bought that one.
So I lucked up. What happened was, I think it was like, it might have been like the Oscar De La Hoya Trinidad fight. I hit like order on accident, and then I realized I didn't get billed for it. So I said, let me try this again on this next thing. And before you know, I'm like, I'm watching everything. I was having fight parties. You know?
Jason asking people to chip in and just pocketing all the money.
I'm like, yeah, y'all, someone's gonna pay this cable bill.
Yeah, y'all put it on it.
But yeah, I'm trying to think favorite Survivor Series moment. Oh man, that's man, I gotta think about that. I mean,
Montreal Screwjob was at the Survivor Series. We didn't even address that.
That was
1997 Survivor Series.
Oh man.
When did they?
I guess in terms of drama, that would be number one.
Because that was a Sunday.
Yeah, they went off on Thanksgiving in 90. We looked this at 95.
Oh, okay.
95 it went to Sundays. No, 95 it went to Sundays.
Wow, probably a good idea not to compete with the NFL and whatnot on Thursdays.
98 was a good one. That's when The Rock won that tournament, and he was the People's Champ. And then they did the fake Montreal Screwjob thing at the end. And The Rock turned corporate, and he became the corporate champion.
Is that when he was there and they wrapped the belt around? Oh,
yeah, that was the Survivor. That was Survivor Series 98.
Wow.
And I think 99 they ran over Stone Cold Steve Austin with a car.
God.
Man, it's just I look at some of the things they allowed on TV back in the day, and it's like now that I have kids. And my kids are like, wow, and oh my God. I'm like, imagine if you were a little kid in like the 90s and they've got Sable out there with hands painted on her.
I was at that. I was in Fresno for that one.
Hey, don't forget some of the matches with Jackie.
Well,
man, just oops, just all type of
Jackie, it's crazy how the only like black diva kept having these oopses out there on TV. Wow. Whoops.
Yeah, it was
every UK pay-per-view, Jackie was getting her top ripped off.
I'm like, is this a rib? Like, what is this? Is this a work? Is this a shoot? Like, what's going on? They have a bet backstage.
But it's the funny thing about it is Survivor Series was like, obviously there was only 4, so it was one of the major ones. But now, Survivor Series might be like the 10th pay-per-view or special. Was it premium
live event?
Yeah,
it's so far down the list now.
Mania's still 1. Rumble's probably 2.
Rumble's 2,
and then Money in the Bank.
Well, is Rumble bigger than SummerSlam?
I think SummerSlam might still too.
Okay,
yeah, Summer because they treat that like they almost treat that
WrestleMania
like
of the summer. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They still say that the Survivor Series is one of their big 4, but it doesn't help when your champion's not on the card.
Well, it's probably not the
Roman's
best.
not on the.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he's kicking it. They getting that man to WrestleMania come hell or high water.
Yeah, they're like, we ain't gonna risk anything. Like, meanwhile, Dominic Mysterio has a match every day of the week. He's wrestling twice on Sundays, like it's like back in the day. Like he's like every day he's got to do something.
He can take it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Roman's like, I'll see you guys after the NFL season.
Sal asked a good question. Jason, your thoughts on KC being a Dodgers fan? I don't know if you saw this photo that's been floating around areas of the dark web.
You
see,
come on, man. What are you talking about?
It's consistent. We've seen the shift. We've been seeing that it's consistent. I support it. He lived in LA and first we get the multiple Laker pictures,
It's not multiple. It was me flicking off the Lakers.
I didn't see that.
Even looking at.
What about this other picture that surfaced where you're holding the Lakers sign and somebody photoshopped Lakers suck on there? And I'm like,
no, didn't nobody Photoshop it. I wrote Lakers suck. See what I'm saying, man?
No, hey, the evidence is just mounting. I'm waiting for him to have a Ram. I'm waiting for the Aaron Donald jersey. That's what I'm waiting on.
Wow. See,
I'm waiting.
Look Look at the smile on my man's
Oh,
face.
wow. Wow. No, wait a minute. Wow. Where are my hands? What are my hands doing? See?
Man is so excited to be there. He's like, I'm in the presence of greatness.
Yeah.
He's so excited. I mean,
this
is it's wonderful. I mean, I'm happy for him. You know, live your truth. Live your truth.
DeMarcus told us, man, it's getting ridiculous, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting ridiculous that you're denying what we all see. It's obvious.
Standing next to his favorite player, Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, that's okay. Next summer when I make my annual trip to Dodger Stadium, I got you. Good tickets, I got you.
I don't need none of that. I don't need none of that.
There we go.
Yeah,
I mean, none of that.
I mean, make it a family thing. You know, I bring my kids, you bring your kids. We can take a big group.
Well, I really don't like the Dodgers. No, I don't like the Dodgers.
I'm sorry.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Do with anything.
Okay, I mean, there's no pictures of me hanging out in front of what is it called now? AT&T, whatever park. You don't see me out front of there looking all happy.
I wasn't happy. I don't even look happy in that picture.
There's no picture in front of me in front of a cell phone.
Look happy. And I was smiling because I was flicking them off. But the media,
if I was at a Celtics mural, I wouldn't be standing like. I'm just saying, you know, you're not gonna find me hanging out in front of the Celtics mural like, you know, I'm not in front of Kawhi and Paul George mural in LA looking like I'm ecstatic.
The media twist.
Hey,
it's AI.
It's almost like I just made it up as I go, huh?
Come on, man.
Couldn't talk to Kenny, so I just made it up.
Calm down, Jason Thompson. Relax.
Talk about wild statements.
Did that piss you off?
Yeah, it did. Because here's the thing: every sideline reporter I know works very hard, and they get and a lot of times, especially when you're like in the NFL with like Fox, you know the amount of access they get. There ain't no reason in hell for you to be like, I couldn't get nothing. I just made it up because what the hell? Like it was just like, and to me, the worst part of her comment was, I've said this before and I haven't gotten fired. So it's like, I'm going to remind all y'all how trifling I am.
And then
I mean, that was the worst part. Like, yeah, I've said it more. I've said it before. I've made it up.
Well, the other thing that I didn't like about it, you guys could guess why. Because Aaron Andrews came to her defense, like, yeah, I'd do the same thing. I would do the same thing. Now, like I said, I look at the situation like this.
The Aaron Andrews that knocked Pam Oliver off the A-Team on Fox, that one. Okay, just asking.
Yeah, there's that.
I wonder why. I mean,
can't put it together.
I look at those situations where, in one respect, they're about to go to you on live TV. If you couldn't talk to the head coach, you got to give them something, right? But you should have safeguards in place where maybe a head coach don't want to talk. Ask the broadcasting team or whatever, hey, if head coach don't want to talk, line me up with an assistant coach that I could talk to. You know what I'm saying? And just, I'm not asking rockets. I'm not asking for your game plan. What went wrong in the first half? What do you guys want to adjust? Like there's just saying like, oh, the head coach didn't want to talk to me. That's not good enough. You got to have somebody else. It's not good enough to just start making things up.
Like, there's a football team has 53 players, like a million coaches. How about, because you did the work beforehand, you have notes and you say, you know, before the game, Coach X felt like if this was happening, he was going to, you know, I mean, there's a million ways other than, I just like, it teaches you a lot about privilege when someone can just be like, yeah, I made it up before and I said it, I'll say it again. I've made it up. And they don't even, and what happened? Okay, back to work this week. I mean, it's sometimes, like I always tell people, some things are so bad they just do it right in front of you, and you can't.
They just keep moving.
Yeah, they just like, you know, and to me the biggest thing, I'm like, I said, I get the out. I said, I understand the out. I think it's terrible and unethical, but I said they're not going to do anything to her. I don't do anything.
Which is pretty amazing.
They're just going to be like, okay, well, don't say that again, okay?
That's right.
I mean, I had watched the Milli Vanilli doc a couple of weeks ago, and I'm like, they got treated 30 times worse, and they
that I was low key. I was kind of pissed after watching that documentary.
I was too. I mean, as a kid, I didn't realize that all those other people were in on it.
Yeah.
And the two brothers from Europe, the ones who took the brunt of everything.
Yeah, you should watch it. I can't remember where it's at.
I think it's Paramount Plus, I believe.
Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I watched that and I was mad, and I was like, Clive and all them was like, oh God, they're gonna get exposed. And
everyone was complicit in it.
Yeah, and then my man showed up to the funeral. I was like, oh God, I was so mad.
I was just about to ask you, are they still with us?
One of them
is.
Yeah, one of them plays.
Talk?
Yeah. He's the central. Yeah, he's the main focus of it. The other, and there's another brother that's not with us anymore.
Because after that, his life kind of went down a spiral, and as you might expect, all that public ridicule.
Was it all lip singing?
Yeah, all of it.
Did they ever find out who was singing?
Yeah, the guy who put the whole thing together got pissed off when the guys we know as Milli Vanilli asked for more, and he was like, "Dude, the hell with these guys," and exposed them. The guy who set it up exposed the whole operation and introduced the band, who was just another black guy who got nothing out of it. It was like 4 people.
Yeah, what made it so wild is that it's like, they showed like the Milli Vanilli press conference. I'm like, how come no one jumped on either?
Yeah, and they murdered Milli Vanilli in that press conference.
And meanwhile, the guy who orchestrated the whole thing.
Yep.
And it wasn't the first time he'd done that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was the other thing. He had done this before.
He had a thing for going out and finding like black performers in Europe and getting them to lip sync and getting them famous. And then when things went bad, on to the next one.
The coldest part is
that's crazy.
The brother who's with us can sing. Like he can really
that's what I
sing.
always thought. Like, I wonder if they can actually sing.
No, they could. They sang at the press conference, and it wasn't the best.
No.
But it was also just incredible circumstances that I fit. Jason, I think they were just up there with like no representation, no one. It was just
it was just kind of like just them, and
facing a swarm of media members that for some reason these media members were pissed off. It was like, I'm sorry, lady from the USA Today. Who the hell are you?
What do you say?
What are you so
people
about?
What do you say?
Oh, it was crazy. You have to watch it. It's
I
crazy,
couldn't believe. I mean, like I said, being a kid when that happened, I did not I remembered all the jokes, but I did not remember the level of anger and hatred they got. And it's crazy now that reality is they were just ahead of their time. Now everyone goes and finds someone with a look. You throw some auto-tune on them, and don't have it. It wouldn't even be no one would even blink now.
So those two, and like even looking at it today, like those brothers have such a unique look. Like I get it. I get somebody seeing them going, oh, they could be stars. Because they even today, like those brothers look different. And it was like, oh, them two guys could be stars right there. They could be stars.
Nowadays, all I have to do is like get on, take too many drugs, slur, and put a beat behind it. They'd be like, oh, that's hitting.
That's trap.
Vibes
That's that trap
crazy.
sound. Yeah.
Vibes is crazy.
Wow. Yeah, everybody should watch that. It really is infuriating. It's really frustrating because I remember too. I always remember the Arsenio clip where Arsenio was like, I'm shocked. Almost as if it was like an open secret that like people in the industry knew.
Yeah. Like I think everyone knew. I mean,
the voices didn't match. Like when they talked, you were like, wow, he talks like that. But he sings like that. I remember even as a kid thinking that, like, wow, his voice is so different when he sings. Then I learned, and like I've learned now, that's actually normal. Like people will sing differently, like really, really different than they talk. It just then it wasn't them.
Yeah.
What else do we want to talk about? Survivor Series memories, Milli Vanilli. How about De'Aaron Fox?
Ooh.
De'Aaron Fox, you are a completely neutral observer. De'Aaron Fox, one of the top 10 players in the league.
I think so. I mean, I have to go, it depends, if I start thinking worst case, he's top 15, but he's not 15.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, I don't think that's even a debate, at least not to me. I mean, what he's been doing all season, and he's, it's like, I can't even really almost put it into words. He's been phenomenal. I mean, I know last night wasn't great, but nobody was great last night.
Yeah.
And you might, sometimes you get on the road catches you. I hope it wasn't a thing like it was back in the day when a bunch of guys on the Kings all got sick in New Orleans.
Oh, geez.
Oh man.
We all ate something, and everybody, half the staff was sick. Staff and the players. But I mean, I don't think most nights he's not going to go 5. He won't go 5-18. But I mean, just you look at this, just point guards in the NBA right now. If you consider Luka a point guard, and then you say Luka, Steph, De'Aaron, like that's to me, right? I don't know who, Dame.
Yeah, you get in there.
Dame in there, but I mean, he's elite. He's an elite player. There's really no other way to put it.
Hey, before we got our first update on injury, so I want to bring this your way. This from our guy Chris Peterman. Keegan Murray is listed as questionable for tomorrow's game against the Pelicans. Chris Duarte is listed as questionable. This feels like big news. Trey Lyles is listed as questionable.
Earlier today on his Instagram.
I didn't know what that meant.
Yeah, and from the Wolf of Wall Street, I think that's when he says, "I'm back."
Oh, okay.
And like people go crazy.
Yeah.
He's got that crazy look on his face. Trey put that.
That's your jam. I knew you could decipher that tweet.
I actually haven't seen that movie like straight through before, but I do recognize that moment.
Another important note, I guess. Another important note. Sasha is not listed, so that probably lends to him being available tomorrow. And Keon Ellis is again out, so we'll get more Davion Mitchell. But good news there for Trey Lyles, and I guess good news for Keegan Murray. I mean, it's good news in that he's not listed as out. So weird situation yesterday where Keegan didn't return from halftime with a lower back injury. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's important stuff.
I mean, that stuff is way more important than me right now.
No, that's Cap.
You're the professor.
That's Cap. You are the professor.
But what I was going to ask you, though, was we were talking about De'Aaron Fox, and you covered the team when he was drafted. You watched him now from afar covering the league. I said yesterday, and I'll keep it a stack every time, I didn't see him being this type of player, this type of scorer. Like he's leading the league in scoring with like 30 a game. It's early. Maybe it settles down into the high 20s. But even then, I thought when he was drafted, he'd be, the heart and soul of the team. He's, average maybe 21, 22 a night, 8 or 9 assists. And then you have this other guy that's like the big scorer if, they got to a point where they were a contender. But his scoring, like it's almost like it's like Allen Iverson almost. You know what I'm saying? Like this guard being able to score 30 points per game, limited 3-point shooting, but deadly in the mid-range, and they can't guard him. I can't lie. I didn't see this for him.
Yeah, I remember a lot of times Dave Yeager would always, this was also strategic by Dave to put out there the Mike Conley comp. Just to kind of, try to keep the expectation, like if he can be a Mike Conley, a great defender and steady leader. You didn't know he'd become as good of a 3-point shooter, or you didn't see the arc at that point. Remember, second year, he got about 38%, then it tailed off, and the old agent, Chris Gaston, will always tell me that, sometimes De'Aaron will he knows how to do it. Like sometimes he would just get bored, and maybe he get a little sloppy with his form or whatnot. But yeah, I mean, if he's going to be a 30, 40%, like a 40% shooter from 3 too, I didn't, yeah, I don't know if anyone saw a guy who would get you 28, 30, but hey, I think everyone's here for it. I mean, he's, on this trajectory he's on. If he stays this, assume he signs the next extension with the Kings and doesn't pull a, I need to make a decision and get somewhere else type, out of the blue. And I'm just talking hypothetically, folks. I'm not saying he's planning that. Just saying, saying he plays his career with the Kings all the way through. I mean, you got to start looking at with this rate, where he ranks in the franchise's history. I mean, you could argue right now, at least from Sacramento era, you could argue he's the best point guard they've had.
I said he's the best player.
I'm not going to put him ahead of Webb. I think to me, Webb is still. I think it's the crazy thing to say. I think over time, I think people don't appreciate how good Webb was. I think over time, maybe people have, maybe I don't know what it is, but I mean, Webb was something else. And you think about the only reason why it took basically 2 guys that nobody could beat for Webb not to get a championship. So I mean, to me, Webb is he didn't make the original list, but I had him as a top 75 player. I wrote the story first for the Athletic. I have him as a top 75 player. I thought he should have been in the Hall of Fame way faster than whatever the politics were. So I'm always gonna have Webb number 1 for Sacramento. But yeah, and then after that, just terms of the next tier. You got De'Aaron, DeMarcus to me as like elite, like multiple. De'Aaron's going to be a multiple-time All-Star. So, I mean, that'll get added, and he'll have the benefit of they're going to be winning games. DeMarcus didn't get that chance because they were too busy putting weird players around him and and just drafting centers. So, I do think that, when it's all said and done, you're going to be the question the question will be, is he the greatest Sacramento King ever? And he's so young, it's this trajectory, he'll be able to say that he'll have an argument for that.
What do you think's next for Davion? Do you think Davion fits on this team? That's kind of been the question of the day, where he's obviously playing now with Keon out, but we saw him register his first DMP CDs in recent games. Is this thing going to work with him? And it feels like Mike Brown, but is this thing going to work with him, Mike Brown, and this roster, or is it probably time to move on from Davion Mitchell, or let Davion Mitchell move on from Sacramento?
I think you let him move. I think the way this roster is constructed, what Davion does best is not valued the way it would be maybe in a different role situation. I mean, he's not a volumes, when this team is going, they want us to get up and down, score. And I just don't know if Davion fits that. Kind of fits that style of play as a point guard when you put him in the game. I think I just don't know if they wouldn't play him in Game 7 when Steph was going off last spring, that kind of showed you what they were thinking. And I just think at this point, sometimes you got sometimes things kind of change course, and really, De'Aaron's going to play 30-something minutes a night. There aren't a lot of minutes out there, after De'Aaron at that spot. And Davion's a smallish guard. And if he's not, and if you're going to be at his height, no matter how good you are defensively, you got to be able to give him something on offense. I mean, Jameer Nelson wasn't the biggest guy in the world, but you knew Jameer was going to score. Yeah. And on this team, everyone out, they thrive when everyone's a threat offensively on the perimeter. So obviously it's going to be different for someone like a JaVale or something like that. But, I just think, it's still early, things can happen. I'm not saying you give up on Davion, but I do think in terms of the way he fits and what he does, it doesn't exactly vibe with what the Kings do.
Do you think he's a starting point guard in this league? Because that's been some of the talk as well. Is like it's really just the fit in Sacramento, but he could start for a bunch of other teams in this league. Do you think that's the case, or is he a backup point guard?
Where is he starting? I mean, as of now, I think his trajectory is a Pat Bev type player. Maybe he can start for you, but it's probably not the ideal situation if he's your starting guy. You know, and if the offense comes around and picks up, maybe that changes. But I don't think there's any shame if Davion Mitchell is a Pat Bev type guy for you. You know, I think in the right situation where he's going to get the minutes. I mean, in this where he is right now, he's just not going to get enough extended minutes. I mean, his minutes have been basically going down since he was a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think it's hard. You know, it's hard to say what that he can start when the minutes and everything decrease over time, and some of that just has to do with the fact that De'Aaron has taken off. And I think part of that, at least, was I think there's people in the front office who understood that sometimes you put a guy like that behind De'Aaron, maybe that pushes De'Aaron a little bit too. Mm-hmm. And I think De'Aaron's like, y'all can bring in another guy. He ain't getting these. He's here to play when I take a rest. So I just think I don't know if he's a starter, but I think I think especially defensively, he's an NBA player for sure. And I just think he's got to find the right fit and the right style. I think I'm not saying I think a Tom Thibodeau type coach would love him.
Mm-hmm. That's why I thought Mike would like him so much. I mean, not Mike isn't. I mean, Tom Thibodeau's kind of extreme, maybe for lack of a better word. That's why I thought Mike would. I think we all thought this was a match made in heaven with these two. And you're right, his numbers went down quite a bit when Mike became the head coach. His like playing time numbers went down quite a bit since Mike became the head coach. And Casey and I were both of the thought that's going to change this year. He's going to find and it's gotten worse.
Yeah, and we see this in the league too sometimes when a first round pick starts losing minutes to a guy who was a second rounder or a guy who was in the G League a year ago. That's pretty much telling you what they think of him, that this is probably over. And to me, that started in the playoffs because as good as he was playing defensively and disrupting Steph, not that anyone stopped Steph, but I think we all saw, he was the guy who could at least bother Steph a little bit. And if he couldn't get on the court at the end of that series, and it was about getting the offense out there, that kind of lets you know, just maybe I wouldn't have guessed that Keon would be playing ahead of him this year. I wouldn't have put my money on that going into the season. But if that's the case, sometimes you just stay ready, stay professional, and maybe your opportunity comes in February at the deadline. Maybe you end up somewhere else, and that team gives you the opportunity. Because I think he definitely has his role in this league. I just don't know, offensively if he's a starter.
Okay.
Two quick NBA things, real quick. Tonight is Tuesday in November, which means it's an in-season tournament night. And I think if I'm reading this right, I think two teams have an opportunity to clinch tonight. The Pacers can clinch their group with a win over Atlanta. And I think Jazz Lakers is for the belt for the group.
Oh, let's go, Jay. Let's go.
Here we go.
The Lakers might be undefeated. I think the Lakers might be 2-0. I think the Jazz
they're undefeated in their group.
Yeah, the Jazz are 2-1, and they're second. So if the Lakers win, I think they can clinch their group tonight.
I don't know. Do you get something for that?
A banner.
What do you get for that?
Get automatic invitation to the quarterfinals is what it would be. Quarterfinals are at the home sites, and then semifinals.
Okay, you get home court in the quarterfinals. Okay, let's go. The Lakers aren't the Lakers undefeated at home this year?
No, the Kings beat that ass.
Whoa, man. Okay, chill. You're a little too ecstatic about that. That was not a tournament game. We don't count those yet, remember? Those games don't matter. It's about the tournament. So if we're going to be correct, they're undefeated in not NCAA. What is this thing called?
In-season tournament. Come on, Jason, buy in.
They're undefeated in in-season tournament play at home. It's kind of like in the NFL. It's like losing that Kings game was like losing an out of conference game. They're like an AFC team. Like, it was an NFC game though, so it didn't really matter, you know.
I mean, to be fair though, the Lakers are 6-1 at home.
Oh,
and that one loss.
It was an ass
whooping. Three games in 4 nights they retired.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's what we've been telling ourselves all day. 3 games in 4 nights, second night of a back-to-back. They retired.
They were worn out. See,
everybody go read Jason's article today about that Steelers-Lions game where they called the coin flip.
Oh, the legendary coin flip!
I'm telling you, man, Robert Porsche was hilarious talking about that.
I gotta go read that.
That's one of the great moments.
Yeah.
In Thanksgiving football history.
Yeah, Robert Porsche said he was like, "What? We'll take the ball," and they ran away. They're like, "We'll take the ball." And a little bit, he says to this day he'll text Jerome on Thanksgiving, "How you doing today?"
Oh, that's awesome. I
gotta go
awesome.
check that out when we get done with this.
Yeah,
I got some other Thanksgiving. Yeah, I think I got a couple other ones. I talked to some guys about eating the Thanksgiving Day turkey after the game, and like, why would you even like go there? Like, you know, is it seasoned? What's just kind of what are they doing? You know,
I'll just be eating any old turkey.
Hard hitting investigative journalism. Like, was the turkey?
Well, right about the screw job too, then.
Yeah.
Or the debut of the gobbledygooker. Jay, we appreciate you, my man. Thank you as always.
All right, love that hoodie though too.
Oh, right on, man. Thanks,
Yeah,
Jay.
Kenny got his UCLA colors on. He's all in.
All about LA.
He's all about LA right now. LA Kings jersey next week.
On the way. Yep. Appreciate you, Jay. Thank you,
all
brother.
Right, catch y'all next time.
That's our man, Jason Jones, right there. He do it all for the Athletic, and he took us right to the buzzer, man. We're done. We're going to head over to 102.5. We're running it back next. That's what we'll do. You missed any part of the Survivor Series recap. 25 years of it's not even 25. It's 87. Guys, way more than 25 years. Either way, we're running it back. Next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Hart family. Yeah, one of the great Survivor Series moments of all time.
That's my brother.
Bret Hart is talking to
brother.
Bret Hart is talking to some dude at the local grocery store in Canada right now. Yeah, and then Goldberg kicked me in my face.
How long was he in the crossface? It felt like at the time. It felt like 30 minutes.
The sharpshooter?
No.
Forever. Fuck, forever.
Felt like it was like 30, 40 minutes.
I swear it was like 10 minutes he was in the crossface. I have no idea how long it was. But man, Owen sold the shit out of that thing.
Then he said, woohoo, woo, woo.
And the worst part was Helen threw the towel and like missed. It like hit the rope and bounced back, and they had to like throw it underneath. Oh, man. Well, this was the day before we're off. Imagine what tomorrow's going to be like. Hopefully some of you guys who today is your Friday can tap in with us tomorrow. If not, y'all have a great holiday, and we'll be back with you Monday. We appreciate you. DealOnKC.com, 30% off. Big shout out to Dave Garcia for all of his great work that he's already done and some great work that I know he has coming up for us as well. So appreciate all of the orders. Had a really, really good day on the website.
Get your Smash hoodies.
Get your very own Smash Them Boys hoodies.
Get the hoodies that KC created.
Hoodies mine around the city.
I'm
sorry.
The soon-to-be censored hoodie. This is like the Jordan 1 banned.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Kenny's not playing with the joke no more. All of a sudden, Kenny doesn't want to play no more.
Banned from every other elementary school in the district. And shout out Brian. Brian,
like
don't think
DX.
Shout out Brian. He placed the first order of the day right after the tweet went up, man. So good stuff, man. We appreciate you. Have a great rest of your evening, guys. We hope to see you tomorrow. If not, have a great holiday.